eye is nearly closed on my right side. This swelling that I have on my look at me right now, Chelsea. I mean,
oh, bless.
oh, my bless is right. I'm trying to gut it up. I don't have a hat today, so I don't look great. So the swelling, it's still on my forehead, but now it's like moving into like my nasal cavity, which is why I look kind of cross-eyed, like my eyes. I look like the villain in Goonies. So it's a good look for me. How are you doing?
Yeah, I have the sudden urge to watch Monty Python, and they're like, it's just a flesh wound. That's how I feel like you've been putting this off. You're like, it's fine. And then I see your face pop onto the screen. I'm like, oh, no, James.
Oh, no.
Bless
no,
his
it's
heart.
not good. I'm trying.
It's starting to look like not only do you have a flesh wound, but you're starting to get the face of like the cat lady who's had like a ton of plastic surgery. But luckily, some of this will go down and eventually you will be scar-free. And I am hoping and ready for that day for you.
Thank you. I appreciate this. If you want to make fun of me, I mean, go right ahead. I can't just call on and be like, I gotta wait for the swelling. It's going to take a while. I mean, this happened on Thursday. I had the guy cut into my forehead. I get the stitches out on Wednesday, so that'll be good. But yes, it's not my best look. Thank God I have a girlfriend, because if I were single right now, they'd be like, you mean date the elephant man? No, thank you. I'm not going to do that. Something is weird about him, so I'll get there eventually. How's your weekend?
Oh, it was good. Jenks did something I have never done before yesterday. I taught Sunday school, which is not something I had on my bingo card for this year because everybody was sick at our church. School has just started, which means there is a classroom full of new germs. So a lot of people caught a lot of things over the weekend. So our preacher was sick. His wife was sick. Like a bunch of people were sick, which means nobody was there to teach Sunday school. And so I look around the room at all the kids. I'm like, so like, am I doing this? Because normally I'm the helper. I'm like the person who gets the snacks and like passes out the papers, but I don't really do any of the heavy lifting. But literally no one was there. So I was like, guess I'm doing this. Luckily, there's just like a sheet of paper that you read off and you're like, fill in this, color this, circle this. So it's not difficult. But at one point I was telling the kids, I was reading this piece of paper and I was like, this is kind of like what I do for work. I work in radio. Occasionally we have ads. I have to read things. We do beat the books in the morning. And so there is a strategy to it. And then the kids were like, so what do you do? And so I was like, I work in radio. And Jenks, do you think I should have mentioned the fact that I worked in sports betting? Because at a small time church, I feel like I was very hesitant to mention what I do for a living. I didn't want their parents, being like, who do they have teaching Sunday school?
Right.
Like, listen, Jesus was the best comeback story we've ever seen. He was 30-1 to come back to life. What a winner. The books were hurting after that one.
Oh, man. A couple days after the crucifixion, people were like, dude, this is over. You got huge value. And I remember you saying back then, it was a long time ago, you said, I don't know, man. I think we're counting Jesus out. And here he is. Came home, big winner. But I know what you're saying, where there's a stigma still attached in some areas to sports betting, like, oh, I'm going into my account, I'm clearing it out. There's this under-the-table nonsense going on. I think for a lot of people who are not really accustomed to learning about how gambling has made itself into the mainstream and it doesn't really have those connotations nationwide anymore, but there still are areas where people just have, I think they have the wrong viewpoint just because they haven't been exposed to what is pretty new, I think, in the last 2 or 3 years, where now this is becoming just more a part of our everyday existence, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's entertainment. It would be the same as going to the bar and ordering a drink. Like, we don't look at bartenders and like, how dare you, serving libations? No, it's legal. So I think it's a form of entertainment. For me, it's like, okay, this is like Disneyland for adults, and you can do it every day of the week. So we deserve a little something throughout the week to keep us going.
Amen to that. Well, since we were talking a little betting, tell us about your bet on Friday.
Oh, man. Had a great pitching matchup in the Mariners and Pirates game. We had Logan Gilbert. We had Paul Skeens. We had two offenses that were in the bottom 10 of OPS. I thought to myself, well, this is going to be an under. I'm going to take the first seven innings under 5.5, get a little bit more wiggle room there. Oh, what do you know? The Pirates offense finally decides to show up. They led this game 5-2 after 7 innings. So it was an L for me. It was the first losing week, I feel like, in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So that sucked. But yes, I would have played it again.
Well, one of my stupid parlays came home. It was awesome. Bill, I got to give Bill credit because what do I know about the Turkey women's under-20 volleyball team? I knew enough to put them in a parlay because I took care of Poland 3-1. And then I parlayed that with Phillies on the money line taking on the Nats. Both came home. It was close for the Phillies. It was extra innings, 3-2. Almost took Philly on the run line. Glad I didn't, but that was a winner at -139. Why not?
That Turkey team is your U20 European champions.
Oh, they won it all?
Took down Italy 3-2 in the finals. I looked it up.
Wow.
Awesome. I'm taking these parlays for the summer. Oh, yeah. And I'm taking them into the fall. I don't care. It was great. By the way, that was decided because the game started early. That was decided by like 10 a.m. So I was like, oh, my God, all the Phillies have to do is cash tonight on the money line. That was like -300. But winner is a winner. Dogster had Jays at Cubs under 10.5, and the Cubs win 6-5. This is all on Friday. So for the week, Chelsea, you went 4-5. First losing week in a long time for you. I went 8-5. Dogster 1-4. It is the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Yesterday, the Little League Classic in Williamsport. Tigers edged the Yankees 3-2-10. Tigers -115 on the money line. Total set at 8. The under hits, and we get a good one. First, Jace Young tying the game. RBI single, bottom of the ninth. And then in the bottom of the 10th, the Tigers bring it home.
Run at second. Swings and sends it to left. Dominguez got a good arm. They're going to wave him. A delay on the throw. He is safe. It looked like Dominguez double clutched, and it allowed McKinstry to score. Cora waved him, and the Tigers walk it off.
Parker Meadows with the game-winning single, courtesy of ESPN. Tariq Skubal does not get a decision, but allows 1 run over 6 innings. ERA drops to 2.49, and the Kiddos get a great game, Chelsea. Skubal, bottom of the 10th, a winner. Great game.
Yeah, and I thought it was very fitting that the Tigers have a bunch of really young players. They had 6 players in this lineup, 24 years of age or younger. Parker Meadows, one of those. I was looking at his picture, and my God, does he look young. Parker Meadows was born in the year 1999. How old does that make you feel?
Old. Old. Very old. I'm like, how old are you? And I always expect like 90s, and I'm like, oh, we're getting to the aughts. We're getting to 2000. And that really gets me. Yeah, in 1999, where was I? I was at my 3rd TV station in Austin, beginning my stint there. So, yes, that makes me feel quite old. But good for them. Good for the young Tigers.
Yeah, we were worried about Y2K and turning off all of our computers when he was just being born.
It's true.
What an era. But, yeah, as far as the Tigers go, it's a young team. They don't have a ton going for them this year with the exception, obviously, of Tariq Skubal. But this was a nice win, a nice team-building win over one of the best teams in baseball. So for New York, you got to score some runs, but luckily they will not be facing Tariq Skubal in the postseason.
And H-Town, Astros edged the White Sox 2-0. Astros -385 on the money line. Total set at 8. The under hits. Framber Valdez, 7 shutout innings. While at the plate, Yanir Diaz, Jose Altuve going yard. Josh Hader, 27 consecutive saves now, improving on his franchise record. So the Astros win for the 10th time in 11 games. They improved to 11 games over 500. And there was a time when they were chasing the Mariners in the AL West. Not now. They lead that division by 4 games. The Astros were a good value bet early in the season if you were looking at futures bets, and here they are.
Yeah, surprise, surprise to absolutely no one. It looks like the Astros are poised to make their 9th consecutive, I believe, ALCS. Like, no one would be shocked. And the craziest thing is they're doing this with a lot of injuries, including Kyle Tucker, who is still on a rehab stint. He should be back by the time they roll around to the postseason. You've got to remember, this is a guy that had some MVP conversation around him. So when they get him back in the lineup, that is a huge boost. He will certainly be welcomed back to the lineup for the Astros.
How about we go to Brewers Guardians? The Brewers went 2-0. Brewers -130. Total set at 8.5 at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Colin Ray combining with a couple of relievers to get the shutout, and they get it going early at the plate. Bryce Terang, leadoff triple, followed by a run-scoring single from Willy Adames. Milwaukee improves to a season-high 20 games over 500. They're 7-3 in their last 10 games. They now lead their division by 11 games. That is the largest division lead in baseball, and they are just one game behind Philly for the best record in the National League. I feel like the Brewers, at least for me, they're not a team I've necessarily paid a lot of attention to, but it's time to start paying attention to what Milwaukee is doing.
Yeah, especially because going into the year, I think a lot of people kind of counted them out because they lost their skipper and Craig Counsell. They lost their ace in Corbin Burns. And then just a couple days ago, they lost one of their best players in Christian Yelich, who is now out for, I think, the rest of the season after having to have back surgery, I believe. So they're doing it, like, I'm not going to say against all odds, but it's not a team that was primed for a great year. But here they are, looking better than they were last year.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, on the flip side, the Guardians and their lead in the AL Central. I hung out with some Cleveland fans over the weekend, and these guys were very concerned about the Guardians. They're leading the Central down to just 2 games over the Twins, 3 over the Royals, because Kansas City sweeps the Reds over the weekend during their series. So the Guardians, a team that dominated early on, still a very good squad, 16-1 to win the World Series, but that lead dwindling in the division. Finally, the Braves beat the Halos out west 3-1. Braves minus 190 on the money line. Your total set at 9.5 at BetMGM, and Atlanta wrapping up their 10-game roadie in style. Ramon Laureano goes deep for the second straight game, giving him 14 in 69 career games against the Halos. Over the weekend, he goes 4 for 11. On this road trip, 10 of 29, 4 dingers, 4 RBIs. So Atlanta takes 2 of 3 from the Angels. They are back into that final wild card spot in the National League, leading the Mets just barely by a couple of games. So Chelsea, I keep being one of those people, which I think is fair, writing off the Braves because we all know the injuries they've had, but they keep hanging around. They're one of those teams that I think they have a ceiling now, but you still can't completely count them out because they're still the Braves.
Yeah, they're still the Braves. They still have some good power hitters in that lineup, but I still am not really a believer in their rotation outside of Chris Sale. I think the main thing to watch for is, yes, it's very much a neck-and-neck race between the Braves and the Mets for that third wild card spot, but 7 of their next 13 games are against the Phillies, and the Phillies have rounded back into form, so those are not going to be easy matchups for the Braves. We will see if they can hang on to that spot in the wild card.
So you got to remind me, I'm going to ask because I love that you have this bet. How did you get Chris Sale? Didn't you have him at like 12-1, 10-1, something like that to win the Cy Young in the National League?
Yeah, 12-1. Even though nice. I feel like I finally put money on it like several weeks after we talked about it. Don't you always kick yourself when you do that? Like we talked about on the show like every single week. Every time we talked about futures bets, I was like, Chris Sale, duh. And then it like finally occurred to me. I was like, Chelsea, maybe you should put some money on this. So I don't have a lot of money on it. So like I'm not going to be quitting the show or anything. But it would be nice if Chris Sale came home to win the NL Cy Young.
The only futures bet I have, and I got it early, and I have not even checked the odds recently. I have Shohei to win NL MVP at 5-1. And I got it when Mookie Betts was the minus money favorite early on, and then Mookie got injured, so immediately Shohei went to minus money. Do you know what that is, Bill?
I'm looking now.
Okay. We can get it. But I'm not a big futures person. I'm not a big props person, as we know, but I felt like, oh, look at this. Right now, he's minus 3,333. Oh, my God. Yes, that's good. That's right. Yes. He should win this. So 5-1, that's going to be huge. Happy about that. Especially for a guy who, again, I'm not a big futures guy, but I just love the value early in the season on that. Coming up next year on the show, what you missed over the weekend as Caitlin Clark returns with a vengeance. That is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Well timed. It's a Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. So, Chelsea, how was your night out? Didn't you go out on Friday? You and Jake, I think I saw him post a picture of you. You guys got a little time together. Good night on the town. It looked like you were having a great time. I was jealous.
Yeah, we had a 45-minute dinner. That was our night on the town. But when you're a parent, that's a big deal. We went out for sushi. And I like sushi, but I like it Americanized. Okay. I want sushi that has like some kind of fry to it, like the tempura-based ones that have the crunchy stuff on top. I don't like a whole lot of cream cheese. I don't want a bunch of raw stuff. So I was lucky when I like spun the roulette wheel and I was like, all right, let's try these. Who knows if they're actually going to taste good to me, but let's try them out. So actually, it was nice when I tried them and I actually liked them. Have you settled on like sushi rolls that you can order everywhere that you know you're going to like?
Oh, yeah. Anything. I'm a huge sushi person. Sushi rolls. And I'll do the traditional sushi as well from time to time. But anything that has like the spicy tuna is always a classic, right? Spicy, crunchy tuna is always good. The California roll is a very basic one. But anything that has shrimp or crab that has a little tempura on it, I'm always about that. Yeah, that's where I go in. Of course, Double D says the Godzilla roll all day. Also a good choice. Yeah, I'm like you. A little tempura, I'm good.
See, I don't know the rolls by heart, though. Like when you say Godzilla roll, I'm like, I don't know what that is. I feel like I might know what a California roll is, but not really. Like, does it have avocado in it? And what else is in it? I have no idea.
It's very basic. It's like, I need to look this up. California roll.
But what I'm saying is that, like, I don't know all these rolls by heart. So when I see a menu and they're like, what would you like? I'm like, I don't know. Can you recommend something? Because usually I just go with shrimp tempura. Like anything that has that in it, that's what I'm going to order because it feels very safe. But I'm not a sushi person. We rarely go for sushi. So it does feel like kind of a gamble trying to order a good roll.
We get a California roll is pretty simple, right? It's crab, avocado, cucumber. That's a great introduction to a sushi roll. Mm-hmm. And then the Godzilla roll, I want to make sure I get this right, is shrimp tempura. Then you have crab sticks, cucumber, little cream cheese as well. So I'm not a big cream cheese in my sushi person. Me neither. Yeah, that's not really my thing. I like cream cheese, but not in my sushi. But we order out sushi like probably too much. It'll be a Friday or Saturday when we're staying in, and we'll just order sushi, have it delivered, and then stream stuff. So that's kind of we either do that or wings. We usually go sushi or let's just do wings and we'll get a little pizza or spaghetti. So we kind of go to two extremes there. Those are kind of our favorites. And what's funny is I was telling some friends of mine this yesterday. There's a small place in D.C. and they have sneaky, we think, like the best, just like natural wings because they have their own homemade sauce that they make, this spicy sauce. But they're just this hole-in-the-wall pizza and wing joint. Pizza Doro. I'll give them some credit here. But we are convinced. We order from these guys. We've got to save some money. Once a week. Easy. Like easy. Every Sunday, that's our tradition. Because the lovely Catherine gets her Sunday salad and some spaghetti. I get my wings. Maybe we get some fries. And so our joke is, you know what? We are definitely their best customers. And this is how I know, is that last week, I forgot to bring us our Diet Cokes because we also ordered a couple Diet Cokes and they didn't come via delivery. So I called the restaurant and I said, hey, listen. And I mean, I got like halfway through my statement. He goes, is this Michael Jenkins? I go, yes. He goes, they're on their way, sir. I was like, great, awesome. And it's not because of anything I do in the media. It's because, I know this guy. He buys a ton of food from us. So guess what? We got those Diet Cokes immediately.
Sorry, Mr. Jenkins. Can we stop for a second just to acknowledge the bottom third right now? Daily tip. California rolls are good. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, so again, I'm not a sushi expert, but doesn't this feel like a very tepid take? Like, is this like saying Lamar Jackson is good? Sorry, not sorry. Isn't California roll like one of the basic ones that most people like? Or is this a hot take?
No, I think this is a very lukewarm take. California rolls are good.
Clark's a good shooter.
They're great. The great introduction. It's like your first car. You know, it's like, right. Let's get you a Civic. A good Civic will get you the basics here. It's not going to be crazy, but you're going to like it. It's going to be a nice drive, and you'll enjoy it, and then you can go from there. Yeah, California rolls are great. Even now, I'll be like, you know what? Let's get a little California roll or two, and then we'll get the fancy rolls after that. So I'm with you on this, Brian.
I do think that it's good to order at least one roll where you know where you're going to get. Because the worst is when you order 3 different rolls and you're rolling dice on all of them, and then you don't like any of them. Because, Jenks, that's the reason why we don't get sushi a lot, because I've struck out a lot on sushi. Like, my worst experience was involving cream cheese. We went to this place in downtown Nashville that was really expensive, and I bit into the sushi roll, and it was just a mouthful of cream cheese. Yeah. I'm just like, because again, cream cheese is fine in moderation, but like it was half the roll. And it was like the texture of the cream cheese when you bite into it. Yeah. So I didn't have sushi for like another 9 months after that.
Well, I will say when you have a bad experience with food or drink, it takes a while to kind of come back around. So I totally hear you on that. Man, now you're making me hungry. I never eat breakfast, as you know, so... What am I going to do later? I'll figure it out. I'll tell you who was eating this weekend. Caitlin Clark. On Friday, the Fever beat the Mercury 98-90. The Fever laying 3 points. They're minus 165 on the money line. Total set at 173 and a hook. The overhits. Clark, 29 points, adds 10 assists, 4 3-pointers, records her 10th double-double of the season. Those 3 Olympians on the Mercury roster, Kalia Cooper with 32, Diana Taurasi with 16, Brittany Griner with 14, but the Fever sweep the 3-game season series. They currently sit in the 7th spot to make the WNBA playoffs, and this is a big rivalry now because of Taurasi, one of the greats to ever play the game, and didn't necessarily take a shot at Caitlin Clark, but wasn't exactly warm and fuzzy to her when she came into the league. So, again, the Fever sweeping the season series with the Mercury did not see this coming. But if you've been following Caitlin Clark, I will say, of course, she took some lumps early, and now as the season has gone on and progressed, we've seen her adjust, and now her game is matching that.
Yeah, because it's not just the shooting. She came into the league and everybody said, okay, she's a great shooter, but you have to be an all-around great player if you want to make it in the WNBA. Well, she has pivoted to somebody who is not just a great shooter, but somebody who's also great at passing out dimes. Right now, she leads the WNBA in assists per game. That is not just rookies. That is everybody. So what she's doing is really impressive. And plus, she's passing up opportunities that maybe a more selfish player would have done. Because in the game on Friday, I believe, it was the end of the third quarter. Time was running out. She had the opportunity for a buzzer beater, which is fun. You know, it would have made the highlight reel. People would have been talking about it. But instead, she passed up that opportunity because she found somebody else wide open underneath the basket. So that contributed to her assists and also contributed to the fact that she is becoming a great team player. Now, the turnovers are still kind of there. She is accumulating some technicals, but still, she is in rarefied air when it comes to some of the numbers that she is putting out there. We know she's a good shooter, but how about this? According to Warriors Muse, she is one of only, I think, 3 basketball players joining Steph Curry and Michael Jordan as the only other rookies across the NBA and WNBA to have multiple games with at least 29 points on 70% true shooting, 5 boards and 10 dimes. So that's pretty good company to keep. Michael Jordan and Steph Curry, congratulations, Caitlin Clark. You're doing it.
You're doing it. And now if you look at Rookie of the Year odds, for a while it was pretty close with Angel Reese, and Angel Reese is having a fine season as well. But as you can see on the screen, Caitlin Clark to win WNBA Rookie of the Year is minus 3,333. So a little over minus 3,000. So she's going to win this award. And, you know, I think the one thing she had to adjust to early on was just the talent that is there in the WNBA, which is world class, but also the physicality of the game, because that was something she wasn't really used to. Whereas if she's coming off a screen or she's got someone on her, it was just a much more physical game than she was accustomed to playing in college. And, you know, she's not small, but she's a little slight. And so I think it took her a while to adjust to saying, all right, I've got to do a better job of getting open or fighting through this or getting a little bit stronger, because defenses are just going to be a little more rough with me. And that's just part of playing at the pro level.
Yeah. And I think that in the day and age where athletes get every opportunity to complain, you know, we see athletes complaining all the time about, hey, I'm not getting the ball enough. Hey, I don't really like the organization I'm playing for. I want to trade. Caitlin Clark has shut her mouth and put her head down and worked. She could have complained and made a case for her not being on the Olympic team, but instead she stayed back. It appears that she watched some film over the Olympic break and she came out of the break guns a-blazing. So it's not just what Caitlin Clark is doing on the court. It's the fact that the mentality that she is holding as a rookie, as somebody who could very easily throw up her hand and say, why is everybody doing this to me? No excuses. You know, winners make it happen.
Yeah, and she is absolutely doing that, so good on her, and it's just great that it's early in her career. We get to watch her entire career in the WNBA from this point forward. Going to be so much fun. In golf, St. Jude Classic in Memphis, Hideki Matsui comes home at 30-1.
Matsuyama.
Matsuyama, thank you. Yeah, he was great in baseball, and he's a great golfer now. Hideki Matsuyama, even par 70 final round, wins by 2 strokes over Victor Hovland. He was minus 17. Hovland minus 15. Xander Schauffele also tied for second at minus 15. Scotty Scheffler, 3 strokes back at minus 14. So he had to scramble on the final day. Had a 5-shot lead to start. Had a 3-putt bogey on 12. Tee shot into the water on 14, double bogey on 15. So it was dicey there for a while. And then what a run by Xander, who posts a bogey-free, or bogey-free, I should say, 63. This is just one of the 3-part end of the season for the FedEx Cup. But nice job by Matsuyama to hold on there. He really, when he got into trouble there, you thought, I don't know if this is going to work out for him, because you know how it is in golf. When you start getting on a stretch of bad holes, sometimes you have to have the strong mental fortitude to pull it together, and he did.
Yeah, it's been a really rough week for Matsuyama here because it's not just, the back nine of this tournament where people who are just tuning in can say, what an epic collapse. What's Decky doing here? But then you look at the week as a whole. He was at the airport, I believe, coming back from the Olympics, and he got robbed. Two of his posse or his, crew, including his caddy, got robbed. Their passports got stolen. And so he didn't even have his normal caddy for this event. And then you look at the first 2 days and you say, wow, maybe he needs to not bring back that caddy because he is doing just fine because he came out of the gates absolutely swinging in this tournament, looked unflappable. He looked very much on his game. And plus the putting was there. Decky is not known as one of the best putters on tour. I believe he came into this tournament ranked 133rd in strokes gained on the green. But in this one, felt like he was making every putt until, of course, that disastrous back nine. But holding on to it and holding on to that lead, no matter how hard it was still a big deal because it's very easy to let the wheels fall off. When you see everybody on your heels, you're making terrible shots, and you can just give up. But Decky didn't do that. So what a week for Hideki Matsuyama, really pushing through when times got tough because it's easy to do it when everything's going well.
Yeah.
But that's when it really shows the fortitude and the grit of a true professional athlete. So Decky, I thought it was a job well done.
Yeah, great hitter too. Great swing. Beautiful swing at the plate on the course. But you make a good point in that think about Rory when he was leading the U.S. Open and he was right there and he had that in front of him. And what happened? He started to struggle a little bit, particularly on the greens, and just couldn't hold it together, missed that putt on 18. So I know this was not a major, but the point still stands is that when you have a rough patch, especially in golf, man, it's really difficult to gather yourself and say, all right, let me take a breath here. Let me get right before I let this thing go. He did that. And you were mentioning his caddy and his interpreter getting robbed. That happened in London. And he's very lucky that he had a medal from the Olympics. And what's interesting is that the people who stole the passports, actually, he had his medal on him and they didn't get his Olympic medal. So there was a very strong possibility. He's really lucky that, A, he wasn't hurt, no one was hurt, but also his Olympic medal was almost stolen.
Oh, that would have been terrible.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to have standards as a robber. Like, do you have to take sentimental
as a robber?
Like, because who are you going to sell this to?
Yeah.
Like, what's the most value you could get from this medal? Is if you went to the pawn shop and melted it down? Like, I'm sure gold's pretty expensive. But come on, man. At least they didn't do that.
Thank goodness. Glad everyone's okay and he'll get everyone back soon enough. Coming up next on the show, Russell Wilson out. Bo Nix is in. Find out what it means for the Denver Broncos as our NFL previews continue. It is a Daily Tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM on a Monday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. You thought there was going to be dead air. That's just Double D messing with you. Welcome back. God, I look like sloth. It's brutal. The Daily Tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday. That's about right. What are you going to do? I looked at Catherine yesterday. I go, do you notice something? And before I could finish my sentence, she just started cackling. She goes, honey, you'll get there. You'll get there. Coming up in 2 minutes. The Bo Nix era begins in the Mile High City. We begin our preview of the AFC West with the Denver Broncos. Then we have the Kansas City Chiefs tomorrow. Did you see Patrick Mahomes go behind the back to Travis Kelce over the weekend? Unbelievable, man. I mean, that guy.
Just showing off.
I'm just angry because he's so good for no particular reason. I'm like, I'm sick and tired of you being so great. And what's funny about that is that he said he threw that pass out of spite, like he was mad at Travis. So it was, yes, showing off, but also it's the preseason. But he said that Travis ran the wrong route. And he was almost like, oh, whatever, behind the back. Why don't you take that? And Travis caught it and went forward. And so he was like, yeah, I was actually angry at him. And they weren't too serious about it. But he ran the wrong route, and I was like, okay, fine. Here, take this behind-the-back pass. But only Patrick Mahomes pulls that off.
Yeah, and they still complete the pass, which is crazy. Imagine being a fan of a team that has a mid or worse quarterback, and then you turn this on. You're like, Patrick Mahomes is doing this out of spite, and he's still completing passes? Why can't we get a first down? So, yes, it feels like an embarrassment of riches. This is like when I watch, like, the 49ers play. And it's like 3rd and 19. And I'm a Titans fan. I'm like, well, just pack it up. It's fine. No, they do a little shovel pass to Deebo Samuel. First down Niners. I'm like, must be nice to, convert on those type of, plays. It would never happen here in Tennessee. So, again, must be nice to have Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback.
God. He must just anger other teams in the division or the Bills because they've gone back and forth for the past few years. Because what can you do when you have a generational quarterback? We'll get into KC tomorrow, but it's got to be frustrating for teams like the Broncos we're going to talk about because you're like, yeah, if it weren't for this guy, this one guy, we might be able to do something, and we can't. But maybe the Broncos have their guy in Bo Nix. Now, Patrick Mahomes is an entity in and of himself, future Hall of Famer, all of those things. But the Broncos believe they have their man. Sean Payton, head coach, second year in Denver, 17th overall in the NFL to win the AFC West. The Broncos are 18-1. Picked to finish last to win the AFC. They were 100-1 to win the Super Bowl, 150-1. They won't say it. Sean Payton won't say it. But this is a rebuilding season for the Denver Broncos with a rookie quarterback. Their win total set at 5.5. Over is minus 105. Under is minus 115. This is a franchise that just experienced its 7th straight losing season. And again, they say, oh, we're not rebuilding. They're rebuilding. And also, they are still absorbing that Russell Wilson contract. This year, they are taking a $53 million cap hit because of that contract that Russ signed before finally leaving. And now, of course, he is in Pittsburgh. Sean Payton will be calling the plays this year, but they think they have their guy in Bo Nix. And it's early in the season. He was drafted 6th overall. This is Sean Payton's handpicked guy. And I always hate getting too excited or maybe getting a little too ahead of myself in the preseason. But early on, Chelsea, Bo Nix has looked really, really good.
Yeah, I've been a pessimist regarding Bo Nix going into this preseason. But every single thing that I've read on him, he's saying all the right things. He's impressing even opposing teams when they have the joint practices. Jair Alexander said something good about him when they lined up against the Packers in those weekly, scrimmages. And then you saw him in the preseason game last night, went 8 of 9 for 80 yards and a touchdown, which again, it's the preseason. He's not playing against the ones. But still, we've seen some of these other quarterbacks trot out there and look absolutely terrible. So it's certainly a good thing. And plus, you've got to remember, he is not your run-of-the-mill 21-year-old rookie. He's been around the block. He started Auburn, went to Oregon, and I feel like the best thing about his story is the fact that he has already experienced quite a bit of adversity. He was not super well liked towards the end at Auburn there. Of course, you've got to remember his dad was a really, not famous, but a really solid quarterback for the at Auburn. So he had a lot of pressure on him going into that season. He threw a lot of picks, but then he went to Oregon and looks a lot better. So I feel like this is somewhere where some of that adversity maybe pays off. Still, it's a Broncos team that, like you said, is going to be rebuilding. But look at the disaster that they were last year, and they still won 8 games. I think that's the bottom line for me, is that remember all that nonsense that was going on between Sean Payton and Russell Wilson? So imagine if that's not going on. If Bo Nix can be even average, I feel like they can still get to 6 wins. Am I taking crazy pills?
No, I think they can too. I was stunned, and the over is only minus 105, essentially even money or super close to it. But I'm with you. Now, defensively, they have some issues. They don't really run the ball well on offense, but I'm like you. This is all about quarterback play. And the crazy thing is, Russell Wilson, if you look at his numbers, he was actually pretty good last year. 26 touchdowns, 8 picks when he was in Denver, but you touched on it. The real issue is Sean Payton just didn't like Russell Wilson. Let's just be honest. They just didn't like each other, Sean in particular. And there were simply things that Russ could not do, and particularly when these guys got in the red zone. Because when they got in the red zone last year, the Broncos were really bad. They were 20th in red zone opportunities. In goal-to-go situations, they were dead last in the NFL. So they've got to do a better job when they're in a position to punch it in. And I think some of that has to do with Russ because, as we saw last year, the thing with Russell Wilson is he's become less mobile. And this is a guy who made his money by being mobile in the pocket, throwing on the run. He's not really that guy anymore. And so it limited what Sean Payton wanted to do on offense. And now he doesn't necessarily have those limitations with Bo Nix. He has a limitation as far as experience is concerned. I think the Broncos have to figure out how to run the football because Javonte Williams is back, but wasn't quite the same after that ACL. Audric Estime out of Notre Dame could get some looks as well. If they can run the ball better, that will help open up the passing game. But I'm like you. When I look at this roster, it's not mind-blowing, and they're not going to make a serious playoff run. But I think they can get to 6.
Yeah, I think so as well. Because, again, last year was an absolute dumpster fire, and they still managed to win 8 games. Maybe what you take away from last season is, though, maybe the part of it that isn't repeatable is the fact that they were really good at recovering fumbles. Sometimes fumbles can go either way. And, of course, they can be a big decision maker in who wins the football game. Last year, the Broncos recovered the most fumbles of any team in the NFL. But I will say there was a turning point in the year where they started off absolutely abysmal. I think everybody remembers the time that they gave up 70 to the Dolphins, but also they gave up 28 to Justin Fields and the Bears. They gave up 31 points to Zach Wilson and the Jets offense. But after that, it feels like they put the clamps down. It looked a little bit better, throughout the year because there was a time I think they had like a 5 or 6 game win streak. They were recovering all those fumbles, and Russell Wilson wasn't doing too much. But he was playing within himself. And I think we'll probably see that style of offense around Bo Nix, where the only, insult you could say last night about him looking really good is that he wasn't completing many long passes, which is fine. Yeah. If you want to check down with a young quarterback, I think that's absolutely fine. And plus, the defense looks like it should be better this year. When you see a 70 spot against your team, obviously that's going to be a problem. And the Broncos could not stop the run. They ranked 30th in the NFL in stopping the run, but they bolstered their defensive line by signing Malcolm Roach and also John Franklin Myers. They traded for him with the New York Jets, who simply got rid of him because they couldn't pay him enough money because they were getting Hassan Reddick. It's not because he wasn't good. It was simply because they had too many guys on that defensive line that were so good and they couldn't pay him enough money. So I think this is going to help their defensive line. It all starts from there. If they can stop the run, I think they're going to be a lot better. And plus, the bar is pretty low to simply win 6 games. I think the Broncos can do it.
I think so too. And they also brought in Zach Allen from the Cardinals. So when you think about John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen on the edge to get to the quarterback, DJ Jones is a stud at nose tackle. You mentioned Malcolm Roach, who's going to be a part of that rotation. And then they're really strong in the secondary. So that's the strength of this Broncos defense, right? Patrick Surtain is about as good as it gets. He only had one pick last year, but that's because nobody throws at him. He's so good they just stay away from him completely. And then they've got Riley Moss and Levi Wallace competing on the other side. But they're strong at safety. Brandon Jones, P.J. Locke, a couple of former Longhorns back there. So the Broncos are very good in the secondary. If they can increase their pass rush, and they address that during the offseason, stop the run, then I really feel like that this is a situation where the defense can tighten up just enough. Bo Nix can move the ball if they can run it as well. And again, I see them getting over 6. But I will say this, once they get Russell Wilson's contract off the books, I mean, ultimately, they're sort of competing with one leg right now. They're like hopping around. Like, they need to get this money off the books, and then they can bring in more players and solidify this franchise, solidify the guys on that roster and make it better, because they're sort of top heavy right now. And it's because they've got this albatross hanging around their neck, which is this contract. And so they're just going to have to take their lumps now. And then once that's done, then we'll really see the Broncos moving forward. Even though they say they're not rebuilding, they are rebuilding.
Well, they also gave up a lot to get Sean Payton, did they not? They gave up several some draft picks that were pretty high up. But I think the other conversation before we get to break that needs to be had is the drop that we are seeing in the odds for Offensive Rookie of the Year for Bo Nix. I think I was looking at an article that was like midsummer, and I think he was 16-1. Now he's 13-1. And I'm not reading too much into the preseason, but there's not that many guys ahead of him when it comes to the Offensive Rookie of the Year award. Caleb Williams is plus 120, Jane Daniels 6-1, Marvin Harrison Jr. 650, and then it's Bo Nix. Do we think he has a shot at winning Offensive Rookie of the Year if he puts it together?
I certainly do. And also, the guy like Sean Payton will not be afraid to call Bo Nix's number. He's going to be aggressive in that way. Coming up next year on the show, could a field goal kicker actually take home the prize of MVP? Absolutely. We'll tell you why. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
for the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM.
Rise and shine, people. It's the top of the hour and hour 2 of the Daily Tip. It starts now on the BetQL Network. Over the next hour, we'll do it all. We'll bring you the best of the weekend in this segment as we do MVP Monday. Does it go to a golfer who had a roller coaster of a Sunday, a rookie baller who is in elite company, or is it a football weekend with football reclaiming the throne already with a preseason performance? Then at 7:20, let's make some money in baseball. Our best MLB bets are on deck. And then in the hole at 7:40, I can't believe I'm saying this, but do we believe in the Denver Broncos? Can we make a case for their win total? And even crazier, can we make a case for Bo Nix to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? That's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I was just thinking, who do you think, or excuse me, I should say, which day do you think is the MVP of the weekend? Because I think the solid favorite for a reason is always Saturday. But I think I'm starting to make a case for Friday nights. Because when I go out on Friday nights, because we get off pretty early on Fridays, I feel like the weekend is longer because you wake up Saturday morning and it almost feels like a Sunday because you went out on Friday night. But it's not. And you have like almost the whole weekend left. So for me, I think I'm going to go Friday nights is like my favorite stage of the weekend.
Oh, okay. I think I'd still have to stick with Saturday. Now it's going to change in the fall. I'm going to have to go Friday just because of my schedule. But at least for Saturday, I get the full day. Because for Friday, we're still waking up and doing the show. So work is still part of a Friday. But for me, Saturday, I get to sleep in. Maybe we go out on a Friday. Then we have all day to figure out what we're going to do. If we want to do anything at all. If we want to go out again on Saturday, we can. I just feel like I have more flexibility on a Saturday. It's a tough call, but it's Saturday for me by a nose.
I think for me, it's more of the fact that on Friday, you have like the feeling of hope for the entire weekend ahead of you. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not necessarily the day. It's the fact that like, oh, well, I saw the entire weekend. And so you lay down for that Friday nap, which hopefully you get to take as well. And that is the best feeling in the world. Crawling into my bed with my heated blanket Friday after the show, I think is what I look forward to most every single week.
I get that. I understand. I will say the one thing I hate, I don't really hate about Saturday, but I'm always, Saturday evening, I'm already thinking about, oh man, tomorrow's Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh man, tomorrow's Sunday. So I do get that. Yeah, it's the dread. And I have that so much each and every week, particularly on Sunday. I get the Sunday scaries like crazy. So on a Friday, it's all anew. Especially now, I will say, one of the things that is good about doing this show early on a Friday is when you're off on Friday, you're like, oh my God. Then it feels like you have a ton of time ahead of you because you're off early in the morning. You're like, oh, I got the rest of the day today, rest of the day tomorrow. So when you're talking about hope, yes, I totally understand that, oh my God, I have so much time now.
Yeah, and that's why do not ask me to do things on Friday afternoon. I am busy. That is my weekend. That's the absolute worst. When people are like, do you want to come on my show? It's Friday night. I said, no, that's smack dab in the middle of my weekend. Pick another day. But yeah, that's just me because I love my Fridays, obviously. All right, so how about we pick a winner of the weekend when it comes to athletes? Let's line up the best performances and crown a champion of MVP Monday.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
With apologies to the Turkish under-20 women's volleyball team who did not make the list today, although I thought about it.
I would have voted for them.
I know you would have.
Very niche.
A win is a win. That's what I said.
Amen.
All right, here we go. Here are the nominees from the weekend. Nominee number 1, Brandon Aubrey of the Dallas Cowboys.
This is officially a 66-yard field goal. He drills it, doesn't have enough. Oh, man, 66 for Aubrey. This is the end of the first half. Holy cow.
Aubrey connecting from 66 yards just before halftime. You heard the officials say, this is the end of the half in that clip. As the Cowboys win 27-12 over Vegas on Saturday night. He tied Justin Tucker's 66-yarder against Detroit. Alas, it will not go down the records books because it is just preseason. So, great job, but officially never happened. Nominee number 2, Dairon Blanco of your Kansas City Royals.
The pitch. Breaking ball hit high in the air, deep to left field. Steer turns around, watches it fly. It's Dairon Blanco's first career grand slam. He breaks the ball game open. A 2-run homer in the second, and now a grand slam in the third. And the Royals lead 9-0 in Cincinnati.
Blanco ends up driving in 7 runs in that game on Saturday as the Royals swept the Reds over the weekend. Kansas City now within 3 games of Cleveland in the AL Central. Blanco's big weekend ended with this: 5 of 8, 3 home runs, 8 driven in, 5 runs scored, and for good measure, a stolen base, all while using a bat designed to look like a yellow Crayola crayon. It is back-to-school weekend. It's a cool-looking bat, to be honest with you. All right, nominee number 3, Caitlin Clark of the Indiana Fever.
Clark, what a pass. Hit stride. And Cole lays it in. Clark trying to shake Whitcomb. Step back is good. Into mid-range for Caitlin Clark. Miss there from Lloyd. Clark the fling ahead. Oh, what a dime. And Mitchell lays it in. And Caitlin Clark officially has the most assists ever.
Well, the most assists ever by a rookie, we should add there. Clark leading the Fever to 2 big wins over the weekend. They took down Phoenix on Friday night and then Seattle on Sunday for the weekend. Clark averaged 26 points, 9.5 assists, and 5 rebounds. She also set the WNBA rookie assist record. She now has a total of 232 for the season. She broke the record that had been held since 1998 in 2 less games played. Nominee number 4, Hideki Matsuyama of the PGA Tour.
Now Matsuyama.
Clean contact. Great looking shot.
Boy, he did not get conservative at all. You think he was aiming left of that stick there, Kiz?
Doesn't matter now because that's ball game, boys.
Yep, 2 putts from there, and it is over.
And it was over. Matsuyama's approach there on 18. Playing without his usual caddy, he rallied to win the St. Jude Classic after he blew a 5-shot lead on Sunday. He had a long birdie putt on 17 to retake the lead, then came home on 18 there with another birdie to finish at 17 under, 2 shots ahead of Xander Schauffele, who shot a final round 7 under 63, and at one point yesterday afternoon was on our rundown as the MVP of Monday. The Matsuyama was able to take care of things, and he ends up as nominee number 4. So, Jinx, all that being said, some of these happened Friday, some Saturday, some even on Sunday. Who is your MVP of the weekend?
I'm going to have to go with Caitlin Clark. I just love the fact that she continues to impress. I love the fact that with each passing game, as the season has progressed, she is being the player that everyone thought she was going to be. And it's got to be difficult when you have these sky-high expectations and then all of a sudden you come in and you struggle a little bit early. And what do people say? Oh, see? It's like, dude, it's early in the season. She's making the transition to the WNBA. And also, it's not long from the end of the season in college basketball to the start of the WNBA. There's essentially no break. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the WNBA got a break, at least the non-Olympians got a break to kind of rest a little bit, and then she comes back and looks so good. Looks like the Caitlin Clark that we saw in college. Needs to cut down on the turnovers just a little bit. But, man, she's leading Indiana. Remember, they got off to an awful start this season. Now they're in playoff contention. They just swept the Mercury, and she's handing the ball out. She's as good as a distributor as she is as a scorer. And it's remarkable to watch. She's only going to get better, which is saying something. She's going to win Rookie of the Year. I said something about her last week, and I got cut. That's what this scar's from. They cut me because I said she's overrated, and I learned my lesson. Look at me now. I'll live with it for the rest of my days. Caitlin Clark is your MVP.
Yeah, I think I have to give it to Caitlin Clark as well, just because of the storyline that goes along with this weekend for Caitlin Clark. A lot of athletes these days are always complaining about that they don't get the ball enough, they don't like the ownership, they want to be traded. And you know what? If Caitlin Clark wanted to complain about being left off the Olympic roster, she would probably be validated. She'd probably make a good case. But instead of complaining, what she did is she put her head down and she went to work. She came out of the Olympic break looking like an even better player, which is hard to do. But think about the company that she's keeping. I saw this stat and I wanted to bring it up because I think it's amazing. Warriors Muse pointed this out, that Caitlin Clark is the only rookie besides Steph Curry and Michael Jordan across the NBA and WNBA to do this. Score at least 29 points in multiple games on 70% true shooting, along with 5 boards and 10 dimes. When you are in the same conversation as Steph Curry and Michael Jordan, you're doing something right. And the way that she carries herself is just the cherry on top. So Caitlin Clark, MVP of the weekend for me as well.
See, I guess, are we already just used to like this is typical?
I think so.
Okay.
I think the thing is,
typical.
I think that
it's impressive.
Yeah.
But to me, like my guy's Matsuyama because he won the opening part of the FedEx Cup without his caddy. He had to just grab some dude off the street. He didn't have his caddy or his swing coach, and he got robbed before he showed up.
That's a good point.
I mean,
very good point.
It's not like he was here in the States and chilling, relaxing, and everything, and he just goes out and wins another tournament. This is the opening round of FedEx Cup. This is the playoffs. Playoffs?
Yeah.
What if Caitlin Clark gets mugged and then she goes and drops 35?
Yeah, if somebody does a Nancy Kerrigan on her, then yeah.
Right. Yes.
But she didn't even get the chance to get mugged. She didn't go to the Olympics like Decky did. But
you get mugged anywhere.
That's a joke. I kid. But you get what I'm saying, is Decky was going to the Olympics and he was coming back, I believe, and it was the London airport where his crew got robbed.
Mm-hmm.
But you could certainly make a strong case for both. Like, as I was doing my research for the segment, I did a little write-up for Decky as well. Because here's the thing. It's really easy to play well when everything is going your way. And all of the shots are falling. And all the putts are going in. But the wheels absolutely fell off for Decky in the back nine of this tournament. It would be very easy for him to crumble and collapse, especially when you have one of the hottest golfers on the PGA Tour nipping at your heels in Xander Schauffele. This is usually what happens at majors. There are guys that, crumble under the pressure when they see the big dogs, feasting behind their back. But what did Decky do? He went out and he birdied the final 2 holes to claim the victory. So I do think it says something about Hideki Matsuyama and his grit being able to win this one.
Are we not giving any credit to Brandon Aubrey?
I'd love
it's
to.
The preseason.
Yeah.
It's still a 66-yard field goal.
And it would have been good. They did a Gen Stats or whatever.
Yeah.
They said it would have been good from 72.
That's ridiculous. I get it's the preseason, but he still made it.
I mean, you got to remember Tucker's that
it bounced off the crossbar.
Hit the crossbar.
Yeah.
This thing didn't touch anything. It sailed through.
Well, I believe I was reading that they were letting him try from like 72.
Yeah.
Like he can do this. It's just a matter of it being the right condition or the right spot in the game where, okay, we can give this a shot.
It's got to be right before halftime or the end of the game. You can't take that chance on giving the ball up at basically your 40 if he misses.
We're going to see this, though, again.
Absolutely.
We're going to see this during the regular season where it's going to be
amazing.
It's going to be at the end of the half. Just like we were talking about, where they're not going to be punished for him missing, and he'll give it a shot. Who knows? He'll get this shot again because he has the leg for it.
Yeah, but the thing about kickers is what makes them great is how they perform in the clutch. Like when you talk about Justin Tucker, it's not like he's amazing simply because of his leg strength. It's because he can nail these kicks in the biggest of moments. So I don't think you can crown a kicker, MVP of the weekend in a moment that really doesn't matter.
I guess. But to Bill's point, which is true, if you're scoring, 26 points in a regular season WNBA game, yes, it counts. But also when you would have set an NFL record in the preseason. It doesn't count, so I get it. But also, it is impressive, preseason or no. This is live action. This is live bullets, and you're still making it from that deep. Live action. So I understand it doesn't count. I get it. I would not choose him to be the MVP, but I am intrigued to see how this plays out in the regular season. He's going to get another shot at this.
I just think that the narratives and the spotlight and the pressure surrounding Caitlin Clark also goes into this. Because, like, think about what she's had to deal with. Like, she has had the spotlight on her white hot for this entire season. So I think that counts for something in my book. All right, coming back from the break, how about we win us some money when it comes to betting on baseball? We will hand out our best MLB bets of the slate. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
All right, and we're back on a Monday edition of the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays, including maybe some underdogs and maybe some totals. We'll do it all spanning the next segment. But Jenks, before we get to that, they're going to have Players Weekend this upcoming weekend in Major League Baseball, which I remember because they use their nicknames on the back of their jerseys instead of their real names. They get to represent their charities, whatever. It's a chance for Major League Baseball players to show a little bit of personality. But I was thinking about this. I feel like so many guys have nicknames, but it's not as common for women. I don't have a nickname. Nobody calls me by something other than my name, except for, when they call me Chelsea, which is not my name. It's not my nickname. It's just wrong, but people don't understand Chelsea. Yeah. So, Jenks, you go by a nickname. Do you think this is true? How many women do you know with nicknames?
Ooh. I think for women, it's not nicknames. It's just the shortening of their names. Like my friend Kelly, I'll call Kel. Like I know a few Kellys or 2 or 3 Kellys. Or my friend Molly, I'll call her Moll. Or not with Catherine, because Catherine likes Catherine. She doesn't want her name to be shortened, so I never shorten Catherine. But I'm trying to think. I think that's it. I don't really. Guys definitely are absolutely more apt to have a nickname.
But women athletes have nicknames.
That's true. That's
true. I think that's why it's more of a guy thing. Like with when they've played sports, that's where you usually get your nicknames.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, FloJo probably one of the most famous ones.
Yeah.
I mean, there are
but that's shortening, right?
It's still a nickname. I mean.
Still nickname.
That's how most guys' nicknames are, just a shortening of their name or their last name or something like that.
I mean, people call me Jink or Jinx, and that's a shortening of my name.
Right.
When in high school, everybody called me Mike J. I'm like, still a shortening of my name. Yeah. So, Chels. I've said Chels on this show before.
Maybe once. Like, I don't think it's a recurring thing.
It was 2022.
Like, think about... The year was 2022. Let me set the stage. I hadn't had my coffee yet. But for normal run-of-the-mill people, because I feel like for guys who don't even play sports, like, your neighbor down the street, they all have nicknames. Maybe it starts from like high school football or something, because I think growing up in a small town, I think every single player on our football team had a nickname that they went by, to the point where I didn't even know most of their actual names. Like, I've told you this before, I think. There was a guy on our team where he was called Toots, and I think they were making fun of him. I have no idea what his real name was. And here's a bad one. One of the guys they called Radio, which, read into that as you will. It was not nice. But maybe, is this high school football culture in the South just to have nicknames?
Oh, yeah. Ton of nicknames. Although there's a buddy of mine, and he's a good friend of mine, but he transferred from a different high school. And so he came into our small town, and he would wear his leather jacket from his old high school, and he had his nickname. It was emblazoned onto the back of his leather jacket, and this did not go over well, especially when you're introducing yourself to a brand new school. And on the back, it said Precious. And when you're in high school and you go to a new high school and you're wearing a jacket around that says Precious on the back, it wasn't great. I think that eventually faded over time, but I would not have gone down that route. Ended up fine. He's a super guy. But, man, when you're having to explain yourself, why do people call you Precious? Especially in high school, because you know how high schoolers are.
Yeah, they're even worse. This is like if Marcus Mariota was number 0 in high school and proceeded to play to the level that he does now, and maybe not when he was at Oregon actually throwing up good numbers. So, yeah, high school's tough, but there are some interesting things that come out of it. All right, so let's get to our favorite plays in Major League Baseball as they go into Players Weekend. So let's start in Houston. Astros and Red Sox squaring off. We've got Houston home favorites here, -125. Boston +105 if you're interested there. Total of 8.5 runs. Tanner Huck gets the ball for Boston. He's 8-8 with a 3.01 ERA. Yusei Kikuchi, who's been really good for the Stros, in the short sample size that we've seen him for the most part, 6-9 with a 4.49 ERA. So, Jenks, what stands out to you about this game?
You know what I like? I like the over in this game is what I like. And I'm not crazy about it. Now, I know it was one game, but the Red Sox have just been crushing the ball. Why they beat the Orioles over the weekend, 12-10 on Friday, just stupid. Now, Tanner Hook has been great in his last couple of outings, but he always gets run support. In his last 5 games since the All-Star break, there have been a total of at least 10 runs in each of those games. Boston, one of the best over teams in baseball anyway. You can play this over 8, and it's minus 120. I really like it, now that I think about it.
I think you could definitely make a case for the over here, but I also think this is a good spot if you want to play an underdog. Because looking at the Red Sox, one of the best offenses over the last month in all of baseball, top 3 in just about every statistical category. Maybe Tanner Hook is a little up and down, but he's still an all-star this year. And he had a good one against the Astros last time around. 6 innings, only 1 earned run, and only gave up 4 hits. And here's the thing about Kikuchi. You look at his numbers, they're pretty solid. Over the last month, he's 2-0 with a 2.70 ERA. But sometimes certain pitchers do not pitch well against certain lineups. I feel like that might be the case against the Red Sox because he's only had like a few really stumbling blocks. And against the Red Sox earlier in the season, that was one of them. Only went 4 innings, gave up 5 earned runs and 7 hits. So he got hit up pretty well. And remember, Kikuchi's been living in the AL East for quite some time, with the Toronto Blue Jays. So he has played against the Red Sox lineup quite a bit. So a lot of these guys have pretty solid splits against him. I think if you like the Red Sox here, you take them in the first 5. If you're looking for an underdog, I think this is the way.
All right. Well, I don't mind that a bit. I mean, if you want some plus money on the card, especially against Kikuchi and the way the Red Sox sit, I think that's a good play, Chelsea.
Yeah, especially with the Red Sox bats. Usually that is the case. The Red Sox, one of the best lineups in all of baseball. We'll see, though. The Astros, of course, have come on strong down the stretch as of late. All right, next up, here's a conundrum. We get the Orioles at plus money tonight against the Mets. Baltimore plus 110, New York minus 135 on the money line. Total of 8.5 runs. Trevor Rogers gets the ball for Baltimore. He is 2-11 with a 4.89 ERA. And remember, he has not played for the Orioles all season long. The Mets are throwing David Peterson, who's 7-1 with a 3.04 ERA. So, Jenks, the O's at plus money. Are you interested?
I am not interested, believe it or not. I know. You're thinking, oh, my God, when do you get the O's at plus money? But here's the thing. David Peterson might be my sneakiest pitcher to back all season long. And that's why the Mets are favorites. Listen to this for a second. He has given up more than 2 runs once in his last 10 starts. Since that time, his ERA has dropped from 4.32 to 3.04. And the Mets almost always win when he is on the mound. New York has won 10 of his last 12 starts this season. They have a slight bullpen advantage. I don't like going against the Orioles, but I like the Mets here.
You know the rule in this household. We will not be fading the Orioles. Maybe I'm not going to play him because it's hard to back Trevor Rogers and some of the numbers he's been throwing out lately. Because I thought to myself, maybe with a change of scenery, he does better in Baltimore since coming over from the lowly Marlins. But he's had some stinkers. Gave up 5 earned runs to the lowly Nationals. Gave up 5 to the Guardians, only 4 1/3 innings of work. But I don't know. Maybe if you don't believe in Trevor Rogers and you believe in this Orioles offense, maybe you consider an over here if you think David Peterson kind of reverts back to the mean here. Because I'll say this about some of his good starts. They've been against some of the bottom feeders in all of baseball. The A's, I will say, are maybe better than advertised. But then they had the Rockies, the Angels, the Braves, who surprisingly are bottom 10, the Marlins, the Nats, the Pirates, the Nats, and then the Yankees. That's a good team. 4 1/3 against them, only 1 earned run. But still, my point being is a lot of these starts, I think he's only had like 3 starts against top 10 offenses. So yeah, he has good numbers, but the Orioles are one of the best offenses in baseball. So it wouldn't shock me if he gives up a couple runs to this offense. So I think the over could be a play as well. Next up, I really like this game. Jenks, I want to hear your thoughts here.
Okay.
Deep breath. Padres and Twins here doing damage, or at least I hope they're not doing damage because I like a first 5 under here. Zebby Matthews gets the ball from Minnesota. The young prospect is 1-0 with a 3.60 ERA. Michael King goes for the Padres. He's 10-6 with a 3.19 ERA. So the total in this one's 7. I'm hoping we can find a 4 somewhere, but I really like the pitching matchup here. Is this kind of the prism in which you're looking at through this game?
It actually is. Now, yes, if we can find a 4 and we can look for it, then I will definitely go first 5 under here. You can also go full game under if you want to play it up to 8, Chelsea. You can find it at minus 143. I don't mind that either, and so I think that's a pretty good play as well. Padres' money line is something I would look at. I love Zebby Matthews, and he's a guy who's going to strike out a lot of guys. He averaged a 30% strikeout rate in the minors before making his first start ever in the majors last time out against the Royals, and was very good, 5 strikeouts in 5 innings. Michael King has been just an animal in the latter half of the season, allowed more than 2 runs only once in his last 7 starts. Padres have been just so hot since the All-Star break, so I would look at Padres' money line. It's a little pricey, but I like the under. Full game under, again, under 8 is minus 143. I'll look at that as well.
Yeah, I think that's a solid play because both these bullpens are at least solid. We're not talking about a team like the Red Sox, who absolute disaster is lurking around every corner. So if you can get an 8, I think that's a pretty solid play. What you said about Michael King, he's not somebody who you normally talk about when you talk about like the best starters in baseball. But over his last 7 games, he has certainly looked the part. 5-1 with a 1.94 ERA. Plus, he's pitching at Petco, which is more of a pitcher-friendly park. Really like the under in this game. And maybe a slight lean to the Padres as well. Next up, let's go to the Mariners and the Dodgers. Going out west for LA home favorites here, minus 140 behind Gavin Stone, who's 10-5 with a 3.64 ERA. Meanwhile, Seattle is plus 115. Brian Wu gets the start. He's 5-1 with a 2.06 ERA. Total of 8.5 here. Jenks, I was considering a total here, but I'm a little hesitant to back Gavin Stone. It feels like he's not someone I fully trust yet. So what stands out to you about this game?
I have a play that I really like. I just have to decide if I have the guts to play it. I really like Mariners' first 5 money line at plus 110. Brian Wu has made 14 starts this season for Seattle. In those starts, he has been behind after 5 innings twice. That's it. Mariners have either been ahead or tied in the other 12 games he's taken the mound. So I think this is a really strong chance to get some plus money on the card. I mean, 5-1, 2.06 ERA. He is just not generally touched early, and this has been a trend all season long. So when you're saying you don't trust Gavin Stone, this could be, I think you either push or maybe you get some plus money early on with the Mariners. I'm on Brian Wu. First 5 money line, plus 110.
Whew. That is bold because I think I still have trouble trusting this Mariners offense, even though they had a little bit of offense over the last few games, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But this is a Dodgers team that I don't think is worth the juice at this point, especially with Freddie Freeman being out. Gavin Stone, he has decent numbers, but still, he is not in the circle of trust for me. He's been a little bit up and down. So I think this is a stay away play for me. All right, let's go to one of the hottest teams in all of baseball, the Diamondbacks. On the road at the Marlins today. We still don't know a starter, I believe, for the Marlins. But as expected, Arizona big favorites here, minus 210. Miami plus 170. Total of 8 runs. Brandon Pfaadt is your probable, I believe, for the Snakes. He's 7-6 with a 3.98 ERA. So, Jenks, the Diamondbacks, like I said, one of the best teams in all of baseball over the last couple of months. They lead all of baseball in OPS over the last 30 days. So is there a way to play them here? Would you take them on the run line, or is there something else you're seeing?
I like the over here. And now I'm seeing Brandon Pfaadt may not go. I might just blind bet this. I'm not kidding. Because I feel like whoever goes, then we're going to see if other starters go. We might see the total go up. It's set at 8. Here's the thing. If they were going Brandon Pfaadt, he might still start. But his ERA in August is 4.42. I think the Marlins can get a couple off of him. But conversely, I expect the D-backs to just light up Miami here. But surprisingly, this shocked me. The D-backs are the 4th best over team in all of baseball. Miami is the 5th best over team. So it's probably because they give up a lot of runs. You would think because they don't really hit the ball that they would be an under team, but they're not. So when you think about whoever goes, the Marlins don't have a strong staff anyway. And whoever the D-backs throw out there, Marlins get a couple off those guys because generally their pitchers are worse on the road than they are at home. I'm going to go over 8.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. Although it's hard to make a case when you don't know who the starting pitcher is. So like, it's not going to be in my best bet simply because like I can't justify it because I'm like, well, I don't know who's pitching. But it's not like the Marlins have like a whole staff of aces, and if they don't know, it's probably going to be a spot starter. So it's not a team that's competing for anything. But Jenks, if you wanted to do blind bets, probably could just throw on some sunglasses, cover that eye. Bless your heart.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like you could do it, sunglasses on for the rest of the show. That sounds kind of nice. All right, coming up next, is the future so bright they gotta wear shades in Denver? Okay, probably not. But we are pretty surprisingly high on Denver this season. Our NFL season previews continue next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thanks for tuning in. It is Monday, August the 19th, and you better be ready because the NFL regular season is right around the corner. So what we've been doing is we've been previewing every single team in the NFL, giving you some bets for each team. And today it is landed on the Denver Broncos. But Jenks, before we get to our season predictions for the Denver Broncos, I found a quote from Bo Nix over the offseason that I thought was really interesting because I think it's relatable. He said, "I learned early in college that the more pressure you put on yourself, the tougher it is to go out there and play free." Which, a little backstory here. Bo Nix started off his college career at Auburn, where his dad was a very successful quarterback. He had a lot of pressure on him. And I feel like that was kind of smothering to him. You know, when you're playing with all this pressure, not only from yourself, but from, outside sources, it can be tough to go out there and feel like you can play, like he said, free. Have you ever felt this way in your career where you've put so much pressure on yourself, you have wanted to succeed so badly that it's almost had like the opposite effect?
Yes, every week, every day of my existence.
Welcome to my life.
Yes, this is one of my real weaknesses, is just being like crazy hard on myself to the point that it's sometimes debilitating. And so there's two sides to this. It can make you very good at what you do. I'm not saying I'm very good at what I do. I'm just saying, like, when you put that much focus on your work and you try so hard, then you generally benefit from that. The flip side to that is you can get super anxious. Sometimes you try too hard, and sometimes you just have to let it go. It's like I was reading some tip, and it was from some therapist or some blog that was saying, all you do is the best way to maximize your performance is to prepare as much as you can and then just let it rip, right? You're ready to go, and then you just do it. It's like a phrase I also learned, which was try easy. And try easy doesn't mean be flippant. It doesn't mean don't prepare. It means if you're ready, then you've done all you can do. So just go out there and do what you love. And so that's something, honest to God, I have to work on all the time. Like we did our Commanders pregame show over the weekend. We had some technical issues. It's all right. Everything went fine. We're going to be great. But I was really frustrated because I want everything to be great all the time. And Catherine was just kind of having to talk me off the ledge. And she was like, honey, she's like, no one works harder than you do. I don't know if that's the case. But she's like, you work so hard. I know how hard you're working. You've just got to let it go a little bit. You're being way too hard on yourself. The part I listened to sounded really good. So you just got to let it go because you're doing all you can do. And so, yes, you can paralyze yourself when you try too hard and you let that pressure hover over you to a point where you actually inhibit yourself.
Yeah, I mean, look at you now. You're on air with like a 3-inch gash on your forehead. But yet, Here you are, fully prepared and ready to do a great show. But I think this is something that I am still learning as well. I think you can have that mentality of putting the pressure on yourself when you're preparing. And that can drive you to success because it makes you prepare and it makes you do all the small things before the show. But once the show starts, you got to be like a racehorse, just mindless, not think about anything, and just have a good time and let the preparation take over. Because it's similar to swimming where it's all about the practice and the preparation. But once game day gets there or once, meet day gets there, it's just muscle memory at that point. You have practiced so many times. And think about it. I am swimming a 50-yard race. But do you know how many yards that I had practiced that week and that year leading up into it? We were swimming 5,000 to 6,000 yards a practice. We were doing 2-a-days, and we were doing that 5 to 6 days a week. So that's all for a 50-yard race. So by the time the race rolls around, you don't have to think about anything. It's all muscle memory. It's all go, go, go from that point. So especially in our business where it's not comfortable to listen to people who aren't having a good time. So I try to keep that in mind as well.
I think that's smart. Yeah. And again, if you're putting in the work, if you're preparing, that's all you can do. And one thing you do have to remember, too, which I know this is going to sound really basic, but Tiger Woods said this a long time ago, and it's one of those, there's many quotes that are out there that kind of get lost in the midst of everything. But he was saying, whenever I'm struggling, I remember, dude, you just got to have fun. You love doing this. You've always wanted to play golf. Enjoy the moment. And so I had to remind myself of this over the weekend. I'm like, Michael, you're putting all this pressure on yourself. You're so worried. This is what you want to do. You love doing this. You've done this forever. This is what you do. So put a smile on your face and try to remember, hey, I can't believe I'm here. I'm doing this. Remember when you were a kid, you were spinning records like you're here. This is great. And reminding yourself of that will bring you a little joy where you say, oh, yeah, I've focused so much on the process. I forgot. I've always wanted to do this.
Yeah, I thought this was a really way to look at things. And it's why it's hard for me not to fall a little bit in love with Bo Nix. It feels like he's saying all of the right things. He's doing all the right things. Last night in the preseason game for the Broncos, he was 8 of 9, 80 yards and a touchdown. But listen, it's the preseason. The NFL regular season is a bit different. So I feel like I have to caution myself because here's the thing for the Broncos. Nobody's expecting them to win the Super Bowl this year. If you remember last year, they finished that disaster of a season at 8 and 9, didn't make the playoffs. But here's the thing. That was a dumpster fire of a season. They still won 8 games. So now I'm looking at the win total for the Broncos this year. It's 5.5. It's juiced to the under at -115. So what I'm thinking, Jenks, is if they can get anything out of Bo Nix and Sean Payton, looks a little bit better and he's not actively trying to sabotage his quarterback, maybe this is a team that can win 6 games. So are you a believer in the Broncos this year, at least enough for them to win 6 games?
You know what? I am. Now, they might just get to 6.
Right.
This is definitely a rebuilding year for the Broncos, even though Sean Payton will never say that. He has too much pride. But look, Bo Nix, I think, is going to have a really good season. And I'm not just saying this based on what we've seen in the preseason. I remember going back and the initial reports, as soon as he showed up for, it wasn't even 2-a-days, it was during OTAs. And the early word was, dude, Bo Nix looks awesome. So I don't know if he's going to have some sort of breakout season. But when Sean Payton, this is what he does, right? He helped Drew Brees become a Hall of Famer down there in New Orleans, a precision offense, a timing offense. And remember, this is Sean Payton's handpicked guy. Bo Nix went 6th overall, and people said, whoa, what are you doing? But he said, I really like this guy. He has that college experience, and everything we've heard up to this point has been he could be the guy. So he could surprise us as a rookie. They did a good job of adding to that defense. That was one of their real issues last year, was stopping the run. But they brought in a lot of guys like Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers from the Jets to solidify that defensive line. They need to run the ball better. But if they can get a semblance of a running game, to sort of open up the offense just a bit, they're going to be better defensively. They recovered more fumbles than any defense in the NFL last season. So there is some strength on that defense. And then you have an offense led by a rookie quarterback who could surprise us a little bit. It's going to be close. I think they get to 6.
Yeah, I think there are a couple things in there that maybe are not super repeatable because anytime you look at fumble recoveries, that feels like a stat that could really go either way. Of course, you give some credit to the defense, but when you recover the most fumbles in the entire NFL, maybe that doesn't go your way this year. But I will say this, again, for a team where the market is so low on, I feel like this is where you can find value in the betting market for teams who have very public disasters. Because look at the Broncos last year. I think everybody saw that game in which they gave up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins, and that's all we remember from this Broncos team. But they actually had a good stretch of play in which Russell Wilson actually put up serviceable numbers. So you look at Bo Nix, maybe there's a way that he doesn't put up great numbers because it's hard for all rookies. But you've got to remember, he's 24 years old. He's not 21 coming into this league as a young cat. He also has somebody who's known as an offensive guy. Sean Payton is known as a quarterback guru. So I feel like he has some weapons at his disposal as well. So I'm not super high on the Broncos, but I'm high on them enough to get to their win total. But Jenks, let's talk about Offensive Rookie of the Year, because this is a market in which we have seen the number shortening for Bo Nix. And of course, we've been piling on saying all these good things about Bo Nix. But if you look at the Offensive Rookie of the Year odds, he is the 4th favorite behind Caleb Williams plus 120, Jane Daniels 6-1, Marvin Harrison Jr. plus 650 in Arizona. And then it's Bo Nix at 13-1, which those odds have already shortened. I believe he was 16-1 over the summer, but he has been improving. And let me preface this by saying, he has not been announced as the day one starter, but I do think Sean Payton gets kicked off a mountain if he names Zach Wilson the starter. I don't see that happening. So I do think that Bo Nix actually has a fighting chance of winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. Because isn't this award usually given to a quarterback? Like if a quarterback does well as a rookie, I feel like he gets the extra nudge forward. So a lot of this maybe hinges on what you think of Caleb Williams, but Caleb Williams is plus 120. Is there any value in considering Bo Nix at 13-1?
I think so, sure. Caleb Williams has looked great. Don't get me wrong. And we'll talk about him in the next segment. He looks like the real deal. It's early, but he looks great. But yes, from a value perspective, I don't want to bet plus 140. And also, I think it depends on, too, like the Sean Payton, Bo Nix connection here, I think is the reason why you take a hard look at Bo Nix, at least from a value perspective, because we know Sean Payton and his history. He's the offensive guru, right? He's the guy that's going to make sure he puts his quarterback in a position to succeed. If Bo Nix looks good, and Sean Payton seems to have a ton of confidence in him, he'll let Bo Nix sling it around. So when you're getting that sort of value and you know you have a head coach who trusts his quarterback and who will allow his quarterback to throw the football a lot, then there's a chance Bo Nix could end up putting up big numbers. Now, I think Caleb Williams will end up being the guy. Maybe Jaden Daniels as well. Jaden has looked very, very good for the Commanders early on. But for a guy who has a head coach like Bo Nix does, and remember, he has that extra college experience as well. So I think that's why we're seeing some of these guys who spent some extra time in college. Even Michael Penix Jr. down with the Falcons in his limited action has looked good. These older guys who spent more time in college are a little bit more advanced as rookies. That's another thing I think Bo Nix has working to his advantage. So I like the value there.
Yeah, and especially with Sean Payton, which you can say what you want about him. Say that he had Drew Brees for a long time, which certainly helps, but he has never won fewer than 7 games in his entire career. So if you're asking me if the Broncos can win 6 games, I think I'm going to hit that. I'm going to go with the over 5.5 wins for the Broncos. All right, hour 3 is on deck. We will talk about the rest of the NFL and what you should know going into the final stretch before the regular season. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
This was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently, every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win, and sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
And while both offenses can put up a ton of points in a hurry,
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster. But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this. Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls three.
3 minutes ago. Put this thing up now.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
Where every game is game 7, because when you've got money on a game, it turns a terrible game into game 7.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL.
They're just not winning games convincingly.
You're kind of playing with house money right now.
That's it! That's it!
And voters voting for him are two different things. I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game.
That may be the direction they go.
Where?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
the Saints are going to be really good next year with this moron head coach and moron quarterback. God almighty.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently, every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win, and sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line for me. When you said the options are Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, it sent a shudder down my spine. I don't know who the worst quarterback rooms are in football, but this is not a good one. But it looks like they're going with Minshew Mania to start the season. It's going to be Gardner Minshew, but I think for me, it's if these two guys are neck and neck, you go with the veteran presence and somebody who has more experience in the NFL. Feels like that's Gardner Minshew here. But the problem is when you go with a veteran like this, you already kind of know their floor. Like their ceiling is maybe high, or excuse me, their floor is maybe higher, but their ceiling is probably lower. So, God, another mess season for the Raiders. This is not a team that I will be, bookmarking to watch their games.
No, me neither. But Antonio Pierce, I will say, has really won over that locker room. I think this is probably the right call. Raiders still 9-1 to win the AFC West, just in front of the Broncos at 18-1. How about the Pittsburgh Steelers? They scored just 3 points against the Bills with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson under center. They fall 9-3 in Pittsburgh over the weekend. Russ, 8 of 10, 47 yards, no points. Justin Fields comes in before halftime, 11 of 17, 92 yards. Had multiple chances to lead game-winning drives, but the Steelers turned the ball over on downs 3 times in the second half. Man, the Steelers need some offensive help in a big, big way. Because Russ might, if you look at the stat line, you say, 8 of 10. But these are just dink and dunk passes. He doesn't look dynamic at all.
No, I think some of the credit, or excuse me, the blame goes to the offensive line as well. They didn't do a great job of blocking, and I think that's why both of these quarterbacks look pretty terrible. But Russell Wilson looked slow and old. And here's, the pro in the favor of Justin Fields. At least Justin Fields is young, and at least Justin Fields can roll out of the pocket and run away from some of this pressure. He at least has the high-end potential. It's almost the opposite situation of Gardner Minshew and the Raiders and Aiden O'Connell, to where Russell Wilson is the veteran. One would think that he has the higher floor, but God, he looks slow. So I think you go with Justin Fields. I know it's not going to be that to start the season probably, but at least Justin Fields, he'll give you some plays that are fun to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know. Doesn't look great for the Steelers.
No, it doesn't. I would go with Justin Fields, honestly. He had that one throw. At least he flashes. Right?
Yeah.
He had that one amazing throw to Dez Fitzpatrick in the fourth quarter where I don't know how he escaped pressure, and then he rolls out to his left and throws an absolute dart. So at least he has those plays where you think, okay, he can make something out of nothing here, which behind that Steelers offensive line, whoever his quarterback is going to have to do that this season. Russell just can't do that anymore. Steelers 7-1 to win the AFC North, picked to finish last. The early results at quarterback, not looking good. How about Caleb Williams? Thus far, again, we all know it's the preseason, but he's looked really good. Bears get a 27-3 win against the Bengals in Chicago. Caleb Williams starts slow, revs up in the second quarter, 6 of 13, 75 yards and a touchdown. Also have 7 yards rushing. But he found a fellow rookie, the stud out of Washington, Rome Odunze, a 45-yard bomb. One thing about Caleb Williams is we always talk about his arm strength, but you forget how elusive he is and that he can run the ball as well. And the early returns, it looks like the Bears have their guy.
Yeah, let's hope so, because he was the first overall pick. So, they invested a lot in him, and they have built around him. So he will certainly have every chance to be good. But you've got to remember, Justin Fields also had a great preseason as well, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody who had flashes of greatness, who was really shifty and made some good throws. I do think Caleb Williams looks like a better passer than Justin Fields. But still, I think it's relative to expectations because in the betting world, it's relative to the market. Right now, what is Caleb Williams doing offensive rookie of the year? Plus 120? And what's the Bears win total? So I think I am ready for Caleb Williams to have a good season, but I'm not going to get carried away by betting on some of these overly priced numbers.
Yeah, that's true. And everyone's all in on Caleb Williams. And of course, he's the number 1 overall pick, so you're going to naturally get that money. I don't mind Jaden Daniels at 5-1. We talked about Bo Nix now at 12-1 at BetMGM, so those odds continue to shorten. I understand why Caleb Williams is the favorite, but I do think from a value perspective, there's a lot of guys on the board that you can make a case for. Even Xavier Worthy at 18-1. I know he's a receiver, and it's hard for a receiver to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. But, man, he's looked good catching those bombs from Patrick Mahomes. A lot of guys that I think are very interesting in that particular market. When it comes to the Patriots, Drake May is battling Jacoby Brissett for QB1. This is what Gerard Mayo says. May went 6 of 11, 47 yards, rushed for 15 yards and a touchdown in that 14-13 loss to the Eagles on Thursday. So May is 35-1 to win Rookie of the Year. I will say this. The one thing about Drake May that I think you have to understand is the best predictor of success in the National Football League, at least early on, is experience in college. And so when you look at a Jaden Daniels, when you look at a Bo Nix, for example, those guys got a ton of experience that Drake May didn't get. So I think it's only natural that he's going to be behind a little bit. He has been, but now he's starting to look better.
Well, also, he plays on a really bad offense, though.
Correct.
He does not have the cabinet of weapons at his disposal that Caleb Williams has, or most of the young quarterbacks across the league. So I think he's, it's going to be a tough season for this offense. And I'm not certainly a believer in Drake May. He's looking better, but how low was the bar? Like, he was looking really bad at the start, of minicamp and some of these practices. So I don't know. It's like a mid-off. It's like Drake May, Jacoby Brissett.
A mid-off.
Wow, fireworks. That's what I'm saying. So again, it's like the situation with the Raiders. I can't find myself wanting to watch either of these teams play football. If it's a Thursday night football game, I'll probably tune in, but I'll probably be playing the under.
Well, you would be making the right call. Yeah, Patriots are going to be bad. And you make a good point, which is, it's a lot easier to look better when you have a rookie going into a situation where he has more talent around him. The Bears did a good job. The Commanders have done a nice job as far as offensive weaponry is concerned. Drake May is just going into a situation where it's, okay, I'll do what I can, guys. And he's kind of behind the curve anyway, again, because of that lack of experience relative to other guys in college. We've been talking about Bo Nix. Is this the official Bo Nix show on the BetQL Network?
No,
feels like it over the past 20 minutes. But the Broncos beat the Packers last night, 27-2. Nix led the Broncos to scores on 6 of 7 drives in the preseason overall. Went 8 of 9 last night, 90 yards, a passer rating of 140.7. So Sean Payton was asked about Bo Nix and whether or not he's going to be the guy. Here's what he had to say.
Well, listen, he's played well. I'm not announcing any starting quarterback tonight, or I'll let you guys know when the time comes. But I thought he played well. You feel his comfort level as he continues to get used to the calls coming in. You kind of feel the poise when he's playing. I thought he was sharp. Obviously, I think he was 8 for 9, and he does a good job of distributing the football, understanding the zones, man-to-man, and what coverage concepts we're getting. But overall, I was pleased.
I'll make the announcement for him. Bo Nix is going to start for the Denver Broncos. There it is. I said it. Breaking news. Well, he's going to go with Zach Wilson. Guys, Bo Nix has done a good job, but we need the experience here. This is an older demographic, and God knows Zach knows that area. I mean, he's a real expert there. So we're going with Zach Wilson. No, he's not going to do that. He's going to go with Bo Nix.
Yeah, he'd be kicked off a mountaintop if that was the case.
Yes.
But Jared Stidham, I guess, is also in the mix. But if you're basing it on performance in the preseason, Jared Stidham probably doesn't have a case because he's had 2 interceptions, no touchdown so far in this preseason. And anybody with eyes can see that Bo Nix is looking so good. So if it's a competition at all, Bo Nix has to win this. Also, he's somebody who is saying all the right things. He is getting high praise even from opposing teams who are coming into those joint practices. Jair Alexander had great things to say about Bo Nix, saying he carries himself like a veteran. So, yes, it's going to be Bo Nix.
It's going to be Bo Nix. Coming up next on the show, who's it going to be today on the baseball card? We've looked at it once. We'll go over it again and tell you the picks and leans we like today on the diamond. It is the Daily Tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday. Stick around.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Let's get it! The Daily Tip from BetQL. Presented by BetMGM. Good morning to you. Great to have you with us on a Monday. Coming up on the show, another look at the card today. Major League Baseball with the Padres hoping to continue their incredible run since the All-Star break. A team I feel sorry for this morning. The George Mason basketball team. Did you hear about this, Chelsea? So they were supposed to go to the Bahamas for the season, take a little foreign tour there, and, just explore different area of our world. This is part of the appeal. You commit to a certain school and you say, oh my God, we get to go to the Bahamas. It's a trip there. Be great. And then all of a sudden this falls apart at the last minute because the travel company that they used for some reason overlooked this entire thing and never scheduled it in the first place. It's called the 7 Group or the VII Group. So now Mason will be refunded. But I feel bad because imagine if you're a kid in a basketball program and you think, oh my God, we got to go to the Bahamas and check this out before the season. This is great for our program. It's great for team building. And now they're going to be at home. They don't get to go. What a bummer.
How does this happen? Like, does nobody ask for like check-ins? Be like, okay, our trip's like a month away. What is our itinerary? And they're like, I don't know. We haven't really looked into it. Like, there were no red flags along the way that this trip was not being planned?
I guess not. They released a statement saying, we're extremely disappointed for our athletes and coaches and supporters for this last-minute cancellation. It was scheduled. This travel company has engaged with many different universities on foreign tours. They have taken full responsibility. We're working to resolve this matter and to get a full refund. We appreciate everyone's continued support. So apparently this company has been working with other schools before, no issues, but for some reason this one fell through the cracks. It's just really odd.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. One would think that a travel company, this is your one job. You had one job and it was to schedule a trip and you didn't do it. So they have to be fired after this, right?
Well, I don't know. They're going to be fired. They're definitely not going to be used again by anyone at Mason. It's a bad look. And by the way, does anyone use travel agencies anymore? Maybe for something like this.
Teams, maybe. Yeah.
Teams, maybe. But I'm talking about like as an individual. Like, are you calling a travel agency? No, you're just going online.
Yeah. I do think some people use maybe these people on Instagram. Have you seen this? These people on Instagram who plan itineraries for trips. And it's not exactly the same thing as a travel agent, but you can pay for these itineraries. It's kind of like, I don't know if you've heard of like Rick Steves Europe. I think it's something similar to that, where it's just like a forum and you pay a little bit. So it's not the same personalized care, but it's something. Because I understand if you go to Europe, you don't speak the language. These are tougher trips to plan yourself.
No, that's very true. So bummer for the Patriots. They deserve better. And of course, Bill Rowland, our executive producer, the voice of the Mason Patriots. So this is a bummer for these kids.
Not a bummer for me. I wasn't invited on the trip, so I was going to ask all of that. No, I was not scheduled to go to the Bahamas, which is fine. It was just a weird thing, and it's not like they didn't have an itinerary. They had like, hey, we're going to have you on this flight and everything else. So they, Chelsea was asking about red flags. There wasn't anything of them going, hey, when are our flights going to be? And they're like, we'll let you know. Don't worry about it. But then, leading up to it, all of a sudden, it was like, hey, we need to get our tickets because they had some guys that were coming not from Fairfax. They were going to meet them in different spots. And that's when it started to be like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
We don't have flights for these guys that are coming from a different part of the country, meeting us down there. And that's when they went, what's going on? And I guess the original company that they worked with had outsourced flights and other things to another company who never did their work.
Oh, okay.
Never did anything. So
that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, people were calling it the Fry Festival. It wasn't anything even close.
I started
to
to say that's a
was,
bit of a stretch.
Yeah, but still, I mean, sucks for those kids because again, you only get to do it once every 4 years.
Exactly.
So now are they going to count this? Because the whole thing is you get the extra practices. If you go on a foreign tour, you get 10 practices in August leading up to your tour. So they did the practices. So by NCAA rules, are they going to now be allowed to, because they didn't go anywhere, are they still not going to be allowed to for another 4 years because you did have the extra practice?
Oh, man.
And you know how the NCAA is.
I was going to say.
So the whole thing.
Hopefully there'll be a little understanding. The NCAA.
Understanding the NCAA?
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
I know.
That ain't happening.
Well, maybe we can understand which bets we like today or not based on some handicapping here. Let's get to it, Chelsea. Red Sox at the Astros. Astros minus 125. Red Sox plus 105. Your total is 8. Juice to the over minus 120. Tanner Huck going for the Red Sox. You say Kikuchi getting the call for the Astros. What do you like?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of roads you can go down in this one. You can look at a total, go with the over, or you can look at the underdogs here. I know Kikuchi has been really good since coming over to the Astros, but here's the thing. Certain pitchers don't match up well against certain lineups, and it feels like that's the case with Kikuchi going against the Red Sox. One of his worst starts of the season, gave up, I believe, 5 earned runs, 7 hits to this Red Sox lineup back when he was playing with the Blue Jays. And remember, he's been playing with the Blue Jays before coming over to the Astros. He has played in the AL East quite a bit. So it means the Red Sox kind of are familiar with him. So I think the Red Sox bats can get something going against Kikuchi here. If you look over the last month, the Red Sox have been one of the best offenses in all of baseball, top 2 in OPS, top 3 in WRC+, and the list goes on and on. It's hard to fade the Astros at this point. Maybe look at Tanner Huck, who has been pretty solid. He had some tough ones, gave up 6 earned runs against the Rangers, but he did have a good one against the Astros. Just a couple of weeks ago, 6 innings strong, only 1 earned run, only struck out 1 though. So he wasn't missing a ton of bats, but still only gave up 4 hits. So maybe the Astros get him better this time around. But still, I think this is a good solid plus money play in the first 5 on the Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the over here. Now, the sabotage factor is Tanner Huck has been really good for the most part, so maybe he shuts down the Astros, but every time he takes the mound, he just gets a ton of run support. In his last 5 starts, there have been at least 10 runs in each of those games. Boston, you were talking about one of the better over teams anyway. I'm going to go over 8, and I found a way to play this over 7 on a hook. I may do that as well. Orioles at the Mets. Mets minus 135. The O's are plus 110. Your total at BetMGM, 8.5. Trevor Rogers going for Baltimore, and the Metropolitans going with David Peterson, who will be towing the rubber. I'm going to lean towards the Mets here, Chelsea. David Peterson has been very sneaky good this year. Given up more than 2 runs only once in his last 10 starts. ERA has dropped down to 3.04. The Mets have won 10 of his last 12 starts this season. And when you look at the Mets against lefties, they have the 7th best OPS against lefties in Major League Baseball. I think they get to Trevor Rogers. I'm going to go Mets money line or Mets first 5 money line.
I think there's another way to play this if you believe in the Mets and if you think they're going to get some runs against Trevor Rogers. And I think that would be the over. Because here's the thing about David Peterson and all of his great numbers that he's been putting up this season. I've counted, and it looks like he's only faced 2 top 10 offenses all season long. It's been a healthy diet of the Nats, the Marlins, the Nats, the Pirates, the Nats, the Marlins, the Braves, who are a far cry from their offense last year, the Angels, the Rockies, and the A's. So yes, he has good numbers, but then he's going to be squaring up against one of the best offenses in all of baseball. So I think he can give up at least a couple. Trevor Rogers, even with the Orioles, has not been great. Gave up a 5 spot to the Nats, gave up a 5 spot to the Guardians. So I think I'm looking at the over at this one, if I do play something at all.
Okay. I think that's fair. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I think I'm going to stick. I just hate, you know how it is. when you're trying to fade the Orioles bats, that's kind of a dangerous thing to do, so I don't necessarily want to do that. But I am going to lean the Mets here. Twins and Padres out in San Diego. The Padres minus 160, Twins plus 135. Your total a low 7. Zebby Matthews making his second major league start for the Twins, and the very underrated Michael King going for the Padres, 10-6, a 3.19 ERA. What's the call here?
Yeah, when I first saw this game, immediate reaction was, okay, we're looking at a first 5 under. I like both of these pitchers. Like you said, for the Padres, Michael King has been fantastic, has an ERA under 2 over his last 7 starts, also playing at a very pitcher-friendly park in San Diego. And Zebby Matthews has been good. And the thing that they have against these lineups is that these batters don't have a ton of familiarity with these pitchers, which I would say the advantage goes to the pitcher in that situation. Zebby Matthews has only made 1 big league start. He was relatively solid, 1-0 with a 3.60 ERA. And then Michael King has only faced his Twins lineup once last year, and it was as a reliever. So not a large sample size there. But the total in this one is so low. It's 7, which means in the first 5, you're probably getting a 3.5. So, Jenks, I like the pitching matchup here, but I think the number is a little bit too low for me. Maybe you could talk me into playing, a full game under 8, but I wouldn't feel great about it because these Padres bats have been so hot, and the Twins are a top 10 offense as well.
Yeah, I hear that. I think I'm just going to go with the Padres here. I found a decent price. You can get them at minus 152 if you look around. So I'm going to do that. I think that's probably a price that you can find some value on just because the Padres have been so good since the All-Star break. And look, both of these bats could maybe hit the over here, but I think ultimately the Padres are the better team. They've won 5 straight at home, so I'm going to lay the juice with San Diego on the money line. Mariners at the Dodgers out at Chavez Ravine. Dodgers minus 140. Mariners are plus 135. Your total is 8.5 at GM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Brian Wu will toe the rubber for the Mariners, and it's Gavin Stone going for the Dodgers. You said earlier in the show that you don't really trust Gavin Stone, so how is that going to affect your bet here?
Yeah, I think we have factors kind of pointing in different directions for the Dodgers right now because Gavin Stone, not somebody I want to trust. He's a little up and down, but the Mariners still don't have good offensive numbers where I'm saying, okay, this is a guarantee where the Mariners are going to score runs for the entire season. And, however you want to slice it, whether it's the last month, the whole season, the Mariners are still in the bottom 5 in most statistical categories. So maybe it's a good spot for Gavin Stone. Then you look at Brian Wu, who's been good altogether. All of his numbers are really good. And plus, you look at this Dodgers lineup, Freddie Freeman, I would imagine, is still going to be out of the lineup. He jammed his finger, I believe, over the weekend. So that's a big bat to take out of the Dodgers lineup. But still, do I want to take an under on the Dodgers? Probably not. I feel like that ends in Shohei Ohtani, going yard with a 3-run home run for me to lose my under. So I don't really like anything in this one. Maybe you do, though?
I really do. If you want some plus money on the card, hear me out on this one. Take a hard look at the Mariners' first 5 money line at plus 110 when it comes to Brian Wu. I know it's the Dodgers, but he has made, Brian Wu, 14 starts this season for Seattle. In those starts, 14 starts, he's been behind only twice. So the Mariners have been either tied or ahead 12 times out of 14 appearances. And if you don't trust Gavin Stone, then why not put your money on a guy who's been really, really good this year? Late in the game, the Dodgers could always come back, but I like the Mariners' first 5 money line at plus 110. Finally, Diamondbacks at the Marlins. And we don't exactly know who's going to go here. Diamondbacks are minus 210. The Marlins plus 170, total set at 8. Now, it looked like Brandon Pfaadt was going for the D-backs. Miami still has not named a starter. Now it looks like Brandon Pfaadt may not go for Arizona. So it's exceptionally difficult to handicap a game, clearly, when you don't have your starting pitchers on the mound. But is there a lean just based on trends or anything here that maybe stands out to you when you see D-backs Marlins at all?
Yeah, simply because the Diamondbacks have been one of the hottest teams in all of baseball. Best OPS in all of the major leagues over the last month. They're starting to put things together. Remember, this is a team that went into the World Series last season. So it's a team that is certainly on that track again if they continue this. And then you look at the Marlins, who are dwelling in the cellar once again. So I think you could make a strong case for the Diamondbacks on the run line. It's minus 125, but it's hard to make a case for any bet when you don't know the starting pitcher. So it's not going to be on the card for me.
Yeah, I think I would lean to the over here. Obviously, you want to see the starting pitchers and who they're going to be, but when you look at the trends, at the very least, I mean, you mentioned how good the D-backs have been, how hot they've been. They're the fourth best over team in baseball, and I was really surprised to read Miami is the fifth best over team in baseball, and it's not because of their bats. It's usually because they're giving up so many runs. So I think right now with the total set at 8, if you get some decent starting pitchers in there, and of course the total could move, I think over 8 is probably the right call between the Diamondbacks and the Marlins. Coming up next in the show, the slates are clean, the bets are fresh. So let's find out which wagers we like most on this Monday, and yes, Business Dongster is here as well. It is a daily tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We have your best bets coming your way shortly here. Chelsea, how much golf did you watch over the weekend? Because I know Jake is a big golf guy. You had the St. Jude Classic, and I always get fascinated by your viewing habits because you keep up with everything, but particularly golf. So were you watching this from start to finish right there in Hendersonville?
We watched some of it, but definitely not start to finish because it's hard with golf because it's an all-day affair and it's an all-weekend affair. I do think the best moment of the entire tournament, though, was not just Decky winning it in thrilling fashion, but did you see the moment where Sam Burns was in the background holding Scotty Scheffler's baby? And
No.
Scotty Scheffler was like teeing off and they were showing his shot. And it was like, whoa, what a nice shot. And Sam Burns is in the background doing like the Simba from The Lion King with Scotty Scheffler's baby. It was amazing. His kid didn't even have on a shirt. It was just the diaper. Like he looked like the New Year's baby in the background. It was very funny.
That is funny. Yesterday, a friend of mine, CJ, you'll know CJ. So he produces the radio broadcast for the Commanders, and it turns out he lives a block away. Quite literally, you leave our place, you walk straight down an alley, you're at his place in 3 minutes. So he was like, dude, I just got back from Miami. The wife and I are going to go on the rooftop and have some drinks and sit by the pool. Come on over. I was like, oh, okay, sure. So we went over yesterday afternoon. And when you were talking about babies, this is what triggered me. And so we're sitting there having a good time. And there's a guy that comes out, and he's got his cute little girl with him. And CJ and his wife knew this guy. They say hello. And then this guy's like, yeah, mom wanted a break, so I brought the little girl up here. And she's kind of walking around, but there's concrete everywhere, like concrete steps, concrete. And so dad's not paying attention. And this little girl's like stumbling around. And both Catherine and I were like about to jump up. Like she's about this close to like falling over on this concrete. And Catherine looks at me with wide eyes. I'm like, I'm about to go over there and grab that baby. And Catherine, about 2 seconds later, like jumps up and goes over and like holds the baby up while dad is like putting his towel down and everything. And I was like, this is an accident waiting. It made me so nervous because this little girl had clearly just learned to walk. So she's getting there, but there's concrete everywhere. Oh my God. I don't know how you parents do it.
Well, here's a secret. Like kids are always an accident waiting to happen. Like this is 24 hours a day. And I'll say this at least, when they're really little and they're really small, at least they have very little to fall from. So like if they're toddling around, they're like, this high above the ground, so if they fall, they just fall back on their diaper. They get back up. Kids are resilient. It's fine.
Okay. Well, I couldn't handle it. My heart was about to jump out of my chest where, oh my God. And then she was fine. She figured it out. I'm not one to judge anyone's parenting. So I feel like that's probably the case. Like, dude, kids are going to be kids. They're going to fall at some point. Not that you leave them alone unattended, but yes, I will say that I had like this secondary anxiety, and I'm not even a dad. I couldn't do it. Honest to God, I couldn't do it. That's why I'm not having kids. I couldn't handle the stress.
I don't think you really get it until you have kids and you understand that like you can't be on edge at all times. Like you simply can't do it. But there are times when I'm at the playground and there's some bad parents out there. Like you'll see like 2 and 3 year old kids who are walking around by themselves, like on the brink of disaster. Like there's this zip line that Blake really likes, and you stand in a line and there's this zip line and it goes pretty fast. And there was this like 3-year-old girl who's just toddling right in front of it. Like parents nowhere to be found. And guess what? She gets clipped by somebody on the zip line. And she takes like a hard hit. Like this would have been like a top hit on NFL Network. And we still don't know where the parents are. So like there are definitely bad parents out there. There are definitely like times where you should be, worried about your kid, but it's not always the case. But it does happen.
Yeah, from time to time. Well, everybody's okay. Will our bets be okay?
Except for that girl.
Except for that girl. Concrete surrounding her. Everyone's okay except for her. All right, let's make the people some money, Chelsea.
to place your bets.
Nothing like a new week. I like this bet already, Chelsea. What do you got?
Yeah, Seth Lugo has been a friend of the program when it comes to betting on him. And here's the thing. I feel like this is a nice little buy low spot for somebody who's had an incredible season, because Seth Lugo, you look at him over his last couple starts, it's been a little rocky. Gave up 7 to the Twins and 4 to the Red Sox. But today, I'm going to be under on his earned runs prop of 2.5. It's a little juicy at minus 153, but this is a really great bounce back spot for him because today's facing the Angels. The thing about Seth Lugo is he is really good against offenses that are not in the top 10. He has had 25 starts this year, and in those 25 starts, he has had 7 starts where he's given up 4 runs or more. 5 of those came against top 10 offenses. So the thing is, you play Seth Lugo when he's playing against the bottom feeder offenses. That's when he really shines. Plus, he's already had a masterclass against the Angels already this season. 8 innings, only 1 run, 12 strikeouts. So I think this is a great spot for a team. You look at the Angels, they have been offensively putrid. Over their last 6 games, in the entirety of the game, they have scored 3 runs or fewer in 6 straight games. So I think Seth Lugo has a good spot here. I'll go under his earned runs prop 2.5 for minus 153.
Oh, man, I'm going to tell you on this. I'll just leave my bets the way they are. I think it's great analysis. I actually like the Royals kind of on the run line here, and they're so good at home, so I don't mind that. You can find that at maybe a little plus money or small minus money, but I think that's a fantastic pick. I'm going to go Padres on the money line. Today hosting the Twins, and here's why. I got him at minus 152. You got Zebby Matthews going for the Twins, Michael King going for the Padres. I like the under as well. Total set at 7. It's really low. If you want to play it up to 8 and hit the under, that's minus 142. But here's the thing about the Padres. Yes, Zebby Matthews is going to have a great Major League Baseball career, but it's only his second Major League Baseball start. Michael King, during the latter half of the season, has been really, really good. Allowed more than 2 runs only once in his last 7 starts. Padres have been red hot since the All-Star break, as we know. They've won 5 straight at home. The Padres also have not lost back-to-back games since their first game after the All-Star break. That is the spot they are in tonight. Padres money line minus 152. You like or no?
Ooh, let's go Friars. I do think it's hard to fade the Padres right now. One of the hottest teams in all of baseball. And Jake, should we be pouring one out for the 8-ball? It's the first day on our show without the 8-ball, who I heard is spending his retirement by dating a 24-year-old cheerleading coach.
Oh, really? Well, he's got some company. He could go on a double date with a certain former Patriots coach, Chelsea. Don't forget, you can stream each and every show on the BetQL Network, twitch.tv/BetQL. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I wonder where he got that idea from. He's having a midlife crisis. He's getting up there in age.
He is. He's getting there.
That is.
Well, he had a good run. It was a good run, but he got fired by the Donkster on Friday. Do you have any other plays that you like?
I like a couple underdogs, but it's not going to make the card for me. Like the Red Sox, and I also like the Pirates. Jose Urena is pitching for the Rangers today. He should not be favored on any team. That's my lane. I'm not playing it, but I do kind of like those.
I got one more for you. This will be an official play. Red Sox, Astros. You were just talking about the Red Sox. I'm going to go over 7.5 at minus 145. I love this number. If you want to play it over 8, do that. If you want to play it over 8.5, do that. Here's the thing. Whenever Tanner Huck is on the mound for the Red Sox, he gets a ton of run support. In his last 5 outings, there have been at least 10 runs in each of those games. Boston, one of the best over teams in baseball anyway. I think they can light up Kikuchi. And Tanner Huck, while he's been very solid, tends to give up at least a couple runs per outing. I think, especially when you look at that Red Sox bullpen, they have the worst bullpen in baseball over the past month. I think we get this late and we get a dub. Over 7.5, minus 145 is the play in H-Town. Time now for your BetQL 5-star best bet for trends, analysis, articles. Just download the BetQL and help yourself become a better Donkster. You fired the 8-ball on Friday. You're wearing a tie now. You're in the business world.
Business Donkster.
Business Donkster. What's going on?
Good morning. I heard about George Mason's trip to the Bahamas getting canceled, so I've been talking to my business associates on Expedia, and I'm going to do the Patriots a solid.
Okay, well, what does that mean?
I've rented 2 buses for the team, and they get to spend a fun-filled weekend in Roslyn, Virginia.
Donkster.
Great.
Roslyn, Virginia is 16 miles away. Why?
Because there's a metro station there. They can learn about the wonder of travel.
That's a terrible idea. Terrible idea. All right, give us a play. I'm going to get to Chris Mack.
Okay, Dad. Dodgers, money line, minus 145, hosting the Mariners. Also, I'm looking at my charts, and futures are up in the stock market.
Okay, good. That's fine. Let's find out what's coming up next on BetQL Network. Oh, he's back. The boys are back. It's Chris Mack. Good morning, Chris.
Oh, good morning, my friends. How are you?
Good. What's going on with you?
Nothing. Took a little week off to recharge. Went down to Siesta Key, Florida with the fam. It was a great time. The water finally cleared up on like the day before we left, post-tropical storm Debbie. But other than that, it's Florida. It's fresh grouper sandwiches. It's 90 degrees and beautiful out every day. Nobody's complaining. Certainly not me.
Yeah, and back to work on a Monday where you get a tepid protein shake out of the pantry and you start your work week. Was that the breakfast of champions today?
I actually put it in the fridge today, Chelsea. Upon your recommendation.
Bon appetit.
That sounds like a drink. What sort of flavor do you go with there, Mac?
Yeah, whatever we grab out of the pantry. Today it's vanilla.
Oh, okay. Very good. That sounds... Wow, good for you guys. Good for you guys. Wow. I'm going to go have some cold pizza later when I get home. Somebody's got to be the degenerate on this show. Matt, good to see your face. Good to hear you again. Have a great week. Have a great show. Yeah, we'll see you soon. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out. Have a great Monday. Have a great week. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL. They're just not winning games convincingly.
You're kind of playing with house money right now.
That's it.
And voters voting for him are two different things. I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game.
That may be the direction they go.
Where?
I don't know. No, it's not.
The Saints are going to be really good next year with this moron head coach and moron quarterback. God almighty.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently, every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win. And sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
And while both offenses can put up a ton of points in a hurry,
I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster. But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this. Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago. Big
balls 3.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
It's time for your morning dose of wagertainment.
Strap in, guys. I might be here a second.
Learn how to close a game. Again, they suck at the end.
With Joe Ostrowski.
Everybody has gotten their rants off just killing the Falcons. That's going too far.
And Chris Mack.
I'll go on record right now. J.J. McCarthy is this year's Kenny Pickett.
This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
On 2nd and 10, Dix wants to throw, zips one in, wide open. Cortland Sutton inside the 5. Robert Rochelle brought him down. Now throwing for it and caught for the touchdown. Tim Patrick will enjoy this one at home. Knicks to Patrick. Maybe that's something we should start getting used to as well.
He's looking downfield, nothing there. Spins away, throws on the move. It is caught! Roma Dunze connects with his fellow rookie. And this is the toughest throw you can do. Throw into your left, away from the arm side, right? And he does it. That is in the bucket, off platform, away from the arm side. That's the type of stuff at USC that was dropping jaws of scouts across the country.
Some rookie quarterbacks who aren't out for the year doing some impressive things on the second weekend of preseason action across the NFL. Welcome in to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM, alongside Joe Ostrowski. I'm Chris Mack. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We are ready for football, both of us. Refreshed. Look at us, like daisies, ready to go after some time off. And we've got plenty of preseason football to talk about. We got college football to talk about. We've got baseball, which we'll sprinkle in, continues to get a little more crazy by the day, by the series, I guess. And the WNBA is back. Caitlin Clark breaking records. A lot to get to, including a look ahead to those week 1 lines in the NFL. Thanks to NFL Network for the sound on those preseason games, as that's what most of us had our eyes on over the weekend, Joe, those NFL preseason games, and Fox Sports on the Bears-Bengals call. Caleb Williams, I texted you from a plane, Joe Ostrowski, on Saturday afternoon to tell you how impressed I was with Caleb Williams. But then Bo Nix, who I don't know if either one of us is super high on, goes out and maybe he's the one we should all be talking about after his first 2 performances this preseason. 6 scores and 7 drives in his first 2 games, including last night.
I'm failing over here in the Chicagoland area, Bears fans everywhere. Look, it's back to the heyday. I don't know what's going to happen with Caleb Williams, but the Bears are respected by everyone. They run this town. They always have. That's just how it is. You know, the Cubs are probably the second most popular team, but the Bears are number 1 far and away. And when they're good, there's nothing like it. I don't know if they're going to be good. I think it's going to be an average season overall, which we'll continue to talk about, which would be a good step up for them. But everyone is engaged. Everyone. They are watching every snap of these preseason games. And I know that's happened in a lot of places, but especially where you have quarterback battles, new quarterback situations, like in your city there. But man, you suddenly forgot about the three and outs, 3 consecutive 3 and outs. And then it's like, whoa, Bears look good. I know it's preseason, but they look pretty damn good. They're going to be dangerous. And it's hard to fight against. It is, even though, Jamar Chase wasn't on the field. That defensive performance was not against Joe Burrow. I get it. I don't want to be the wet blanket, but you do need to be reminded of that a little bit. But you're seeing everything that you want to see in a lot of these situations. It's interesting from the betting angles. So many unders. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
The majority of teams, week 2, maybe something to file for next year. I'd say the majority, nobody's playing. The teams that are playing their guys are a few veteran coaches that just do it their way, 1 or 2 series every single year. Even Pat Mahomes is playing. But for the most part, first starters, second string for most teams end up sitting, and then we're shocked that all these unders keep on coming in.
Yeah, and you get scores like, what was it last night in that Broncos-Packers game? It ended up like 27-2.
2.
It's a 2.
Like, Cincinnati scored 3, Green Bay 2. You had a 9-3 game. Oh, God. Just pretty awful.
Yeah. It's preseason football, and even when the starters are playing in a couple of those spots, like you said, where the coaches insist on getting them a couple of series, or maybe there's a quarterback job to be figured out, or whatever it is, even where those starters are playing for multiple series, it's still not the prettiest football in most of those spots. But again, the rookie quarterbacks were the ones to keep an eye on. We mentioned Williams. I watched the first episode of Hard Knocks as well. Haven't caught up on the second one yet because was out of town this past week. But I understand in Chicago the excitement, right? You've got everything swirling around about the first overall pick, the Hard Knocks. You've got in most years, I would have to think that most teams in the NFL who are sort of on the ascendancy, right, on the rise after bottoming out for several years, would be happy with just Rome Odunze alone as a first-round pick, but you've got Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, and you've got Caleb throwing off platform to Odunze, a dart down the sideline, which is the one I texted you about that I referenced earlier. You're right. There are the 3 series that are bang, 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 and out. But that's what you're going to get from rookie quarterbacks, whether it's Caleb Williams, whether it's Bo Nix, Drake May, whoever it may be. We're going to see quarterbacks look, have flashes of brilliance, and maybe the flashes are bigger and longer for some of those quarterbacks. And then you're going to have moments where they look like, rookies.
I have this hard shell when it comes to the Bears, but I've got to admit something. So that big play to Rome that you mentioned, that was the big play in the first half, the big play, the highlight that everybody saw from the Caleb performance. And then very close to a touchdown to Rome in the corner of the end zone. Awesome throw. Rome not able to get his feet down. That That was the last home game of this preseason for the Bears. But in that moment, as a play was developing, following this on the touchdown by Caleb, as that's developing, which he ended up running like 50 yards, even though it was like, a 6-yard rushing touchdown. And you hear the crowd and you see him just making something out of nothing. And we saw that in his time at USC as well. And I got to admit, I had goosebumps as that play was developing. I was like, oh man, suck me in. I never bought in on Trubisky. I didn't buy in on a lot of the other ones, but this one feels so different in so many ways. Like there were some moments with Fields and you had some hope, but he never had any help. So I kind of hope it works out for him in Pittsburgh, but this feels completely different.
Well, I mentioned Saturday afternoon watching that game, and then right after that series, I tuned out. I flipped over. I watched a movie, and then right at the very beginning of the Chiefs-Lions game, I had flipped over. I went from watching Caleb Williams throw that off-platform dart to Odunze down the sideline to then one of the very next passes I saw thrown was Patrick Mahomes going behind the back to Travis Kelce. So I'm not going to make that comparison between Caleb and Patrick Mahomes. It's not fair. But it was ish. It was Mahomes-ish.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Some other rookie quarterbacks worth talking about. And we can address any of these three situations in any order you want to, since we didn't get to talk it all last week. The McCarthy injury, obviously, out for the year. I would never say an injury is good for a player, but I think in so much as he's not going to be asked to play at all this year, it's good for J.J. McCarthy. We've also got Michael Penix Jr. not playing at all the rest of the preseason, it looks like.
Yeah.
They're basically saying we saw enough from him in one preseason game. Okay. I don't know what that really means for a guy who's not going to play, wouldn't suspect is playing at all in the regular season. And then last but certainly not least, Jaden Daniels, a guy we've talked a lot about when we've talked Offensive Rookie of the Year. If you're looking for an option at a better price than Caleb Williams, the big favorite, continues to look good. 10 of 12, 78 yards in a game this weekend against, again, another ugly game on the scoreboard, just 19 points between the Dolphins and the Commanders, but he continues to look good as well.
Oh, there's more. Drake May, too. Like that was a noteworthy performance that he had for New England. I know it was back on Thursday, but yeah. I mean, add that to the list. Your headliner's Bo Nix, right? It's got to be with Denver. 8 of 9. Touchdown. He had 2 drives yesterday. He's had the ball for 7 possessions, and they have 6 scoring drives with him. Okay.
Yeah.
He was one that we pinpointed. We expect to start week number 1, and nothing we've seen would suggest that that's not going to happen. Like he's probably going to be the starter. We'll talk about it coming up. He's going to be getting 5 points at Seattle as of this moment. +5 at Seattle, which is really interesting. But I think it's going to be Bo Nix, and maybe Sean Payton was right about this guy. Maybe. We shall see. He doesn't even have a lot of weapons yet either. And he's having some success, be it against backup quarterbacks. So certainly that was a big story over the weekend. The Penix thing is so strange. You could take this any direction you want. Okay, if you want to take everything the Falcons are saying at face value, which I would not do. That's just my practice with NFL teams. But, he looks that good. You don't need to see anything. I know a lot of people that are like, wait, he's not out there. Why? Does he look that bad? Are they that embarrassed of making this pick that was criticized nationally, since draft night to now, and it's going to be until they show that he's a star player? Are they embarrassed? Like, why? What is the upside? Does this mean he's actually in on the job? Are they trying to protect him? Seriously?
Yeah.
Wait, Cousins and the money and the Achilles? Yeah, there are a million questions that I really don't know what direction to take it. We mentioned the Drake May performance, but there are a lot of interesting things. How about guys in new scenes producing? I know it means nothing against backups, but Sam Howell, phenomenal for Seattle, and Mac Jones balling out for the Jaguars.
All right, Mac Jones balling out for the Jaguars. Let's pump the brakes. He came back in the fourth quarter after an injury and was playing against guys who are going to be driving UPS trucks next week. Shout out to all our UPS listeners. We love you.
It wouldn't surprise me if both of those guys end up salvaging an NFL career. They go to a situation, they don't have the pressure, they're not the starter, they're good enough to be a starter at some point in this league, but maybe they can step in and be relied upon if the starter goes down. Like those teams maybe have security at QB2.
Yeah, Sam Howell's going to get an opportunity to start games this year. Gino's already been dinged up in the preseason. Performance is always a question as well, whether you're going to get bad Gino or good Gino. You get bad Gino / injured Gino, that could give you Sam Howell for a few weeks in a row in Seattle. Something to keep an eye on. Also, you mentioned all the unders. If we include the Hall of Fame game, we have 33 preseason games to this point. Only 7 have gone over. Only 7. And we mentioned some of the ugly point totals we've had. This past week included, we had a 12 in Pittsburgh between the Steelers and Bills. We had a 19 in Miami between the Commanders and Dolphins that I mentioned. A slew of 20s the week before that. We had a 19 in LA between the Seahawks and the Chargers. A 17 between the Lions and the Giants. This is what we've come to expect. And look, we play that game Trend or Truth sometimes here on BetQL Daily. This is truth. Like NFL preseason games go under, especially the first 2 weeks when nobody is playing, Joe.
Yep. So we only have one more week of preseason left. Let's see what happens. Everybody's going to be talking about this in the gambling space this week since the Hall of Fame game. I don't even think you can count the Hall of Fame game because it ended up being a void because you have to have at least 55 minutes of football. But yeah, 14-2 this week, 14-2 to the under. It was 12-4 in the first week. The other thing is the team getting points, the team with good plus money on the money line, they have a winning record. The underdogs are winning in the preseason. That's certainly something. Yeah, embrace the variance a little bit. 2 overs this weekend. Detroit, Kansas City at 47 points. That flew over 38.5. And then Minnesota, Cleveland, close-ish. 39 points scored in that one. But I'm looking at these week 2 numbers at the totals, Chris, and we're still getting some upper 30s. Why? Well, why would they do that? It's hitting at such a high clip, 80% to the unders. I'm going to just automatically play the unders. Be careful. I would not suggest that. We're going to see starters out there. Right. It's the last chance to play football before week 1. Starters are going to get more time. You think of this weekend, the teams that didn't play anybody: Chargers, Rams, Colts, Packers, Bucks, Bills, Titans, Cardinals, Jets, Panthers, Lions, Browns. Like all these teams playing nobody, and that's going to change this weekend. So I wouldn't suggest blind betting every single under.
No, you're going to see a good number of starters on offense getting several series, if not full quarters or full halves in most places. And don't forget, the defensive starters, they don't usually, for whatever reason, play nearly as much in this final preseason game as the offensive starters who've been sitting around and the coaches feel like, oh, we got to shake off some rust. Your Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett's, TJ Watts, Max Crosby's of the world, couple series probably in off the field before there's any chance that they may get hurt. College football gets started this weekend. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. Will Hill of Fox Sports will join us in the third and final hour here on BetQL Daily. But week 1 of the regular season now just 2 weeks away. Some of the storylines that can affect those lines, those spreads, those totals that are out there right now and angles we may have next right here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
2 weeks from today, we will be talking week 1 of the NFL season. 2 weeks from today will be just 72 hours out from kickoff of the 2024 NFL season. And in like 30 seconds from now, we'll start digging in to those spreads, those totals, those lines that are posted for week 1 of the NFL season. Alongside Joe Ostrowski, I'm Chris Mack. You are with us here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM, live every single weekday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL. And, of course, YouTube, the Odyssey Sports channel. You can watch the show in either of those locations. And, of course, take us with you listening to the show wherever you are and whatever you're doing live, coast to coast, not just on the BetQL network, but inside your free Odyssey app as well. AUDACY, top of the hour. College football week 0 is here. Week 0. Whatever. There's college football. You call it week 0, week 1. I don't care what you want to call it. It's the first weekend of college football. And there are games to be played and, of course, games to bet on. We'll talk about it at the top of the hour. And at 11 a.m. Eastern, Will Hill of Fox Sports and the Bear Bets podcast will join us to talk about not just the NFL. Maybe we'll sprinkle in some baseball as well. Today's MLB card coming up 1 hour from now here on BetQL Daily. But let's talk about the week 1 lines, Joe. Let's talk about I see so many 3s, 3.5s. There's a couple 4s out there. We didn't get any double-digit spreads, at least not that I've seen. There's one that's sort of cresting right on that 9.5, right? Bengals, Patriots, could be 10 in some spots. 9.5 as I see it at BetMGM. When you scroll through the week 1 lines, where do you want to start? Do you want to start on Thursday with the Ravens and Chiefs, or is there another game that jumps out at you?
Where do I want to start? How about this morning, looking at these lines, just salivating. Like, it's really here. It's kind of almost here. We're done with week 2 of the preseason. We're going into the final week. Then we're going to have that pause in between. You have Labor Day weekend and all that. And then, boom, here we go.
It's here.
Let's go. We're less than 3 weeks. Getting sick of those. I'm glad we're doing this because, like, I'm sure you've been consuming a lot of the preseason, like the team preview stuff, like nonstop, and everybody's talking about the same stuff again and again. We've been talking about it for about 4 months. Like, we're just ready. Can we get here right now, please? And then this was perfect, just a perfect appetizer. Coming back from a little time off, looking at this. I mean, we got to start with the lid lifter, right? We've got to start with Baltimore, Kansas City. Sure. Okay. So, Andy Reid off the bye. You want to fade him? He's off the off season. So, but I can come right back at you with, hey, Harbaugh with a lot of time to prepare and that coaching staff, even though we are concerned about the offensive line and the new defensive coordinator, here's Pat Mahomes in game number 1. Good luck to you. So I find that fascinating. But anytime you're telling me I get Lamar Jackson and I'm getting nearly a field goal, I know it's Mahomes on the other side, who he's actually had some success against. That is one that I'm drawn to. I'm not going to be laying the 2.5. That is Ravens or nothing for me as we start the season on that Thursday before we get to Friday night football.
Listen to the joy in his voice.
I made the mistake. of scheduling a baseball game on that Friday night. Like, I did a very good job avoiding every Sunday, avoiding all the big college games on Saturday.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to schedule games and people are like, you don't have any weekends available? I'm like, no home dates on the weekend. Can't find anything. We got weekdays or nothing. Oh, not Mondays though, and not Thursdays either.
Thursdays.
We can do Tuesday, we can do Wednesday, and I'm doing a little Friday evening. So I scheduled it at 5:30. So I think we'll be in the clear as soon as the game's over. Let's head to the bar. Let's go watch the Packers game. I forget who they're playing. Whatever. Give me Baltimore plus 2.5. We gotta go through these because there's I got 5 other locks for the week.
Already, good Lord, he's ready to go. People, he's all charged up after some time off, and he's ready to go on week one. I don't like the Ravens in that spot. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to the Chiefs laying 3 yet. 2.5, I'd feel a little bit better. Yeah, 3 at BetMGM right now. Friday night, Eagles, Packers. You mentioned that one. Eagles laying 1.5. 48.5 on the total. Okay, interesting. Week one, probably some rust for both of these offenses. I don't know if we get there. There are some totals that are interesting. Week one, especially if we get similar to last year, offenses slow out of the gate. I think that's worth keeping an eye on. Or do we get the impact? I know our guy, Warren Sharp, has written about this a lot. The impact of the hip drop tackle being called or those flags. I haven't seen one of those flags yet, by the way, in the preseason. We talk about the impact of new penalties and how they could swing games or swing moments in games every time there's a rule change coming into a season. I have not seen one single hip drop penalty flag thrown yet, Joe. So I don't expect any impact when the regular season starts. I expect things to continue to trend in the direction of the defense like we saw last year, especially the first half of last year. So that under 48.5 on Packers-Eagles on that Friday night in Brazil, that's an interesting spot right out of the gate, too, when we're talking about these kickoff games.
I hate the kickoff. It is so stupid. What do you think? Isn't it dumb? What are they doing? Why are we doing this?
I'm trying to convince myself because I was all about this creating some level of opportunity for big plays, right? I thought that would be a thing. And I'm trying to convince myself that coaches are just being like uber conservative because it's the preseason and they don't want to give anything away, and that we'll see some wrinkles thrown in once the regular season starts. I don't know. I've come back around to I'll believe that when I see it. I think we're going to get it. As much as the league wants to make the kickoff a play again, coaches don't. Coaches want to play it safe. They want to control what they can control, and the kickoff is one of those things that has been a controllable for such a long time for so many of these coaches. They're not willing to give that up and make it any less controllable by trying to get quirky with where the kicker places the ball or some sort of end around attempt on a return. I have a feeling, like you said, the kickoffs are going to be dumb and boring, and we'll end up more often than not starting drives somewhere around the 25 or the 30 like we did even in the last 15 years before this rule was instituted.
Paul Aspen asked, will it impact your handicapping at all? Not one iota. Until I am proven wrong, and maybe I will be proven wrong in the first month of the season. I'm not banking on that. And what we're seeing now is teams willing to try stuff because it's new. Let's put ourselves in some uncomfortable situations because it doesn't matter, because it's the preseason. And then when we get to the real stuff, they're going to say, yeah, enough of that garbage. I don't see the upside in it. Just kick it through the end zone. And it's going to be a nothing like it was a nothing last year. It's not going to impact it at all. And so the league is going to react by saying, okay, let's punish these coaches. We really want to make this a play in the game. You know, it's becoming a boring aspect. How do we penalize them? You can't just do kickoffs. Do we move it to the 40? Do we move it to the 45? Like maybe something like that. That'll be interesting. But I think for this season, it's going to be a nothing.
Yeah, it is, interesting. I could see some coaches who get into the minutia saying, okay, I don't want to start them at the 30, especially late in the ball game where maybe it's a field goal game and a coach tightens up and says, well, no, I don't know, Tucker. I don't want you just blasting it through the end zone. I want you dropping it down near the goal line so they have to return it and we'll have to actually cover it. And, we'll say we'll give ourselves 5 yards because we'll bring them down at like the 25. But yeah, I just think coaches don't want any more variables thrown into the mix than they already have thrown into the mix. So yeah, I think it's going to be very, very conservative on anybody going out on a limb on these new kickoff rules until one person shows some level of success with it, right? And then maybe you'll have some renegades, some vanguards who go, oh, let's try this. But even then, coaches hate unpredictability. They're not going to want to go in that direction. I tend to agree with you.
Give me Pittsburgh plus 2.5 at Atlanta, week number 1. Arthur Smith revenge game. Boy. You've got to have some sort of a Justin Fields package. We didn't talk about that, how he outperformed Russell Wilson and Mike Tomlin's out there. Okay, now we got a competition. There's one more game left. Now we got a competition because Russ is completely healthy. I don't know some of the chatter there. I'm assuming it's pro Justin Fields, just viewing it from a distance, watching the highlights over the weekend. But yeah, in that specific game, the Falcons not playing anybody that this preseason. They still don't have a defense that exists. Judon's a nice addition, but I still don't trust their defense. They're probably going to be bottom 5 in the league. Give me Pittsburgh plus 2.5. If that gets a 3, that won't last long.
Wow. I just have no confidence in the Steelers offense. Aside from the couple little flashes that Justin Fields has shown, there's nothing to believe in this offense because the line is a disaster, whether it's due to injuries or guys who just aren't performing up to their capabilities, who they thought would be playing one position and are now playing on the other side of the line or whatever it may be. Plus, here's the thing with the Steelers offense. It doesn't matter if it's Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. It doesn't. You know why? Because Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. And this offense is going to continue to look all too similar to what Matt Canada provided them the last few years, as long as they are horizontally inclined and vertically challenged, right?
It'll be better. It'll be better. It'll be better than Matt Canada.
Joe, if I invest $50 every time Cordarrelle Patterson catches the ball going horizontal behind the line of scrimmage, my kid's college tuition will be funded by Thanksgiving. This offense is bland, stale, and incapable of doing anything that doesn't include Justin Fields when he's on the move because the offensive line has broken down. I fully expect this offense to struggle very early. Again, whether it's Wilson or Fields, that 43 as a total, I think, is an indication. Let's continue with that nonsense. At 43 on the total in Atlanta in week 1, I think gives you a very good indication of what level of belief the books have, at least, in both of these offenses, especially the Steelers.
So we started the show talking about how I am sort of high on the Bears, high-ish. With that said, give me Tennessee plus 4.5 at Chicago. You have a rookie quarterback with these elevated expectations. The city is about to combust, and it's going to be the start of the season. And hey, Rook, you're laying 4.5 in your career debut. Have fun with that. The Titans, they're going to fix the offensive line this year. That's been their focus this offseason. They added at the receiving core. I'm higher than I expected to be on Tennessee, but I'm not asking for them to win. I'm just asking them to keep this basically a one-score game. 4.5 points is way too much before we've seen Caleb Williams take one professional snap.
Yeah, you give me 4.5. I think I'd be on Tennessee there as well, just because all the points you made, all of the steam coming on Chicago and Caleb, and he's going to have moments, like I said, where he looks, it's like we talked about to start the show, the off-platform throw to Rome Odunze along the sideline, the throw he made to him in the back of the end zone, even if Odunze, couldn't get his feet down. And then he's going to have moments where he goes 3 and out on 3 straight series like he did to start the game, and he looks like a rookie quarterback sometimes, especially when you get into the regular season against a team. The Titans defense is not altogether impressive, but you get a head coach who's the son of a very experienced NFL coach who's kind of working as an advisor there. They're going to cook some stuff up to put Caleb in a blender. So yeah, I think 4.5 with Tennessee is definitely a good look. I'll tell you another one that I like, even though it's a big number.
Cincinnati.
Buffalo laying. Well, yeah, that one, I think. Is there anybody that isn't laying whatever they put in front of you for Bengals Patriots? I mean, really. Before I get to the Bills game that I was going to mention, what's the number have to get to before you're not laying it with Cincy against New England in week 1?
11, I pause.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
I pause. I still probably bet it.
Yeah.
I mean, that
if it's Brissett. Brissett, absolutely. I'd probably bet if it's May too.
Yeah. I mean, does it matter? Does it matter at all?
I think May's better right now.
Oy. I don't. They're a disaster. There's nothing I love more right now than that ticket I took for them. I forget what the number is. It's something ridiculous for them to go 0-17. It's just preying on the Patriots' downfall is just such a good feeling. Sorry, Boston fans. The other one I was going to mention real quick: Arizona, Buffalo. Bills laying 6.5 at home. I think if you got to 7.5, I might do the same in that one and pause.
Really?
But yeah, as much as I'm out on the Bills this year, the Cardinals on the road back east to open, that just sounds like Kyler Murray not showing up.
I hear you. Maybe I would do Buffalo and a teaser, but probably not. The primetime dogs, I think, are intriguing, which we'll spend a lot of time on. Rams getting 3.5 at the Lions on Sunday night, and then Monday night, I mean, Jets +5 is an automatic against San Fran for me. 5?
Ooh. Let's get into that a little bit later. 11:20 Eastern, we'll get into the rest of our Week 1 NFL card. Coming up next, we're both back after some time off. I'm sure we've got some complaints. A case of the Mondays here on BetQL Daily.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays. Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Look, we've both been off. We've had some time to rest, recuperate, refresh, get ready for football season, which is right around the corner. We started talking NFL Week 1 lines a couple minutes ago. We'll get back into more later in the show. College football Week 0, just a couple minutes away as well. Alongside Joe Ostrowski, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. You would think there's very little for us to complain about, Joe, but here's the thing about taking time off. You've got things that need to get done, or you've got
yes.
Yes. And look, if there is a place where the case of the Mondays segment could go and just rest for until the end of time and still find a list of complaints longer than my arm, it would be the airport, where we went last Saturday and the Saturday before that, because we flew to Florida, had a family vacation down there, and then flew back. And the airport is filled with people who deserve to be mentioned on a case of the Mondays, in particular in the security line, where if you've got a reason to get ahead of somebody. So, for example, I'll give this example. Our son a couple years ago had brain surgery, right? And he's got a device that's implanted in his head. It helps with a movement disorder that he has, and it runs down to a battery pack and that's implanted in his chest. So he can't go through metal detectors, right? Yeah. And so we call TSA ahead of time. When we travel, we do this. And TSA will take us to the side, let us go through the line ahead of everybody, right? And they pat him down and do whatever they have to do to make sure everything's good, right? And we get on this tram after we get through TSA at Pittsburgh International, and an older woman is hustling to try and get on the tram that moves over to the other terminal.
How old do we talk?
Not old. I mean, a middle-aged woman, probably in her 60s, right? And but she gets in
middle
just
age
before the door slam. Sure.
Okay.
We were.
No,
we're not. No. As long we are always what we are, which is not old nor middle aged. We are what we are, and then everybody 20 years older than us is middle aged. Okay. Anyway, this older woman barely gets onto the tram. Door slams shut behind, and she looks at my wife. She has the stones to look at my wife and say, "Whew, barely made it. I'm not sure what got you guys ahead of us in line." And my wife just looks at her and goes, "Oh, our son. He's got like a device in his brain because he had surgery a couple years ago." This woman's...
How tall did she feel?
Oh, real small. But it was like, I don't know what it is. You would never speak to someone like that. I don't think. I don't anyway, in public. But when you get to an airport, people feel like they're entitled to be number one and no one else comes before them, regardless of how many other thousands of people are in that airport at the same time.
Just a little insight is at that moment, like my first reaction would be, oh, I guarantee she's not the only bleep hole feeling that or thinking that line, watching you guys just, jump ahead in line, which should of course be the case. And but you would think you would have a little common sense to be like, there's gotta be a reason.
There's a reason, right? Yeah. Every time I see somebody who's the people that get to pre-board on the flight and all that kind of stuff, go, well, there's a reason, right? There's obviously a reason. What? It's going to take me an extra 5 minutes.
People get mad at people get mad that there are airlines that let veterans go on first. Like, there's just these. But
why at airports do people feel like they can act a certain way? Like, people will sit down or even on planes, like, keep your shoes on the plane. That's all I'm asking. Like, I don't need to see your feet on the plane. This isn't your couch in your living room. This isn't you're not in bed. Like, I know you're trying to get comfy and you got your little eye patches that you're going to pull down once we get to cruising altitude, or you're sitting there watching a movie on your iPad or whatever. This ain't your living room, man. We're all stuck on this flying tin can going 500 miles an hour for the next 2 hours together. Please act like a civil human being.
They can't. And Paul brings up it's just something that gets me every time. As soon as you land, the people that stand up like you're going to rush the line. Like, okay, it's the same order.
Where are you going?
Every time. Why are you standing up? Sit your ass down. I know you want to stretch. Okay, you can stretch for a moment. You don't need to stretch for 25 minutes and have your ass in my face. Okay, if I'm on the aisle. Like, just
you're in
sit
row
your ass
23.
down.
Sit the hell down. You're not getting off this
down.
plane for another 15 minutes.
My knees hurt too. Okay. Yeah, I'm at that stage. I'm sore all the time. I stand up, I hear a creak in the knees. I get it. Like, it sucks. But this is what's happening right now. I don't want to be next to you either. Yeah.
We're not middle-aged, no matter what the knees say.
20 years ago, this was middle age. I'm just telling you. Okay. I wasn't sure. See, this story. So we didn't do anything crazy this summer. Like a few little like lake house here or there.
Nice.
Family, friends, stuff like that, but nothing. I'm glad it was a staycation because stories like this, most of the unless it's like a big vacation that I'm really looking forward to and I got the countdown going on for a long time. I can't wait to get away. Most of the time, I would prefer the staycation. I'd prefer it, like being able to accomplish something. But then there's the last week where I spent every day at Home Depot. I was jotting down earlier what I need to get at Home Depot again. Just so many projects and not even close to being done. I won't even begin to tell you what I did to my yard. It was just, when I thought about it later, I'm like,
with the sprinklers?
Oh, well, part of it, just our yards destroyed. There are holes everywhere. So I realized that I took on the project of leveling the yard because of all the issues. I realized that we dumped 1,000 pounds of sand and dirt over the past few days in my yard. 1,000 pounds. Oh, yeah. And did I go rent an aerator on Saturday? Yeah, I did that.
What are you doing to yourself?
What are you doing?
You chose a project that is simply too large to complete in the 7-day window that you had.
Yes.
And so now it's going to continue into the part of the year where you should have no projects. The only projects you should have should be, hey, can you go down to the steps under the steps in the basement and get the holiday decorations out? That should be the biggest project any of us have in the next 3.5 months.
Oh, and we have a first fall ball practice tomorrow. Yeah, like I'm an idiot. I'm a complete moron. Like I'm forgetting how busy the football season is. Like the next couple of weeks won't be that bad because it's going to be a continuation of what we've been talking about for quite some time. But once the train leaves the station, like it's over. It's over. So, but I can't wait. Like somebody asked me the other day, like, so like, are you looking forward to it? Because you work nonstop. I don't see you for a few months and it's every day. I'm like, yeah, I am. I am looking forward to it because everybody's in. Like I can do my show talking about this MLB card on a random July Wednesday. Nobody's listening. Nobody gives a damn. No, we're all in. The Bears are relevant. I love the NFL. As much as I complain about it, I cannot wait. And it includes Saturdays too, of course, and Mondays and Thursdays and Maction and man, let's go. I'm here.
There is something so soothing. I was trying to explain this to my wife last night because, our kids go back to school a week from today. She's like, August comes and, I get kind of down and depressed because and I was like, no, it's the return to routine. It's the return to normalcy.
Yes, I love it.
It's the return to, I know what to expect every single day. I know Monday, I'm going to sit there and think about everything that I saw the day before and what to expect that night. I know Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm going to consume every single word all of these coaches
injury reports
to say. Injury reports on Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday, it's all college ball for 12 hours plus or whatever it may be. And then I know Sunday, glorious Sunday, I'm going to sit down with a game over here and red zone over here, and I'm just going to be in my happy space for another 12 hours or so. And then Monday, the whole cycle starts all over again. I was like, no, this is the return to routine and normalcy that we need, rather than kids running in and out of our house at all hours of the day. And Mom, I need a ride. And Dad, I need this. And can I have $20 for that? Oh, can you uncover the pool? Oh, can I go over here? Can I? No,
pool's closed.
Your ass,
yeah, let's go.
Your ass is going to school. The bus is going to be outside at 6:55, and I'm not going to see you again until 3:00. I can't wait.
Go. I can't wait. Don't mean to make you jealous. Wednesday for us. And I actually attended the drop off, which I'm never a part of the other day, of all the useless equipment. Like, some of it's needed, but the colored pencils and the markers and this and that, and who am I going to be who's at my table, and
right.
Let's go. One other case of the Mondays, which is just, I don't remember when this happened. Maybe this is a couple weeks ago, but after I initially left. Are you getting killed by bugs out there? I'm getting destroyed.
So
my body is just losing so much blood.
So in Pennsylvania, it's not as we have these lantern flies. They look like moths. They're like black and white spotted. They look like moths. They don't bite though. They're just a nuisance. They're everywhere. And they like kill trees and stuff. But in Florida, I have never been ravaged by mosquitoes and bugs like I was this past week. We tried to walk to the beach one morning, and there was still standing water left next to the beach paths from the tropical storm the week before. We literally turned around and ran in the opposite direction back to the parking lot. There were so many mosquitoes, and we were swatting them off of ourselves. And I am still covered in bites. You can't see that on the camera, but like little red welts all over my arms and legs.
Bites everywhere. There's these mysterious bugs that are apparently feeding off the leftover cicada eggs, and you don't even feel the bites at the time. And like they're everywhere, just everywhere. My son got attacked by wasps 3 times the other day. Like, it needs to. I'm inviting the football season also, so I never have to leave the house.
Yeah, stop going outside. Stop doing that. College football gets us started this weekend. We look at week 0 and the big picture as things get going this weekend next year on BetQL Daily.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to BetQL Daily on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
College football week 0 is upon us. Not a very full slate, but it's college football anyway. We'll get into it. Plus, just look ahead to the season as a whole in a minute here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM, live coast to coast on the BetQL Network. Wherever you may be in the world, we are right there with you inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's free. Download it today. And then, maybe you're stuck hauling the kids around now that school is back in session in a lot of places. Whatever it is, we're there with you. You're at the gym, you're at work. You've always got the second screen on as well, right? So watch the show, twitch.tv/BetQL, or on YouTube. Just search for the Odyssey Sports Channel. And of course, anything you may miss, you can always download in podcast form as well inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search BetQL Daily. That includes what we spent our summer doing, the day-by-day team previews as we did countdown to kickoff, a different team every single day in the NFL this past summer. Go back. You want to get caught up now? By all means, go ahead and do so with about 2 weeks, a little less than 3 weeks to go until kickoff of the NFL season. We'll take a look at today's MLB card in just a couple minutes here on BetQL Daily. And the WNBA back post-Olympics. Caitlin Clark breaking records. No surprise there, I don't suppose. Looks like we could get Caitlin and Angel, both the Fever and the Sky, in the playoffs. We'll get into that a little bit later as well. Will Hill, 1 hour from now from Fox Sports, to talk a little bit of everything, especially football. But college football, here, Joe, week 0. Okay, week 0 in and of itself is a silly term, in my opinion. But what it means is we've got football here, college football, to bet on. And not just the Florida State-Georgia Tech game that gets everything going on Saturday over in Ireland, SMU, Nevada. We've got Hawaii, right? Who can resist a Hawaii game late on the first Saturday night of the college football season? And, of course, plenty of futures that we may still want to lock in. I guess as we approach things, that's the one spot that I keep coming back to is if you look at the board at BetMGM, for instance, you see that we've got a 12-team playoff this year, right? And there are currently 8 teams that are favored to make the playoff. That means that as soon as you get to the name LSU at plus 125 or Michigan at plus 140, Florida State 150, Missouri 180, you are running into some teams that may be expected to go to the playoffs by their fan bases or by a lot of college football analysts, but you're actually getting some return on if you were to bet them to go to the playoff. That's the spot I keep coming back to, is those teams that I guess we would consider like 9 through 16 or so, and which ones do I believe in to get to the playoff and how we expect this 12-team playoff to be constructed.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of levels. More of an interesting conversation because typically it's just the battle of those top 4. Does a 5th team sneak in? But I wonder how that's going to go. Like those playoff shows, when those would be released, just now that cut line is further down. Is it going to be talked about as much, or is it going to be talked about more because we have a larger pool of teams that could potentially be in the playoff? I'm not sure. That cut line, the teams that we're talking about, it's not quite March Madness, but it's also a lower level. It's also a second, third tier type of teams too. We're not talking about that top tier possibly missing out. So I think that's going to be really interesting. And as always, you always get the Heisman and the conference change because conference bets in our world are a thing. So I think it's going to take the full year before you're going to be rattling off a team, and I'm quickly going to know immediately which conference they play in. Like it's going to be a big time adjustment season. That's how I'm viewing 2024.
Well, and to see teams like Liberty or even Boise State, right, near the top of that board for teams that they're not favored to make the playoff, but somebody's got to make the playoff from the group of 5, right? So it's got to be that top-ranked conference champion from the group of 5, whether it's Liberty at plus 375 or Boise State at 4-1. You scroll down the board some more, you find Memphis at 6-1. one of those teams, not those three specifically, but one of those teams that most college football fans, I don't think, spend a lot of time paying attention to is going to be a playoff team. And yes, they'll be the 12th team. And especially in a year like this, or at least a year like this one is expected to be, they'll probably get Oregon or Ohio State, whoever loses the Big Ten championship game in the first playoff game. And they'll get slaughtered in front of 80, 90, 100,000 people. And that'll be their season. But you can still make money on the fact that they're going to make the playoffs. So that, I think, is an interesting angle to take on this as well, is the unexpected teams. I think it does make it much more interesting. The teams that we're not used to talking about beyond really, I don't know, the 8th or 9th, 7th, 8th, 9th week of the college football season, right? We end up, right. Oh, well, they've lost once or twice. They're not really in this discussion anymore. The discussion is going to be wide open for a lot more teams this year, which, I'll be honest, if that's the only reason for an expanded college football playoff, and it's not just, the gajillions of dollars associated with it, if that were the only reason for an expanded college football playoff, I'd be all for it. Is just give me a reason to pay attention to more teams later into the season.
Yeah, instead of the Oregon, Texas, Alabama range making it, not making it, those will probably be automatics. And now we're talking about Missouri, Utah, LSU, Clemson, like Tennessee, the middle of the SEC basically, versus the best or second best team in smaller conferences. It's going to feel more like a college basketball conversation, won't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. We're going to be talking about how many teams from this conference or how many teams from that conference. Can the SEC get 5 in?
Big Ten. Right.
Yeah. How important is it that this team wins its conference championship game? Well, hey, in the SEC or the Big Ten, it doesn't necessarily matter, although it'll get you a bye beyond the first round of the playoffs. In the ACC or the Big 12, it might absolutely matter. And, to the teams... Here's the conversation that's always interesting to me when we have a Notre Dame team that's considered playoff caliber, as this one is, minus 175 at BetMGM to make the college football playoff. Do they ever feel the pressure to affiliate themselves with a conference in football? And is that it's gonna be something? I'm telling you, if Notre Dame loses, let's just paint a picture, right? Let's take a for instance and talk about why this minus 175 on Notre Dame to make the playoff doesn't necessarily make sense to me. Every other team in one of the Power 4 conferences, if you want to call it that, it's really Power 2 and then the secondary 2. Any major D1 college football program has a direct line to the playoff by simply winning their conference championship, right? Notre Dame doesn't have that. Notre Dame could go 10-2 this year and be right on the borderline. Or even worse, they could go 9-3, and I think they probably don't make it. 9-3 in the Big Ten or the SEC, that might be enough to get you in. You look at a Penn State or Ole Miss style team from last year, for example. 9-3 is as an unaffiliated independent. It's not gonna get you in, I don't think. And it probably won't get real loud, the cacophony from some fans who say they gotta join. People say it all the time, but it gets louder some years. They gotta join a conference. It's not going to happen until that. Nobody at Notre Dame says that, but fans outside of Notre Dame say, well, you want a direct line to the playoff, you got to join a conference. If they go 10-2 and miss the playoff, maybe some people in South Bend start to look at that.
I'm curious, just college football, with these changes, are they sending that sort of a message? I would say no, they're not, because while you say all that, I would point to, well, they made the playoff when there was 4. So now you got 12. Mm-hmm. So you're going to tell me it's harder to make the playoff? That doesn't jive. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, a 10-2 a 10-2 Notre Dame team, obviously, nobody at 10-2 was ever going to make the 4-team playoff, right? Like we would agree that like that became.
How many 3-loss teams are making it? Anyways,
I think there's going to be a chance for a 3-loss team to make it if they're in that Big Ten or SEC discussion, depending on who the losses are to.
It's not a very difficult schedule this year. They're playing a lot of the same teams that they normally do. They're challenging themselves with Texas A&M early. At USC, sometimes it's tough. Sometimes it isn't. Is it going to be tough without Caleb? I would lean no. And we saw what they did to Caleb at Notre Dame last season. But yeah, no, outside of FSU and Texas A&M very early, it is a very
soft,
very lean schedule. Yeah, they should be able to dominate. And it feels like Notre Dame's in the group of teams that are like, okay, we'll figure out the quarterback position when we get there. Like as another transfer comes in, with experience, played at a pretty high level with Power 5 experience. So yeah, I'm not worried about Notre Dame. I don't think that happens in South Bend where like we've got to join a conference. They like having their independence. They like having the ability to do whatever they want. Now, if we ever get to the day where they lose their network, like, okay, that will be a different conversation. I don't think this is a real conversation in South Bend until they don't have a TV network.
That's fair. I think as long as they have their TV money, then yeah, they probably don't feel the need to be strong-armed into a spot. I'm just curious what it would be like, because this is a year where, again, you point out the softness of the schedule, and there's, at least 9 wins just written in on the schedule, right? And those 3 teams that you mentioned, early against A&M and then Florida State and USC late. You lose 2 of those 3. I'm curious to see. Again, a lot of it depends, and this is kind of the beautiful thing of a 12-team playoff, on what the landscape looks like in the Big Ten and the SEC in particular. If you've got 3, maybe 4 Big Ten teams that are all in the conversation, you've got 4, maybe 5 SEC teams that are all in the conversation, and then you take your automatic qualifiers from the group of 5, the ACC and the Big 12. If there's a point where Notre Dame at 10-2 is not in a playoff, but a team like, I don't know, Liberty or Boise is in with the same record because they're the highest ranked group of 5 team, there's going to be some pissed off people in South Bend.
I mean, what I would say to that is, okay, cool. What's their record if they're in the Big Ten? It's not 10-2. What's the record if they're in the SEC? It's not 10-2. I think we all know that. So if they're joining a conference, maybe it'll be ACC because of some of the, rivals they've developed. Like, we've lost the Michigan one. We lost the Michigan State one. Those used to be yearly events, and now those are gone. So every signal is saying they're not going to the Big Ten as they pulled away from facing those teams. They still face in-state Purdue. There's a couple Big Ten teams that they do face, but I would think because of the other sports, probably ACC, if anything, but I really don't even think it's on the horizon right now.
Yeah. As for week 0, like we mentioned, the whole thing kicks off Saturday at noon Eastern. 10th ranked Florida State, favored by 11.5 at BetMGM against Georgia Tech. I don't know if I'm laying 11.5 in a week 0 game, but if there's a spot where I'd probably feel okay doing it, it would be, I know Georgia Tech's supposed to be a little bit better this year than they have been the last couple of years, but I don't know if all of the departures necessarily hurt Florida State as much as some may expect.
Scoring points is important. Breaking news. And Georgia Tech still hasn't figured out how to score points since breaking away from the option. So is year 5 the time? Yeah, it's been that long already. Are they finally going to break through? Maybe. I have a tough time laying double digits with DJ on his 18th college, his new team now. Now it's not Oregon State. Now we're at Florida State. That's a big drop-off as quarterback. Now, the rest of the offense, the majority is back, but losing Travis, that's a big loss, and that's quite a downgrade to DJ. So I don't have as much trust as a lot of people. Only 5 returning starters on that Florida State offense, so I'm having a tough time on a neutral field laying 11. It wouldn't surprise me if the Noles just steamroll them. And I don't know if they're going to repeat like the 13-1 last year. But, yeah, I'm having a tough time laying 11 in this one.
Yeah, some losses on the defensive side of the ball, too. NFL talent there. And you point out DJU at his third school in as many years. I mean, at a certain point, like, does it all click and come together? Or
no, he's not that good. He's not.
Yeah, I think that's
what it is.
I tend to lean that direction as well. But we've seen some quarterbacks with added time in college do something with it. I'm at the point where I don't think he's one of those guys. Even if he has a good year at Florida State this year, I think it would have to be great, like superlatively Heisman Trophy discussion great for me to come back around on DJ Uiagalelei. Baseball, it's getting crazy. It feels like one of those years where it's anybody's game. We look at today's card specifically, any other futures maybe that we like and we haven't talked about in a little while. Alongside Joe Ostrowski, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
10 MLB games on the slate today as we are getting down to crunch time, and it feels like everybody, not everybody, okay, there's a few teams on both sides, but almost everybody is still in a race of some sort around Major League Baseball. We get into today's slate and maybe something interesting happening in one awards market down the stretch in just a second here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM, live coast to coast on the BetQL Network. I'm Chris Mack alongside Joe Ostrowski. Top of the hour, Will Hill of Fox Sports will join us. Talk a little bit of everything with Will, especially week one of the NFL season, now just a little less than 3 weeks away. Any preseason looks maybe for this coming weekend with maybe totals bouncing back up, more starters getting time this weekend. Plus, we will have to talk baseball with Will as well. I'm sure he'll have some angles for today's action. And post-Olympics, one league got back to business, and one player in particular got back to breaking records. We'll talk about that in 20 minutes. But before we get to today's card specifically, Joe, you brought this up during the break. The AL Cy Young picture, Tariq Skubal down to minus 2,500 at BetMGM. Heavy favorite. But I guess there was a little bit of an intimation by AJ Hinch that they might back off Skubal a little bit down the stretch, the Tigers, with not really anything left to play for.
So yesterday, Hinch told reporters that Sunday, and he had a pretty good start. One run, 3 hits, 4 walks over 6 innings, quality start. Okay, for Skubal, no damage to his Cy Young chances. But Hinch said after the game, that start could very well be his last start on regular rest. That's the quote. Could very well be his last start on regular rest. Does it mean they're skipping him? Does it mean we're going to have a 6-man rotation? Does it mean let's push him back a couple of days? Let's give you 7-8 days of rest instead? Because what? They're not playing for anything this year, and you want him for next year. They ended up not making the big move that everybody thought they were going to make. So there's just no point. You don't want to ruin next season for him to pitch in meaningless games right now and regular rest and all that. So I understand where they're coming from. Is there anybody that could jump in? So if it's just giving him extra days of rest, I think it's a nothing. Because as far as workload, we're talking about over 155 innings pitched. And that's just, there's nobody else in the conversation that has much more. Lugo, a couple innings more. Gilbert, a couple innings more. Those guys aren't really in the conversation at this moment. But if we're talking skipping starts, if we're talking not starting again for the rest of the season, what if he doesn't start again the rest of the season? Is it then a conversation? As far as F4, he's at 4.5. Cole Ragans is at 4.1. ERA, nobody else like in that sub-3 range of 2.49 that he's at. Nobody's around 2.5, and he's got in 25 starts.
That's the thing. He's got so much track record already laid down. It would be crazy, I think, to sit him for the entire final month of the season. I can't imagine Hinch doing that, going to that extent. But short of that happening, I don't see how anybody else really enters the conversation at this point in the year. Ragans, maybe, if somebody's just looking at, like you said, FWAR. The Seattle starters are all going to split each other up, I feel, based on different metrics and how they've performed at different points throughout the year. So I don't want to say that takes all of them out of the conversation, but especially Gilbert. Gilbert may have an outside look, but again, Kirby's going to siphon off some of those votes. And we keep waiting for Seth Lugo to fall apart. Maybe that's the look, but then you've got the Ragans thing again, siphoning votes. It feels like it's short of Skubal not starting another game the rest of the year, which I think would be just wild. And somebody else amongst that next group of starters going off for 5 or 6 starts. Like we're talking 6 2/3, working into the 7th every night, 2 or fewer earned runs every night, just doing ridiculous work for the rest of the regular season, I don't think he gets caught.
He's got a half-run lead as far as ERA. We know the strikeout rate is there. I mentioned F-WAR, how it's kind of close with Ragans. B-WAR, it's not. And that's the one that voters look at more. 5.8 B-WAR. A 5.8 B-WAR. The next highest in the American League. Okay. Now I got to skip Hunter Green. Got to skip Fetty. Got to skip Sale. Tyler Anderson at 4.4. A win and a half he has on the field. And we know Tyler Anderson's not in this conversation. So who is?
No.
Ragans. 4. So he's got a 2-win edge over Ragans, according
Basically.
to
Yeah. So, and again, let's build the alternate universe where Skubal sits for the rest of the regular season and Ragans just absolutely shoves in probably 6 more starts. I'm just ballparking the number of starts that are left at this point in the season. 7 more starts. Are we also discounting the fact that Lugo might continue to pitch well? And again, Royals votes, 2 Royals pitchers siphoning votes off of one another. Same thing, like I said, is going to happen with Mariners pitchers, whether it's Kirby, whether it's Gilbert. So, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see a way for him not to win this again. Even in that alternate universe, I don't know if he doesn't win this thing.
Ragans is the one that has a chance, as far as I'm concerned. Like, the lower ERA is Lugo, but he doesn't have the strikeout rate. Right. Ragans does. He's got a 3.18 ERA. He would also, during that stretch, it'd have to go sub 3. Right?
Yeah.
Has to go sub 3. Ragans is 25. So 25 starts each, and then he ends up with like 30. And Skubal has like 26 or 27 starts. That's what we would have to need. And then if it is in danger, I would expect that the Tigers throw him back out there the last few starts.
A token starter too. Yeah, I understand wanting to win the award. To sort of lock things up. Yeah. I guess there is a world where maybe Corbin Burns, but no, I can't get there either.
But it's 100-1 for Reagan. So is it worth taking a flyer at 100-1, given what he said yesterday, given what Hitch said? Sure. With a month left of baseball at 100-1, yeah, but it's most likely going to be Skubal. We're sitting here saying it's probably going to be Skubal, but now there's a little bit of a window that if this guy goes off and it's 100-1 ticket right now, maybe it's worth something.
Yeah, at that number, maybe it's worth something. I still don't know if I'd buy it, just because even in those, like I said, alternate universes, I can't build the case against Skubal. Sale, it feels like same thing on the National League side, short of something awful happening down the stretch, and Wheeler doing the same thing, going out of his mind down the stretch as well. That feels like there really aren't. I mean, we've got heavy favorites and just in every award market at this point.
Man,
both national and American.
Should it be American? Bobby Witt's ahead of Judge in F4.
Yeah. I can hear a Bobby Witt case, and look, that number's been hovering right around 5-1 for like a month now, I want to say. It hasn't gotten, despite the fact that he's still been a house on fire, it hasn't gotten any better because Judge just continues to mash also. So if it were going to happen, it would have to be, and I don't want to speak this into existence for Yankee fans, it would have to be Judge not playing down the stretch at all and Witt continuing to go off. Maybe I'd get there then.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, but Lindor's ahead of Ohtani in F4 too. Yeah. Just saying, by a smidge. But I mean, the Witt one is more remarkable to me, and I know the home runs is going to be tough to beat, and the New York bump, it's going to be tough to beat. The Witt one is more remarkable because he's a 9-win player right now with a month left. What's he going to end up with? And That's going to be big.
I mean, what's his
National
number
side,
to
we
start
can talk
next
about
year's MVP
Yeah.
market? What's Bobby Witt Jr. at?
And what if, I don't know. What if Lindor, he's got that New York bump? Is that anything? Is that worth anything?
No. Well, I mean, it's worth something.
They're
I'm
not winning
dismissing
enough.
that. But it's too tall a mountain to climb against. Ohtani could go 50-50 this year, Joe. I mean, it's ridiculous what that man's doing. So I don't think there's anybody. Yeah, you might get some, if you talk about New York bump, you might get some Lindors in the second spot on some ballots. Sure. But nobody's not putting Shohei 1 on their MVP ballot for the Nationals.
There's a 6-1 for Witt, which, I mean, he's a 9-win player, man.
I know. It's ridiculous. And he's still not going to win. That's even crazier.
Boy, do we love the Royals. Making cases for every Royal. Can a Royal win?
We're trying. We're trying. I mean, hey, this is a Royals show. We know that. As far as today's games go, like I said, there are 10 games on the slate. Just taking a look at some of our prospective starters. Galsman at home against the Reds may be a Cincy look there at plus 140. We've got the Pirates in Arlington against the Rangers. Luis Ortiz and their dogs at plus 110. Ortiz has been up and down, but hey, why not? Kikuchi against Houck in Houston. Red Sox visiting the Astros, a big one there. We mentioned Lugo. Royals host the Angels tonight as well. And Dodgers hosting the Mariners with Gavin Stone on the mound, who's been up and down as well against Brian Wu. I don't know if there's any looks on today's card specifically that you like, Joe.
Yeah, there's one that certainly stands out. And I was just talking about Lindor, but we've got the Baltimore Orioles as a dog at the Mets. Mets minus 145 on the money line. And Trevor Rogers has good history against the guys in the heart of that Mets lineup, like Lindor, like Pete Alonso. And, oh, man, that pops to me. That's something that I don't know. If you're giving me a money line plus money like that with the Orioles at any time, I don't care what the matchup is. And I guess I kind of understand the Mets are at home. Mets have the better pitcher. David Peterson's had a better year. Rogers' win-loss record is just awful, even though he just joined this team.
Yeah.
You have to consider that. But, yeah, I mean, the numbers are better for Peterson, so I guess that's why they're favored. But I just think they're favored by too much here.
Yeah, Rogers you mentioned, and there's a lot of Mets in that lineup with decent production against him in their one-on-ones against Rogers. The look here might be at even money at BetMGM over the total of 9. That might be my look on that game, but I agree that's one that's worth pulling apart a little bit more, maybe looking at some props as well. I know I mentioned the Pirates, Ortiz. The Rangers, I know they had a walk-off win yesterday to salvage what would have been an ugly home sweep. They're just circling the drain and increasingly higher velocities. They are not even circling the drain anymore. They're halfway down the drain. The Pirates, look, they kind of blew their shot at any wild card discussion with that 10-game losing streak while we were both off. But Ortiz has pitched well this year. This is on the road. Consider that for what it's worth. But you give me the Pirates at plus 110. I'd probably like that spot because there are a few Pirates with some decent numbers against Urania as well, who isn't listed as a probable starter, but is expected to go for the Rangers. Michael A. Taylor's got a couple of homers against him. Brian Reynolds has some decent production against him. So that might be a look as well.
All right, there's one more dog that I'm taking a look at, and it probably won't be all that popular. Kikuchi. People are surprised that he's pitched well, and the Astros were criticized at the time for giving up too much at the deadline. He's done well for them, and it's a team that's playing well. Minus 135 on the money line. Kikuchi's been awful against this Red Sox lineup. They have torched him throughout his career. So taking Boston as a dog here in this spot, that's pretty appealing.
That's not a bad look with Kikuchi's numbers. That's a really good point. That might be. And the Red Sox still fighting in that American League wildcard picture as well. You go back over, I want to say the last month or so, and you've got a Red Sox team that, despite everybody else in the American League seemingly trying to pull away, they are sitting there fighting, hanging with the Yankees, the Orioles, the Guardians, who all continue to win a good number of games after the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm. The Astros, they're going to be there again. I don't know if they're going to win tonight, but in the end, they're going to be there. They're going to win the division. They're up by 4 games. Texas Rangers are 11 games under 500.
Good Lord. Diamondbacks in Miami. I don't like any of the numbers on them at the Marlins, though. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. Diamondbacks and Padres continue to roll in the NL West. We'll talk to Will Hill about some baseball a little bit later at the top of the hour. But post-Olympics, one league is back in action, and someone is still breaking records. That's next here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Records being broken. No surprise when it comes to one player in particular. Back on the floor after the Olympic break. We'll get into it in just a second. Will Hill of Fox Sports going to join us at the top of the hour. Maybe touch on a little bit more baseball if he's got anything on today's card, as well as football, because, well, football has arrived. It's week 0 in college football. We're down to the final week of preseason action in the NFL, and we've started looking at some of those week 1 lines, which we'll continue to do after we talk to Will, coming up at about 11:20 a.m. Eastern, a couple other games that we wanted to take a look at. Lightning bets before we wrap up here today on BetQL Daily as well. Alongside Joe Ostrowski, I'm Chris Mack. We are live coast to coast on the BetQL Network, wherever you may be in the world, right there in your free Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it and then take us with you wherever you're going, whatever you're doing. You can also watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL, and on YouTube, just search for the Odyssey Sports Channel. Another milestone for Caitlin Clark, Joe, the WNBA getting started up again post-Olympic break, and Indiana Fever beat Seattle yesterday, 92-75. They are solidly, it looks like right now, in the 7th spot in the 8-team WNBA playoff field with more than a few games left to wrap up the regular season. She's averaging 8.3 assists per game. The 9 she had yesterday break the WNBA single-season rookie mark for assists, 232 now. Caitlin Clark has, look, the Rookie of the Year thing, it's done. It's cooked. It's over. You can tell yourself that Angel Reese, the double-double machine, she's had 20 of those, by the way, now this year, at 8-1, has a chance. She doesn't. She'll be voted second on everybody's ballot. Caitlin Clark will get all the number 1 votes, and she has. Look, for a million reasons other than the fact that she has come in and taken what was the worst team in the league to playoff status, which, again, 8 teams make the playoffs in the WNBA. Still a sub-500 record, but she's single-handedly done a lot to take this team from terrible to not so terrible, playoff level.
Yeah, minus 3,000 I'm seeing for the Rookie of the Year. Great balance there. Yeah, great splits. Caitlin Clark minus 3,000, Angel Reese plus 800. Yeah, I'm going to bet the 8-1 Angel Reese. Yeah, that didn't happen. You realize Clark's a second favorite for the MVP. She's not winning it, but she's still the second favorite. And obviously that's due to liability there. No, it's interesting yesterday seeing Sunday afternoon. That was the game. That was the focus. The Fever was the Seattle they were playing.
Yeah.
And boy, is that court very distracting. It's tough. Do you think you're going to pay attention in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I'll pay some attention. I'll be curious to see, because
what does that entail? Yeah, I'll pay some attention.
I mean, look, I'll be perfectly honest. I'm not going to lock in on an entire Indiana Fever playoff game, but depending on what else is going on those nights, I'll have some interest. And I mean, we've already bet on it, so it's not certainly I'm going to have a betting interest. But they're going to be going up against a team, in all likelihood, either Connecticut or Minnesota, depending on how things shake out, that they're not going to be favored against. I'm curious to see, how much difference can Caitlin Clark make, forget on just a single game basis? We know she can make a difference there, but how much of a difference can she make throughout a series? Can she take a team who's clearly a dog in that position to a second round of the playoffs? I mean, that would be a massive accomplishment, I think, for her first year in the league.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it's probably going to be Fever and the Sky, the two most talked about teams as far as, okay, I'm in the Midwest, so that's my perspective. But in my world of the WNBA teams, these are the two most talked about teams, the 7 and the 8 seed, the Fever and the Sky, because of the injection of energy and star players. They are the stars. Sorry, The players that have been in the league a while don't want to hear it, but the stars are the rookies. Those are the ones being talked about. Those are the ones getting eyeballs. I know there are better players on those top teams, and they have more depth, blah, blah, blah. We know all that. But the teams that people are interested in are the 7 and 8 seeds, and the league is damn lucky. Smart, maybe, but, most leagues, I would say, so watered down. 8 out of 12 making the playoffs. What a joke. They better be thanking themselves that they have an 18 playoff and not a 16 playoff, because most leagues that have 12 would have a 16 playoff, but they have 8. So you're going to get Clark, you're going to get Reese in the postseason.
The thing that's going to kill them, as far as, you talk about how much we're going to pay attention to this, is, they're going to get knocked out in the first round. And not just that, but the first round will coincide. I'm just trying to catch when the playoffs start exactly. It's mid to late September, right? So, I mean...
Awful. It's awful scheduling.
If this had... And look...
It's NHL stuff.
It is. The Olympic break is what killed them here, right? Like, if these playoffs were to start in these first-round series that Indiana and Chicago are going to be in were to happen, like, I don't know, the final week of August or the first week of September before the NFL really kicks off and gets going.
Labor Day weekend.
Yes. We might be more inclined to, like I said, do something I said I'm not going to do, lock in on an entire game, but to pay more attention to it. As it stands, that's the thing. They're both going to get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. And so probably not. Look, again, a lot more people watching the WNBA now. I'm not going to tell you not to watch it if you're enjoying it. Hell, watch every single minute of it you can consume if that's your thing. But I don't know if the average mainstream American sports fan is going to be locked in on anything other than, unless your team's in a pennant contending situation in baseball, on anything other than football after Labor Day, the first week of September.
Yeah, we've got too much of the regular season left, right? Like we're going to the back half of September. But you're right. Yeah. Hey man, it's something we talked about after the draft, when those top couple teams and adding Reese and adding Caitlin Clark and what it was going to do for the league. We talked about, okay, it's great that the league is in the summer where you have the dog days of the summer and as far as the sports calendar, but there's going to be games on ABC on the weekend. Yesterday was case in point, and people were talking about it in social media, at least the circles that I'm in. People were talking about the Caitlin Clark game and what she was doing.
Right.
That was an ABC game. Like that, no matter what happens, and let's say if both of those two teams make the playoffs and they get the ratings that we all expect, it's going to be a big win. Just as a big picture conversation, though, there's just no way to spin it. This season has been the arrival of the league. And I know people would point to previous years and taking big steps, and all of that is true. But the arrival of the league occurred this season, and the schedule is going to be normal next year. And it's going to take an even bigger leap, and that's going to be Clark and Reese's second season, and those teams are going to continue to improve. So, overall, they're going to look at it and say, wow, it took 20 years, but man, okay, now we're being discussed in the mainstream.
This is good. I'm sorry not to completely and totally pivot away from our WNBA
Please
conversation.
I'm good. Yeah. What do you do?
Tua Tagovailoa says Brian Flores told him he sucked and didn't belong on the Dolphins. To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you that you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you're the best fit for this, you're accurate, you're the best whatever, Tua apparently said on the Dan Le Batard show this morning, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other?
Damn.
So,
damn.
Yeah. Brian Flores, not the biggest Tua fan. And Tua, not the biggest Brian Flores fan.
And look, I was never going to criticize Miami for handing out the contract, but I think every NFL observer in the world can also bring some common sense to it and say, there's a long list of quarterbacks, given that situation, that coach, those receivers, those running backs, that would have a high degree of success as well. And then, from Flores' perspective, like he's like, we took the swing. We finally took the swing for the quarterback, and we didn't take Herbert, and we didn't take Jordan Love, and we didn't take Jalen Hurts. And those guys are probably better. So that's where Flores was coming from. And he's a defensive-minded guy, and he knows he was a quarterback away. Like, putting yourself in his shoes, he's in his mind, he's thinking, this guy's going to get me fired. Other stuff got him fired, but that was his mentality at the time.
Right. And I just wonder, so, and I'm not saying that Tua is making anything up or lying. Like, far be it I wasn't in the middle of this situation. I don't know who said what, but I wonder if Tua took what Brian Flores said. Like, you made a good point. Like, Flores is a defensive-minded coach who may have been telling Tua, hey, you have these limitations. This is what I think you're capable of and not capable of. Let's play to what you are capable of. And maybe Tua internalized that as Brian Flores telling him he sucked because he couldn't do certain things. Like, I just find that sometimes quarterbacks especially take it as direct criticism of them sucking, in this case, as Tua is putting it, when really it's about, hey, we're understanding your limitations and what you're capable of and what you're not capable of, and we're going to manage around those limitations. Again, I wasn't in the middle of these conversations. Maybe Flores actually told him he sucked, but there are quarterbacks that think that way. If they're not constantly complimented and told all the wonderful things they can do great, then my coach thinks I suck.
Interesting. Paul Aspen is Brian Flores, is what we're saying. Every morning, he's telling us we suck. And I can't say that he's wrong.
If you have a terrible person telling you things you don't want to hear, you're going to start believing them. Oh,
Tua.
Yeah, he couldn't work past that. Like, Jesus.
Nope.
Come on.
You went to Alabama, dude. I mean, come on. Anyway, Will Hill, Fox Sports, joins us next here on BetQL Daily.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get to BetQL Daily on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We are so close to the football. You can smell it. It is right around the corner, and we'll talk to Will Hill of Fox Sports about it in just a moment here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM, live coast to coast on the BetQL Network. Wherever you may be in the world, we are there with you live inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's free. Download it today and take us with you. Don't forget you can watch the show, also twitch.tv/BetQL. And, of course, on YouTube, just search for the Odyssey Sports Channel. Alongside Joe Ostrowski, I'm Chris Mack. In a couple of minutes, we take a look at some more of those Week 1 lines that we like for kickoff of the NFL season. Now, just a little less than 3 weeks away. I prefer to look at it as more than just a little bit more than 2 weeks away, because that makes it sound a whole lot closer than it really is. Yes, a full weekend of preseason action left. Lightning bets before we wrap up as well. But let's bring in Will Hill of Fox Sports. Catch him on the Bear Bets podcast. And he's on Twitter, X, at not the Will Hill. Morning, Will. How are you? And is the scent of football slowly wafting its way through your nostrils like it is ours?
What's up, boys? Thanks for having me. It sure is. I compare it to you're hungry. The food is cooking. You can smell it. You can smell the grill. It's not quite time to eat, but you're getting hungry. You can smell the food, and you know it's coming soon. You know it's going to hit the table soon. So always a fun time of the year.
Well, you know who's been eating, Will, is anybody playing unders. If you're betting the preseason and just blindly betting the unders, you're absolutely destroying it. You can't count that Hall of Fame game because they didn't finish it. But 26-6 since, 14-2 over the weekend. So predictably, we know what it's going to be. There's going to be a lot of shows like this saying, "No, you got to play the unders. Got to play the unders." I see a handful in the upper 30s for Week 3. But we know there are going to be more teams than what we've seen so far playing more starters. So would you recommend people, just proceed with caution? Or do you say, hey, let's just roll with the unders? Because we still have a handful of coaches that aren't going to play any of their starters.
If I had to bet overs or unders this week, I'd blindly bet. And I had to blindly bet one of them. I'd actually bet the overs. I'd wait as long as possible because the narrative is going to get out there and these totals are going to get depressed and they're going to go lower and lower and people are going to just hop on the trend for anyone betting these preseason games. And I think if you do like the overs, you just wait until kickoff. I'm not dying to bet the overs, but I do think, these trends don't usually last long. They definitely don't last forever. So, congrats, hat tip to anybody who was on the unders. It's easy to look back and say, man, why didn't I just play unders? It's so easy. But last year, if you remember, preseason was an overfest. It was like 33-18 to the over. We got a bunch of high-scoring games now. Yeah. The totals were lower last year, and they raised them this year. So it's that cat and mouse game of what is the right number. I know a lot of people thought, hey, the kickoff rules are going to help scoring. It's going to help the overs. We really haven't seen that. It's just a couple plays here and there. I think over the long course of the season, it's going to help overs. But, it didn't manifest this week, that's for sure.
Will Hill of Fox Sports with us here on BetQL Daily. We started the show talking about the rookie quarterbacks, Will. In particular, the performance. We saw another solid performance from Bo Nix last night, which may be changing the opinions of some of us who didn't expect much out of him and the Broncos going into this season. We saw another, at least for a couple of drives after he got through the initial speed bumps in the road, another solid performance from Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels solid again. Just as you've watched these rookie quarterbacks in the preseason, understanding you've got to put a big grain of salt in there because of the defenses they're going against. Just have any of those performances perhaps tweaked your opinion, not just on the quarterbacks, but on their teams as a whole going into this season?
Yeah, I think you hit on it. I think Nix has looked serviceable, confident, comfortable. Even he should be. He was in college for a while, got a lot of reps. And who knows? You don't want to overreact, but you do want to just take into consideration it's a data point. It's anyone that has these lines up for who's going to start week 1. I don't know if all the books have pulled them now. I think Nix, even at like minus $3, is probably a good bet because barring injury, I'd be shocked if he isn't named the starter. Maybe name the starter soon because it seems like it's certainly trending in that direction. So I thought Nix was pretty good. Not a rookie, and I know my audience here. I did make a bet based on the preseason, though. I did bet Steelers 30-1 worst record. I bet Steelers 14-1 lowest scoring team And I bet Wilson, Caesar's, I don't know if I'm supposed to mention books, but there is a book that has Wilson passing props up. They're hard to find. He looks shot. He looks completely washed. I'm not a Fields believer. I think the Fields camp makes excuses for him. And I'm just of the belief, the old saying, it's the old saying for a reason. You have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterback. They have no quarterback. Right. And the only thing people are going to say, Tomlin always wins his 9+ games. Okay, but you got to do better than that, though, because luck eventually runs out. And I do think there's been a lot of luck in this. Okay, they're good in low-score games. They prevent turnovers, all of that. But look at some of the quarterbacks they faced last year. I mean, they swept the Ravens. They swept the Bengals. They went 5-1 in the division. They faced Browning twice. They faced Huntley. They faced Dorian Thompson-Robinson. The schedule this year is brutal. Now, I don't actually think they're going to get the first pick, but I do think they're going to be – they got a decent shot here at picking in the top 5. I just think eventually the luck runs out. And – I think Warren Sharp had the tweet, hey, you get what you paid for. You got Wilson for free. Yeah. We could debate the merits of Sean Payton here. Is he a genius? Is he overrated because of Breeze? I don't know. But I also don't think he's an idiot. And he said, I have no quarterback. I have Russell Wilson. You know what? We owe him money. See you later. I'll pay you to go away. And smart minds don't just do that. I think – if he was that high on Wilson, he wouldn't just give him away like that. Fields, we know all of his issues. I just don't think with that schedule, and I think Atlanta's going to get beat that week 1. If you like Atlanta, bet that now because I think -2.5. I don't think that's going to last. I just think people give them the benefit of the doubt based on past years. I think eventually luck runs out. I think Pittsburgh's in for a long year. Maybe it's long term. Maybe it's the best for them because they just haven't bottomed out. It's a lot of 8-win years, 9-win years.
Right.
And I have friends that are Steeler fans, and they get a lot of praise nationally for, oh wow, they never have a losing record. I know some Steeler fans like, hey, I'd rather have a losing record once in a while, get a young quarterback, and actually have a future because they have not been a legitimate contender in a while.
Thank you. I'll point this out too, Will. I don't think it matters who the quarterback is if Arthur Smith is your offensive coordinator.
I agree with that, and I think it'll be Fields eventually. That's why I like those Wilson props under. At least Fields can run. I don't know how much you guys watch. I'm sure you watch some of it. Wilson he's a mobile quarterback who can't run anymore. It looked bad. Now, again, all the caveats. It's preseason. He's coming off an injury. Maybe 2-3 weeks, this looks dumb, and Wilson looks serviceable. His numbers last year weren't bad. You got to throw all those caveats in there. If it looks anything like it looked Saturday, it's going to be a long, long season.
Steelers' first losing season under Mike Tomlin. Cannot wait. I believe you're still in the New York area, and we were going down the week 1 lines, and one that just jumps out to me. And I don't know if this is going to be the closing number here, but Monday Night Football, the Jets getting 5 against San Francisco. Is that going to be an autoplay for you?
I love the Jets this year. I don't know that I love them week 1, and I think if you gave Jets fans true serum and say, hey, I don't care if we win week 1. Just get my quarterback out of the game healthy. Let's not have it. There's too many similarities between last year playing on Monday Night Football. The same guy that hurt him is on the 49ers. I think Solomon Thomas is on the 49ers. He's the guy who was in on the play that hurt Rodgers. Just, hey, I'll take a close loss and just get me to week 2 where my schedule starts to get a little easier. I would lean towards the Jets just because I do like the team. I think the team is just stacked. I think the idea that Rodgers is shot, he's wasn't good 2 years ago, but I think people forget he fractured his thumb in like week 5, and then he hurt his ribs in week 12. Maybe it was the age catching up to him. Maybe he was just playing hurt. I think Rodgers has more in the tank than people think. And if you look last year, I mean, they won 7 games with basically probably a quarterback who's never going to throw a pass again in the NFL. When you look at Simeon, Zach Wilson, and Tim Boyle, and they still won 7 games. So I think that team's really good. I'd like to, if I'm the Jets, I'd like to get Hassan Reddick in camp, and I'd like to figure that out. But I think they're good. I would lean towards taking the points there in week 1.
Will Hill of Fox Sports with us here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Let's talk about some of the other futures that you like, Will. You threw out the idea of the Steelers finishing with the worst record. You mentioned the Jets and the amount of talent they have there for those that want to believe in the Jets this year. What are some other spots you like as you look at the season as a whole with things 2 weeks away from kickoff?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's gotten tougher just in general. So many shows like this, like the shows I do, my podcast, all that stuff. Like, there's just so much betting content out there that these little gems, it's like an Easter egg hunt. The Easter eggs don't last for long. So I don't think there's anything out there that's just like egregiously mispriced. I'm high on Detroit. I think they're not only should they have probably been in the Super Bowl last year, I think people forget a lot of that roster is young. When you look at Gibbs and Jameson, Williams, Laporta, there's room for growth. Penny Sewell, there's room for growth. And I think their defense is legitimately pretty good, which has been an issue in the past. They were able to keep their coordinators. I think the Lions over 10.5 is a good play. I wouldn't be shocked if they're back in the NFC title game, something like that. So Lions are a team I'm high on. I mentioned Pittsburgh. I'm high on the Jets. I think they're a good bet to win the division because look, Miami's got a really tough schedule, especially second half. A lot of games outdoors in cold weather. Cleveland, Buffalo, the Jets, and the Browns. They have to play all those teams outdoors, and that's a team that doesn't travel well. Buffalo has to play a really gauntlet of a schedule. You look at every team that was in the conference title game last year, they play. So Chiefs, Ravens, 49ers, Lions, all on the Bills schedule. Then 2 games versus the Jets, 2 games versus the Dolphins, and they play at the Texans. That's a brutal schedule. Meanwhile, the Jets, pretty soft schedule. So I think it's like plus 190, right around like 2-1, something like that. Shop around. I think the Jets to win the division is a good bet.
Love that Steelers 40-1, worst record in the NFL. Look, that's but I also like the Steelers plus 2.5 week 1, so it makes sense of that. How about Major League Baseball? There was some news made yesterday by AJ Hinch after Scooball's start that, hey, you know what? This may have been his last start on regular rest for the season. Now, this guy's got a huge gap in B WAR. He's got an edge in F WAR. We know he's the only one in that 2.5 ERA range. He's minus 2,500 at a number of spots for the AL Cy Young. Is there anyone that we can make a case for if Scooball is going to, let's say, only make a couple more starts this year?
Probably not. I thought I saw that comment. I had the same thought process. I took it as, hey, maybe we'll skip a start once in a while. Maybe we'll give him a week between starts. But as long as he makes, I don't know, what's the number, 2 or 3 starts? I mean, you could make the case they shut him down right now. Maybe he still wins the award. So he's probably going to make a few more starts. And look, we're middle of August, a few more starts. Unless like a Cole Reagans or somebody has like 3 or 4 just shutout appearances, shutout starts, and then you get that late charge. I guess anything's possible, but I feel like Scooble is going to win, unfortunately. I don't know that there's a ton of drama with these awards. American League and National League MVP seem to be locked up. You have the National League Rookie of the Year, which is getting interesting, but I don't know. AL Rookie of the Year looks like Kowser. We don't have a ton of good races. I think Sale's probably going to win. NL Cy Young, again, a lot of time left, still a quarter of the season, but unless something dramatic changes, I don't know that we're looking at a lot of drama in these awards.
We were talking, Will, a couple minutes ago. Will Hill of Fox Sports with us here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. We were talking a couple minutes ago about, just looking at teams we like down the stretch and where things have gone since the All-Star break. And here the Astros are again, 17-10 since the break, just rolling along, doing Houston Astro things. I know the fans were up in arms because of what they gave up to get Yusei Kikuchi, but since he's come over, he's been kind of exactly what the doctor ordered, another anchor in that rotation to sort of play that stoppers role, right? That they needed someone else in the rotation to do that. I know he's going tonight. Just how do you assess the Astros down the stretch, not just tonight, but, headed towards the final 6 weeks of the season here?
Yeah, I like the Astros tonight. Red Sox and Astros played a series last weekend. Houck pitched against the Astros, was okay, but didn't go long. I like fading pitchers, backing offenses when you've seen a pitcher recently. You see the spin, you pick up the ball, things like that, where I don't believe Kikuchi did pitch against the Red Sox in that series, so that's an advantage for Houston. They get the game at home. They won all those games in Fenway and really buried the Red Sox. So tough stretch here for the Red Sox where I know they split the series in Baltimore, but with the way Kansas City's playing, they play the Angels, the Royals do. Astros play the Red Sox, or Red Sox play the Astros here. Red Sox have a chance to really lose some distance between themselves and the playoffs. And I think it's possible. The 12 teams that would make the playoffs if they started today, I think those might be the 12 playoff teams where these teams are starting to separate themselves. And it's funny. The Astros have made up 15 games on Seattle since really like June 19th. It's just amazing how they were so far behind and talking about maybe they're a seller, and here they are. They're looking like they're going to run away with this division. I like Houston tonight. I think it's a good spot for them. I think the money line on them is reasonable in the minus 130, minus 135 range. I like Houston.
That's not a bad idea. That the 12 that we have right now might be your 12, and maybe now's a good time to go and look for a number on a World Series. Because, I think that's been one of the storylines of the season, that there isn't a great team. There's no 100-win team, and anybody that's in truly has a chance.
Yeah, and we saw that last year with the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. I almost feel like when we all say the same thing, the opposite happens. Watch this be the one year where like both one seeds are in the World Series, just because that's how sports works. That's how betting works. But yeah, if you're going to make the case for any of these 12 teams, I couldn't shoot it down and say, hey, they have no chance. There's None of these teams, if these are the 12, I don't care who the 12 are, you can't look at me and say, hey, none of these 12 have a chance. Even a team like Milwaukee, who nobody talks about, and I'm guilty of it too. I think they were so bad in the playoffs last year. The Central has been so bad, both AL and NL, over the past recent years, that people dismiss these teams in the Central. But I can't argue if you made a case for whoever, Royals, Diamondbacks,
Cleveland,
Braves, whoever. I mean, it'd be interesting if the Braves made a run, because everyone kind of discounts them, their injuries, and it'd be ironic because they got upset last 2 years as the 1 seed, a Philly team that was third in the division, second in the division. It'd be ironic if they flip the script here, a little role reversal where they come in as the underdog with Fried, with Sale, little house money, and they upset a couple of teams. That wouldn't shock me either.
Great stuff, Will. We appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy the start of the football season, even if it's just a few college football games.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Should have bet more podcasts. Check that out as well. Thanks for having me.
Sounds great. Check him out on Twitter at @NotTheWillHill. Will Hill of Fox Sports with us here on BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. We dive further into some of those Week 1 NFL lines that we brought up earlier next here on BetQL Daily.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Man, you would have been laughing your ass off, Mac, during that break.
What
struggle.
What did I miss?
My wife's like, well, I got to leave in 5 minutes. Your show's not going to be over until the top of the hour. Do you have a break? Let's try and hurry up and get the aerator in the car because I'm taking it right after the show. Yeah, there was there may have been a herniate. My wife screaming, Jack, help in the back, get over here. Help. Her side is tipping. This thing's like 300 pounds. I swear. I mean, when I picked it up, when I pulled up, they're like, we usually put these in pickup trucks. I'm like, yeah, I don't have.
What'd you put in the back of the family truckster? What the minivan? What's going on?
The RAV4. Yeah.
Oh my God! How does that even?
I put the seats down. It barely does, just barely, and I'm frightened that I am going to on the way back. I'm gonna go to a stoplight and it's gonna go out the back window. But there's a strap in there. But no joke. It's at least, it's got to be $350. I'm not exaggerating. It is ridiculously expensive.
This is quite clearly something that should have waited.
So stupid. And you got the spikes in the back. I'm like, take the back. I tell my son. He's got those what are they, tines that are facing him.
Yeah,
they got mud and grass all over them. Yeah,
you're good, kid. You'll heal up. Makes you tougher.
That's over with. So it's on an angle in the car. I'm like, this is not going to go well. Yeah,
you're gonna hit the brakes once, and that thing's gonna come flying up between the seats, embed itself into your windshield.
No, I'm worried about the other way. I'm worried about it going out the back window. That's
just
the concern.
That you can control, though, right? Like easy on the gas when you get moving. The problem is, like if some moron slams on their brakes in front of you, that thing knocks you out, and then
that could happen. Over. I didn't even tell you about the part when I started using it. I couldn't figure out how to use it, and then it kept stalling, restarting,
right?
And then I pulled the pull cord, ripped on me, and it's just a mess.
Why do you do this to yourself?
Don't get a home. That's the message.
There's got to be a quality landscaping company in your area who can handle this.
There is. Yeah, and I actually have one. I decided, okay, we've got to get a mower at this point. My son's old enough, no more excuses.
Yeah.
Why are we paying landscapers? This is ridiculous.
Okay.
He wants to make money anyways. What are we doing?
But the air rating,
it's dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I sent out my daughter yesterday, go clean up the dog poop. There's a big pile over there. She's like, where? There's poop everywhere. I'm like, no, that's dirt. That's not dog poop.
Those are the plugs. Yeah.
Those are geese.
Oh my God.
You could step on those.
What a disaster. You know what you need? You need football. You need a reason to hide away in the basement and never come back up unless it's to get a drink or let's get moving towards week 1 of the NFL season and save Joe Ostrowski from the backyard blues or whatever nonsense he's got himself into with just days left until kickoff, dragging an aerator back to the store in a small SUV. Godspeed. I hope you're still around for tomorrow's show. Let's talk some more about this Tua thing.
There it is. 365 pounds. I was dead on. Yep, I looked it up. 365 pounds. Anyways, go ahead.
Your past
Tua.
as a power lifter paid off. Good job.
Back
I'm reading the rest of this. I'm reading the rest of this Tua quote, and it's the part that gets me is when he's basically telling us that he thinks Brian Flores is a bad person. Look, I'm in on the Dolphins this year, right? And more so than, and I've told you why I'm definitely out on the Jets. And more so than I'm in on the Bills, right? I've handicapped how I expect the AFC East to fall, and it ends up with Miami at the top, even if it's just with 10 wins. But it was interesting. Will Hill, who was just on with us from Fox Sports, brought it up. This is going to sound like a really sort of vague, abstract notion, but like the mental fortitude of my quarterback needs to be better than to still be carrying this Brian Flores thing around with them 2 years later. Like, right. I get it, Tua. You feel like Flores wasn't nice to you. And maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was a giant jagoff. And for that, I am genuinely sorry that he hurt your feelings. Okay? But, like, we're just trying to get past the point where you can play football when the temperature is below 35, my man. And now we got to worry that you're still feeling hurt feelings, ouchies in your feels because Brian Flores was mean to you. At a certain point, I start to question if this is the guy, and if it's not just like you said, oh, you happen to be throwing to Hill and Waddle, you should be this good.
Wow, that Dolphins number to win the division has been coming down a lot, down to plus 210 over at BetMGM. Yeah, that's okay. So first off, the setting. I think it's relevant that it was on the Dan Le Batard show because Florida-based show, Dolphins fans all on the show. He's in a comfortable space.
Yeah.
Tua thought he knew this was going to go viral and it was going to control the news cycle for 24 to 48 hours. He knew this. He thought by putting this out there, he would garner a lot of sympathy. I think he was 100% wrong on that. This is going to spin, and people are going to talk about Tua being weak, right? Yes, we get it. Flores is a jerk. We knew that before. This is not breaking. But like now people are going to have reasons to question Tua again. Last year, the questions were about his health, ability to stay healthy, play a full schedule. He did that. Shut everybody up with that, even though I'm still hearing it. And I have to remind people, I'm like, you said this last year and you just saw him play a full season. What are you talking about if he can stay together, concussions and all that? I get it. They happen more often once they occur, but like he just played a full season. There's that concern, but now there's going to be this moving forward. He thought that people would be on his side. And I think it's going to go the other way. And people, you're giving them a reason to question Tua just a little bit when you are the guy that runs everything. I know Tyreek does, but the quarterback, more important. Man, this is going to be an interesting week for Tua. I don't think it's going to go as well as he thought it was.
Yeah, it's just that, like you said, it's an opportunity to question the mental strength or mental fortitude of a guy who. And maybe it's ridiculous for me to tie together the idea of the quarterback's mental fortitude and whether this team can actually play in sub 40-degree temperatures or not. But I don't know. I think there is a little bit of a connection there. They're not going to have to deal with it week one. Week one, they're laying 3.5 at home to a Jacksonville team that I've never been as meh on a team as I am on the 2024 Jacksonville Jaguars. But this isn't to say either that I'm now out on the Dolphins and Miami. I just now have these questions bubbling back to the surface of, Tua, are you that guy? Can you get over that hump? Can you be the dude that when the games matter the most, and oh, by the way, the temperatures are the lowest, you're showing up in big spots? Again, that's not going to matter week one at home against Jacksonville. I think that's a spot where I don't mind laying more than a field goal, even though we're going to have and maybe this is an opportunity to watch some numbers on the Dolphins move in light of this story and how it comes out and how, like you said, people are going to react to it.
Thanksgiving at Green Bay at night. So that Thanksgiving Midwest, sometimes, you can have a mild climate, but, that's going to be at night. So that's probably going to be cool temperatures, Lambeau. December 29th, week 17 at Cleveland. January 5th, week 18, maybe for the division at the Jets.
Yeah.
That's a real part of this conversation. And I don't think it's a one-off. It's not a situation where the Lions were like every game's at home or every game's indoors again. It's a little bit different. And that the questions about Goff in these temps have been brought up over the years, but the last 2 seasons, he's been very lucky because the majority of their games have been played on turf. indoors. That is not going to be the case. Like that's real. Like what you're the Dolphins. What are you building? You're building a regular season team right now. When are you going to take it to that next level? When are you going to win in bad weather? When are you going to win in the postseason? I think that's going to be the Tua conversation.
And that'll continue all year. That will, until they're in that position and prove whether they can actually get over the hump there or not. It's why I do think, though, like, I suspect they will come out of the gate hot. I know we talked about this when we previewed the Dolphins earlier this summer. And why I think, week 2 at home to Buffalo is an interesting spot on a Thursday night. So immediately a short week out of the gate. But then Seattle, Tennessee, New England, even if Seattle and New England are on the road, like it's very realistic. They're 4-1 going into an early bye week in week 6. And that would start, I think, with beating Jacksonville in week 1. And again, I don't think the hook scares me away from laying it with Miami at home to the Jags in week 1.
There's a handful of games that I'm looking at in week 1 and I'm saying, I don't know. If anything, I go dog, but I don't know about Jacksonville. I have a better idea about Miami, but I also want to see them with the new defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah.
With no Fangio, now he's gone. How are things going to change? Word is they're going to be much more aggressive. The guy they brought in comes from that aggressive mentality. So they're going to completely change. And you're also without Christian Wilkins. So how's that going to look? Like, we can't forget about that when looking at the Dolphins. And a lot of unknowns with Jacksonville. And how's it going to look with Trevor Lawrence after he got paid? And they made some changes to the roster. A good amount of them. How's that going to play out? I just have so many questions, both sides in this game, that I'm not going to play it. But if you asked me to pick a side, I would take the 3.5 with Jacksonville.
A game that you mentioned, or maybe Will Hill brought it up when he was on earlier at the top of the hour. Based on what we've seen from Bo Nix in the first couple weeks of the preseason, Broncos getting 5.5 on the road at Seattle week 1. That one becomes increasingly interesting based on the quarterback play, right? And I want to see how Geno handles things in the final week of the preseason, depending on how much work he gets. I know we mentioned Sam Howell in passing earlier as well, which is based on a backup who could get some significant snaps this year, if not based on performance, then maybe injury. That's an interesting number. As much as I don't like the Broncos this year, the way Nix has played in weeks 1 and 2 of the preseason has me looking at that 5.5.
Man, the league put some rough patches in here for Bo Nix and Sean Payton. Weeks 9 and 10, back-to-back at Baltimore, at Kansas City. Week 17 and 18, back-to-back at Cincinnati versus Mahomes. Maybe Mahomes is playing for nothing in that final week, but still, that looks pretty damn daunting. At Seattle, I want to take the points, but it's also rookie quarterback. I know he's looked well here so far, but you got a rookie quarterback going into that environment for the first NFL start. I know for damn sure I'm not laying 5.5 with Seattle. I'm not doing that. Maybe that gets a 6. Not interested in that for a second. I'd only look Denver, but the rookie quarterback debut on the road, tough environment, that gives me pause for sure.
Another rookie quarterback spot. Commanders on the road at Tampa getting 3 and a hook. Given what we've seen from Jaden Daniels to this point, that one is very tempting.
I'd be more willing to take that rookie. I'm getting more than a field goal. You've got Bucks without Canales. How are those adjustments going to play out? Bucks pretty much brought everybody back. I never trust Todd Bowles. Maybe playing up for Dan Quinn here. We'll see. The thing is, that Commanders defense still blows. Like, the Bucks should be able to score whatever they want, right? Like, they should. Play caller, that's going to be interesting. I would consider that, but I probably want to see it before I believe it with Quinn's defense and with Jaden Daniels.
What's been interesting is that it sounds like they're a little bit more willing to lean into the run game this year in Tampa. I don't know if that's Liam Cohen, if that's a lack of belief in Baker Mayfield being able to do again this year what he did last year, but it sounds like it's working for them in the preseason to this point. One more real quick. Week 1, Cowboys getting 1.5 points on the road at Cleveland. Cleveland's offensive line is a mangled disaster right now, but they still have that defense.
Yeah, that was one game that I wrote down. We did not get to earlier when we were going over our favorite plays in the week 1 card. I don't know if it would crack my top 5 list, but just my initial thought on this game was I will lay the short number with the Browns at home against Dallas. Way down on the Cowboys this season. Cleveland at home. I think you've got you won't say it, but you got a coaching advantage on the Browns side. I'm worried about that Cowboys defense without Quinn, as thin as they are after the starters.
I'd also be worried about, depending on when Lamb finally gets in and starts working with the offense, a little bit of rust there. I mean, you can work out all you want, but actually getting back into the rhythm of running the routes and catching the passes and all that timing stuff could be thrown off for a week or two as well. Lightning bets coming up next to wrap up things here on BetQL Daily.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Chris Mack. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Cancel the production after that off-air chat.
I think we're back. It's BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM alongside Joe Ostrowski. I'm Chris Mack. If you missed anything today, including our early look at some Week 1 NFL lines, a conversation with Will Hill of Fox Sports earlier. You can always rewind inside that free Odyssey app, AUDACY, to anything in the last 72 hours, or better yet, download it on demand in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts, including right here inside the Odyssey app by simply searching for BetQL Daily, including that wrap-up of the second weekend of the NFL preseason that we had at the top of the show. So somehow the conversation during the break veered towards body piercings. I'm not sure how we got there, but we got there. I guess Board Op Brandon is dealing with a daughter who is interested in a belly button piercing. And look, I'm there. I'm at the same point. My daughter's 15. She has been nagging us for a couple months now for a belly button piercing. And we've lined up the excuses like a picket fence, like the hurdles on the front stretch of the Olympic track, Joe. We have lined up the excuses. You're in the middle of softball season, dummy. What if you got to dive for a ball? Yeah, what's going to happen then? You're like, oh, okay. And then it was, we're going to the beach. You can't have a fresh piercing there. You're not going to be allowed to go in the water. You're going to get infected? Come on. What are you thinking, kid? You can't swim. So, I mean, for the next couple of weeks while the pool's still open, you can't go in the pool at all. Forget that. I guess you just don't want to swim at all, right? So we've lined up the excuse after excuse after excuse.
What you got?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. Fall softball is going to start soon as well. You still want to be able to dive? Okay. And then, after that, let's be honest, winter workouts for the high school team are going to start probably just after Christmas.
You got power rankings. This should be your Wednesday power rankings.
Top 5 reasons to dissuade a 15-year-old from getting a belly button piercing.
Oh, you want to do 10? We'll go 10.
Season comes back. We'll go 10. So she has very deftly thought of the schedule, though, to where there's that opening between the end of the fall ball season, say like Halloweenish, and the beginning of the winter workouts for high school season, like I said, right after Christmas. She has identified that little 2-month window there and is targeting it.
Season.
And has belly button piercing season may be a thing in this household, as try as I might to fight back and push back on it.
No one's going to see it. There's your built-in excuse. What's the point of doing it then? It's winter. Everyone's covered up. Hoodies and everything else.
Idea. Why even bother?
Yeah.
That was my first thought. Like, she could do this and you would have no idea for a long, long time. Until like next summer.
They wear enough like crop tops and midriffs that like I would see it.
But she would avoid it around you.
Probably.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Think of what we would hide from our parents when we were teenagers. Yes. Yeah.
I also hid my belly button ring from my parents.
Until they found the bong up at the top of the garage.
Yeah. I made it in ceramics class, Mom. It's a vase. It's for you. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah. We all survived. This is going to happen whether you like it or not. It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of when. Yeah. So look, I'm just putting it off.
And you're hoping
putting it off.
You're hoping that it's not the cool thing by the time there is this opportunity for her to do it.
Hey, it's gonna happen at some point. I've resigned myself to that, like you said, Joe. But if I can just keep putting it off long enough, it'll get to a point where I'll be like, whatever. It was gonna happen eventually anyway. And if I'm able to hold it off as long as possible, it's like resisting the temptation to start a rookie quarterback. If I can just push it off and push it off and push it off longer and longer and longer, I'll get to the point where I'll just say, you know what? Doesn't need to play at all this year. We'll wait for next year.
It's not a tattoo. It's not a tattoo.
Right.
There's the power rankings, like worse things than belly button ring, tattoo, like a tongue ring. I feel like that would be a much tougher conversation.
That's not happening. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Right.
Prince Albert.
Like, there's worse things. I didn't even hear
Why?
what he said.
Why? Why? Why?
I didn't even hear what he said, but
do you know anyone with one of those, Joe?
No, I just remember it was a thing a long time ago. People said they had it. I didn't believe anybody. Didn't ask for evidence. As far as the tattoos, as far as the tattoos, I'm kind of coming around, and it would be different if it was my kid, but I'm kind of coming around like, yeah, I don't have any. I never had an interest in getting a tattoo, but they're so commonplace now. Like anybody in their 20s and 30s, they all have them all over their forearms.
Right,
Everybody
but
does.
here's the thing. Like
they
get them in the dumbest spots.
I know.
Our good friends, their daughters are a couple years older than ours. They're now a freshman and sophomore in college, right? And they both get tattoos like in the middle of their thigh, and it's just like a big word in like cursive, for lack of a better way to put it.
It's not a good spot.
And
they're all stupid. They're all dumb.
Why?
Even if you hide it, it's stupid. What's the point of doing it if you're going to hide it? But
our niece is in her late 20s now, but she got like. She just got one like right here on her hand, and then she's got another one in a weird spot like on her elbow. And it's like, at least if you're gonna do it, put it in a cool spot. What? I don't get it.
When people our age got tattoos, it was okay. Don't go below your elbow. Don't go to visible spots. Don't go in your neck.
Right.
Now those rules are out the window.
Yeah.
Jobs and stuff.
Nobody cares anymore. That's just where I'm at.
No.
Nobody goes to work anyway.
If you get a tattoo. Well,
it's fine. It's working just fine.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And now it's on the calendar. It's on her calendar, so it's happening.
Just don't do the neck. That's the one thing I can't get over: the neck and the face.
That'd be pretty hard. That would be pretty hard.
What about like below the ear area?
Like right here, like kind of behind the earlobe.
Too.
I do think. Dumb. I mean, if you just went like Mac. Like a Mac neck tat, that'd be pretty badass.
3 letters,
like the Mac
4?
Truck logo. The Mac Truck logo. Yeah, you got to spell it right.
Oh, do that. Back of your neck.
Just
do that.
Or
that.
Or on the forehead, right? Go with the Post Malone thing. Just tat up your face.
Or Mac
cool now.
Just on your back.
Mac. Red hot Mac.
It's a lot of letters. That's a long session.
Yeah, that's a lot of pain.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
Little payoff.
But yeah, so keep fighting the good
Paul
fights, all the dads out there.
Paul got his ear pierced. I heard that. Like that's the thing.
I
did
was
too.
shocked you did. Hoop or stud?
It was it was a situation. My mom, a nurse, had the needle out. Was giving my sisters ear piercings. Like, you want to do it? I'm like, all right. And I took it out like 2 weeks later. I didn't have like a Barry Bonds cross hanging or anything. It's just a stud.
I've got
it was with a needle and a bag of ice.
Nice. I've
never had
lobes.
any interest.
So like mine, like it was like hanging out like in the middle. Like it just looked. It was like in the middle of everything.
Stupid.
Like it wasn't a really
was
great
it a hoop?
placement because I got
it a
like
big
long.
hoop?
Well, I messed with hoops a little bit. It was a stud to start, but like the hoop would actually
Messed
because of my
with
long
hoops.
lobes, like the hoop would kind of almost like graze the ear. So it was tough. Yeah.
Wow, that is big hoopage.
Also, yeah. Also, I don't know if the guy was a great shot.
What are we
like,
doing?
I mean, he went kind of off center, kind of high.
Jesus, that's all you need.
It's football.
Misses and it ends up in the side of your ear.
Yeah, right.
In the cartilage.
Yeah, no interest in that. Cartilage, that just sounds painful.
Yeah, no, I'm good on inflicting pain on myself. Body art. Okay. Call it what you want.
Hey, Grandpa.
Just not. I'm sorry. When we started down the path of belly button piercings, I didn't know I was going to get this outraged at them, but here we are. Lightning bets for today, Joe. Do you have anything?
I'd feel the same way if it was my daughter. Like everything I said, throw it out the window if it's a conversation I'm having in a number of years.
It's coming.
So, I get it. MLB card. Look, I'm not going to tell you to go spend more money on Royals futures, but we talked about it earlier that there are a couple of Royals that do have a chance. I'm not doing it, though. I'm not. We've done it enough this year. All right, as far as today, the O's at the Mets as a sizable dog, plus 125 on the money line. Got Ragans against Peterson. Don't pay too much attention to not Ragans. Rogers against Peterson. I'm not paying too much attention to Rogers' numbers, given where he has pitched most of the year. But, I'm going to back Baltimore when they're plus 125, especially at the Mets. I'm not scared of them. And we got Boston as a dog at Houston going against Kikuchi. Awful history against this Red Sox lineup. Boston plus 120. So a couple of road dogs that I do like. And then 1 week 0 play that I'll give out. And we didn't get into too much. Anytime you get an opportunity to back Timmy Chang, you've got to do it. We did it as a player years ago. Now we get to do it as a coach. His offense has been awesome since he got back in the game, since he became the head coach. The problem is they can't stop anybody. So what do we do with that? Well, we can play the over. They're 57s now, but I still see a 55.5 out there. If you're probably going to miss it if you wait long, but I'll play the Hawaii Delaware State over. Delaware State, do you know the nickname?
The Blue Hens?
The Red Hens?
Nope.
No,
so do they have different nicknames for different sports?
What?
I don't know.
Stingrays?
They're the Hornets. When did this happen?
I don't know. Oh, no, Delaware are the Blue Hens.
Yeah,
Delaware State.
Hens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Last year when they lost to Army, they didn't score, and the over still hit 57-0. And they were able to put some points up against a couple others, like when they played SC State, got in the end zone, played Miami, Ohio, they scored 20. So I think the over is safe here. I like it.
All right. I like an over in New York tonight. Mets, Orioles over 9. Give me the Reds on the money line, plus 140 against Gausman. He hasn't been able to string together 3 consecutive quality starts since April. Pirates on the money line as well against the reeling Rangers. We'll be back to do it all again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern here on BetQL Daily.
You've been listening to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
To me personally,
which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
And while both offenses can put up a ton of points in a hurry,
ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go. And watch all the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL. with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3. Oh!
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster. But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this. Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put pick it in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats. Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago. Put the thing up now.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
Where every game is game 7, because when you've got money on a game, it turns a terrible game into game 7.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL.
They're just not winning games convincingly.
You're kind of playing with house money right now.
That's it. That's it. And voters voting for him are two different things. I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game.
That may be the direction they go.
Where?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not luck.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM.
It is strong. Let's do it. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM on a Monday morning. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will get things started with a special edition of Take Your Pick, the off-season NFL edition. We'll compare teams who have made similar moves over the past few months, because we got to talk about the offseason while we can, because the actual regular season is coming. Training camp starts at the end of next month, so it's on its way. Then at 8:20, we head back to the Diamond and discuss which games have our attention on this Monday. And yes, the Dogster is always waiting to chime in. We will visit with him and bring you our best bets at 8:40. Chelsea, you know what I did on Friday? I'd never had this procedure done before. Dry needling. Not great. Have you ever tried this? I've had acupuncture before, and I thought this will be similar to acupuncture. No, it is not. So my right hip, which is okay, getting old, I swear to God, it's the worst. Whenever I sit like butterfly style, you know what I mean? And whenever my right leg starts to splay a little bit, I felt like there's something catching in my hip. I'm like, this is weird. I don't hurt or anything. It's fine, but that doesn't seem normal. Maybe it's just time. So I'm like, let me see if I can do a handful of physical therapy sessions just to kind of stretch this out and get this back to normal. So I've done some physical therapy. It's been good. And then the guy was like, all right, would you mind if we tried dry needling in this area, which is essentially taking these long, thin needles and putting them in a particular area of your body. And the thought is if we hit the exact spot where this hitch or this issue is occurring, we can increase blood flow and also help stretch the muscle out a little bit and maybe get it to be more flexible. And I think it worked. I feel better, but also it hurt like hell because they are trying to find a spot where involuntarily, like my leg would kick because they would hit this spot on my hip. So he's like, that's the spot. And I'm like gripping the table. I'm like, yeah, you got it. So I think it worked, but I don't know if I want to do that again. Have you ever heard anything like that or something similar where it helped, but you're not sure if you want to give that a shot?
Well, first of all, I have some questions. When are you sitting butterfly style? I was not aware that grown men sat like this.
Yeah. Sometimes I just sit on my couch like butterfly style and just watch something.
Really?
You know? Yeah. I mean, sometimes I'll sit with my feet on the ground. Sometimes I'll turn to the side, put my feet up on the couch. I don't know. I'm all over the place.
Sounds flexible. Like, I don't think I've sat butterfly style in a long time because it's hard. Like, if you're not flexible, I totally get what you're talking about. But at least you're trying to do things, and at least it worked. Because it could have been really painful and you would have had no result from it. And that would have been obviously the worst case scenario. But people do all kinds of things like this. Like as you get older, trying to alleviate pain. How painful would it have to be for you to do this again? Because that's the thing. Like if it took away your pain, it's, a risk reward situation.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is I don't have pain when I'm walking or anything like that. It's fine, and I could live with it. It's not like, oh my God, but I just don't like the idea that, hey, I can't sit this way without this kind of like jerk reaction because my leg's moving over too far. It's odd for me. But I would do it again, but also if it got worse than that, I don't know. I have a pretty high pain tolerance, but I don't know how much more I would be able to take. If this were a massive issue in my life, which it's not, then I'd be like, I'm not, then I'll put up with it to a certain point. Maybe I could endure a little bit more pain. But because it's not a huge issue, I'm not going to put myself through the ringer because it did not. I mean, when I'm like gripping the table and I'm like trying to be cool about it, like I'm taking some deep breaths and he just holds it there, right? It's not like this, it's a one prick and then you're done. It's like, I'm going to hold this needle in this particular spot for a while it helps loosen up. So it wasn't like a one and done. It was like me sitting there like, think of the beach. Think of something outside of this needle being inside your hip, inside your body. So I don't know. I might do it once more, but then I think I'm going to draw the line there.
Whew, I think the only comparable situation would be when I got an epidural where they take a really long needle and put it in your spinal cord, I think, if I am not mistaken. I didn't see it. It was in my back. But here's the thing. We talked about risk reward. This was so I could have a child. Yes. So I feel like people talk about like the pain of childbirth. They're like, oh my God, it's so terrible. You get a human being out of it. Like, it's not like you got tickets to the Jonas Brothers. Like, you get a human, you get to produce the miracle of life. So yes, if there's some pain involved, I still feel like it's very much worth it.
There are only two instances in which you ever take an epidural. One, childbirth. Two, the Jonas Brothers. Love me some JoJo. They're sold out. Come on, they're brothers. Well, let's bring in our executive producer, Bill Rowland, and we're going to compare some teams that have made some similar moves in the offseason which did not involve dry needling or epidurals. Bill, hello.
It's good. I don't know how to follow this up other than Chelsea mentioned childbirth. We should say congratulations to our boss.
Yes, Andrew
Williams and his wife.
Jaden. Jaden's here. Congratulations.
Jaden is part of the BetQL. I'll gladly do that. We have to wait till August, though. He's back in the office. He's taking a month off.
You know what? I say we do the cigars now. Like with the equipment in here, and then we come in the next day, and we're like, BetMGM tonight again. Unbelievable.
These guys, what, do you think this is a casino?
Come on! It's a betting show, guys. Do you see any slot machines over here? Okay.
But yes, congratulations to Andrew and his wife. Last Thursday night, actually.
Yeah.
And I know, again, don't have children of my own. 7.5 pounds? That's a pretty decent sized kid, isn't it, Chelsea?
It's on the top end. Like, it's not huge. I think Blake was like over 8.
Wow.
But Blake was also 3 weeks late. She was feasting in there. So like 7.5 is not easy.
All right, cool. Anyway, I didn't know. I was just curious. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We have Take Your Pick. Normally, we give you a nice little thing going on. We do this a lot during football season, comparing and contrasting teams that are doing good things or bad things during the season. What I want to do is take a look at some of the teams that have done sort of similar moves or have had similar things going on here in the offseason, and you guys tell me who do you think is going to be better off for this. So we'll start with the teams that have a returning quarterback from injury. Aaron Rodgers of the Jets versus Joe Burrow of the Bengals. So, Jinx, I'll start with you.
Okay.
Who's better off getting their QB back, the Jets or Cincinnati?
Joey B. I'm going with the Bengals here. Much higher ceiling than Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to fall off, but he missed an entire season. Also, I don't trust you, Aaron Rodgers. Everybody's at minicamp. Oh, you preach chemistry. We need to be together. We need to learn how to win. Where are you right now? Nobody knows. Probably high on ayahuasca or whatever it's called. Probably having a smooth poop in a darkness retreat. You should be with your team, leading the way. You're not. And I think Joe Burrow will be motivated here because I know he is prone to injury, and he's talked about sort of the football mortality and really thought about the injuries and the punishment he has taken. But I think he'll be highly motivated to come back and to prove, because he is. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the game. And also, when Joe Burrow is playing and he's healthy and upright, there's no question he could lead any team to the promised land. He's that good. When he's at his best, he's as good as it gets in the NFL or close to it. So I'm going with the Bengals.
Yeah, one of these quarterbacks is 27. One of these quarterbacks is 40 and coming off an ACL injury. Who do you think I'm going to take? I'm going to take Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Not only is Joe Burrow younger, I know he's also had his injury concerns as well, but also the Bengals are the one kryptonite that we have in the NFL to the reigning dynasty, the Kansas City Chiefs. Joe Burrow is the only quarterback probably in the NFL with a winning record against Kansas City. He's 3-1 in his career, both in playoff and regular season games against the Kansas City Chiefs. So if you don't want to see Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl again, you better be praying to all the football gods that Joe Burrow can stay healthy this season. I think he's the only kryptonite we have in the AFC. Aaron Rodgers, I will say this. The argument for saying Aaron Rodgers is the more valuable piece here is looking at the Jets' record last season. The Jets were 7-10 last year. If there's a team that badly needs a good starting quarterback, it's certainly the Jets. Meanwhile, you look at the Bengals, who missed some time with Joe Burrow, still went 9-8. So maybe you could argue that Aaron Rodgers is more valuable to his team. But come on, the guy's not even at mandatory minicamp. What's he doing? He's 40. He's coming off a major injury. So I don't know what we're getting from Aaron Rodgers. And the Jets probably don't either. So I'm going to go Joe Burrow.
He's a man. He's 40.
That's right. Well, man.
But we don't know where he is.
That's true. We have no idea. The best argument there was saying that if we want Taylor Swift not to be the Super Bowl, that we should be backing Joe Burrow. I'm all in on Cincinnati.
Joe Burrow it is.
Right. Yes, Joe Burrow. I'm in. All right, how about this? In Chelsea, this has to do with your Titans, so I'll start with you. NFL teams with a new head coach this year, Brian Callahan of the Titans, Dan Quinn of the Commanders. Neither team were very good last year, so who's got the advantage here?
The advantage. I'm not sure if I would say
or in a
the
better
advantage.
spot. Yeah, who's in a better
but
spot?
But I do think that Brian Callahan has a lot of good pieces to work with. Namely, when you have a solid, young quarterback in the mix and somebody who you want to build the offense around. Because for the longest time, the offense was predicated on the run because we had Derrick Henry. But listen, this is not a running backs league. So I personally am very excited to see us move to a more pass-happy offense. And, of course, Brian Callahan, coming from Cincinnati, did great things with the young quarterbacks there, like Joe Burrow. So I think Brian Callahan's actually in a good spot. And I think the expectations are so low for him that he's in a good spot. Everybody thought that Mike Vrabel was the heart and soul of the Titans, which he probably was. But still, the expectations really low for Brian Callahan and this Titans team that still has the most important piece on the field. I have high hopes for Will Levis, so I'll go with Callahan here.
I'm going to go with Dan Quinn. It's hard for me because I'm out of Commanders and I don't get any inside information. But I will say this. The one thing that puts Dan Quinn in a great situation is that now the people above him, the adults are in charge now for the Commanders, right? Like Adam Peters had an awesome draft. Now, will these guys pan out? We never really know. But even the national pundits are saying, man, the Commanders are actually making some smart moves. They've been good in free agency. They're spending their money wisely. They're making informed and really well-thought-out draft picks. And the early feedback on Dan Quinn is that the players absolutely love him. So, and, of course, you have Jaden Daniels at quarterback. So it's early on. It's going to take a while for the Commanders, but I feel like the building blocks are in place. I'm going to go with Dan Quinn.
It is interesting. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Can I ask one thing about Dan Quinn? Because I don't think I even asked this when he was hired. Do you think it was the right move for the Commanders to hire yet another defensive-minded head coach? Because wasn't this the thing with Ron Rivera? Like, he was known as like a defensive guy. And then sometimes teams kind of pivot and go the other direction. But Dan Quinn, another defensive-minded head coach.
I think two things here. I think maybe Ron Rivera isn't the defensive coach that he used to be because the game has evolved in certain areas. But I think more than anything, they wanted someone, management did, who can relate to the players. And Dan Quinn is very, very much a player-oriented head coach. Those guys love him. So I think it was more about a disconnect between the players and Ron Rivera as opposed to bringing in someone else who maybe has more of a defensive mindset.
All right, let's skip down to another quarterback one. The retread quarterback.
Oh, yes.
Cousins with Atlanta, Wilson with the Steelers. Jinx, who would you rather have?
Double D, you want to speak for me here? You're the Falcons guy. I'll just kick back here for the next minute and a half. Tell me. You're a Falcons guy, so you can answer here for me. What?
Oh, absolutely 100%. Better franchise, better playmakers on offense, better O-line.
Chelsea, please set Double D straight, please.
Well, none of this matters because it's all price dependent. One of these quarterbacks costs you, what, $100 million? Something crazy like that? Russell Wilson is playing for, what, the veteran minimum? Russell Wilson is the correct answer here. Not because any of the traits, but simply because of the price tag. What?
Who's backing Russ?
Who's backing Kirk Cousins?
Anyone? Me. Anyone. Everyone. Compared to Russell Wilson, I don't think Russell Wilson will be starting mid-season, frankly.
So?
I think it might be Justin Fields.
Paying him $500,000. Who cares? Who cares?
Kirk Cousins is going to be very good for the Falcons. He's going to lead that team to a division title.
I think they're going to. I think they're going to win the division
title
too.
They're going to start off
South.
They're going to start off 0-5. Watch.
Oh, no way. Also, if you want a good quarterback, you got to pay for a good quarterback. There's a reason why they're giving Russ the minimum. He plays at a minimum.
Trevor Lawrence is making $50 million a year.
Oh, yeah.
Quarterbacks cost money.
Coming up next on the show, we head back to the Diamond for another look at today's schedule. And if we're still willing to fade Patrick Corbin, it is the Daily Tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
All right, Double D, give me a little something. It is a Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Hope you're having a great Monday morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, favorite picks and leads today in Major League Baseball. And just maybe, we'll look to the stars to figure out one of our plays. You were asking me about crystals earlier, or the last time I used something like, I don't know, a tarot card, a reading from a psychic, crystals, manifestation. What about you? Let me turn the question around to you. Do you have many crystals in your home? Did you and Jake on the way back from the Live Tour this weekend stop at a local psychic's office? Psychic. Normally it's their house. I think they live somewhere like above like a bodega or something. Like free readings. Did you stop off and have a psychic give you a reading on the way? When is the last time you did something similar to that? Let me pose that to you.
Well, when you started talking about crystals, I thought of the fast food place. So I was like, oh, we're talking about crystals. I'm going to get one of those crystal chicks, the ones with the chicken sandwich instead of the little patty. Have you been to a Crystals? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the little thin burgers? It's kind of like White Castle.
Honest to God, I've never heard of a Crystals in my life. It's the first time I've ever heard of it.
Really?
Really? Yeah. Yeah. I guess I just missed it.
Has anybody on this show ever heard of Crystals? Or is this just a Southern thing?
Have you?
Like Crystals? What do you mean? Have you
like a
heard
burger
of it?
joint?
Oh,
The
yeah.
name of a burger place. It's like White Castle.
Yes.
They do the mini burgers.
Yes.
Oh, I have never heard of Crystals. I guess that passed me by. I know.
It's the better Crystals that you should be paying attention to.
Not around here. Okay. I've been in D.C. for too long. I've been here for 20 years.
Okay, so it's like White Castle. And I'm going to say that I honestly do not get why people like this. Why would you want a patty that's a millimeter thick? I don't understand the obsession. So you've heard of White Castle, right?
Oh, yeah,
Where their
for
specialty is like the little burgers. So we've had a Crystal on the corner in Gallatin for like my whole life. People love Crystal here. I honestly don't get it. It's all bun and a tiny little patty. Do you like White Castle?
I do, but I never go there. I think I've been to White Castle, once, maybe twice. But I like White Castle. It's perfectly good, but I generally am like you. I mean, I do like a good slider, but if I want a slider, I want a slider with a thick piece of beef. Like, I don't want like the thin. I'm like you. I don't want to do that. And I like a good bun too, but I want the bun to meat ratio to be more even. You know what I mean? I don't want all bun and just a little bit of meat.
Well, then don't go to Subway. That's like the Subway problem too, right? Where they give you your meat strips and you're like, here's your one slice of meat. And here's this huge hoagie that we're going to put your sandwich on. Enjoy. By your sandwich artist. David, what do you want to talk about? David,
Double D's dying.
All right, what?
Because Crystal and White Castle are not meant to be eaten sober.
That's true.
At all. You have to be inebriated or impaired to truly enjoy both of those.
I think they're still pretty bad. And if you have to be drunk to enjoy a food, this is coming from somebody who will go to Taco Bell completely sober. I like Taco Bell. I think there is a justification, and some of their menu items are actually pretty good. But, you can't sell me on a tiny burger. You just can't. If you just wanted to eat bread, go ahead. Just go to the bakery at, the grocery store. I just don't like the construction and the ratio of the burgers.
Oh, so you don't like sliders?
If the patty is a little bit bigger, if you order sliders at an actual restaurant, they will give you more of a patty. That's not the problem I have is, you know what I'm talking about? These buns they're so thin. You can barely see them.
Oh, 100%.
If Chelsea gets a slider with a pound of beef in the middle, then that's the kind of slider you're looking for. You got some bread, but a big old pile of meat right in the middle.
I'm just saying that when you take your burger out to eat it and you don't see the patty, that is a problem. you
true.
need to be able to see it without a microscope, which can be said for a lot of things. But no, I don't like Crystal, and I have a very hard stance on it.
Oh,
clearly.
Okay. I've never heard of Crystals. What was the Where's the Beef commercials? And they would do those back in like the 80s. Wendy's, and they would open up the bun and there'd be like a small patty in the middle. I remember that.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
Why do they do the square patties? Does this make it taste any better? Does anybody have a strong take here on why square patties are better? I feel like it's stupid. Just
it's
fit
probably
the bun.
It's just a branding thing, I would imagine, more than anything else. Like, it doesn't taste any different, but that square patties, they're coming from Wendy's. So I think it's specifically just a marketing thing. Like, yes, you're going to get the square burger at Wendy's. I don't mind Wendy's either.
Next up is the triangle.
Reason why.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly the reason why. Founder Dave Thomas in 1969, when he opened the first Wendy's, said he wanted it to be distinctively different than other competitors.
Oh.
So he made them square.
Beautiful. Love it. It's making me hungry.
I'm not
for some
going to
fast
tarnish
food.
the name of Dave Thomas because the guy's a saint. What?
Just let that copy is funny. I know. I agree with you. I just thought it was funny that he used to say. I'm like, yeah.
Chelsea, we will not.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. It was good.
The great Dave Thomas. His names shall not be besmirched on this show.
Hell no,
Absolutely
it
not.
won't.
Absolutely
not under my watch.
Oh,
I can
sir.
just imagine him. Can't you see his face now with his glasses and he's smiling in the solarium with, he's got a big double. He's got some fries. I like Wendy's, clearly.
Also, just while we're at it, and I mean this for future reference, don't anyone ever take a shot at Ray A. Kroc, okay? Man's a genius.
Who?
The man who founded McDonald's.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
He's not
He
an icon
found
like
it, or
Dave
did he
Thomas.
he bought it from the brothers? Didn't he
bought it
Yeah.
from some brothers.
He made it McDonald's.
He made it McDonald's. He bought he took the premise of it and bought it from these brothers or a couple guys out in California, took the premise, built on it, and then began the franchising of McDonald's. So he's credited as the founder, but I watched that whole movie on it with Michael Keaton, which was really, really good, by the way. I love Michael Keaton. But the concept started out elsewhere, and then he took it and kind of built on it, and some people would say, manipulated these guys. They ended up... He sort of forced them into selling the rights to many of the ideas because of how he played it business-wise. Very fascinating.
Sounds like a great guy.
Yeah. He was a shark, Mr. Kroc. Not like Dave Thomas in the solarium, like you said.
No,
only fast food restaurant that has an actual university.
McDonald's University?
What?
Yeah.
Hamburger University, sir. Hamburger University.
Excuse me. Sorry. Hamburger University. That's where you go to learn, right? About how to correctly cook.
Correct.
And curate McDonald's foods. Hamburger University. I need to go there. I'd like an extra degree just to put on the resume.
Well, let's send you there. That
Let's
could be
go.
our summer content.
Yes. Send me to Hamburger University, and I'll come back, and I'll get the best damn Big Mac you've ever had in your life. Every time you win a bet, guess what? I got 6 McNuggets on the way for you.
Ooh, the night show would love it. They would eat all the burgers.
Yes, they would. They would love it. Win or lose, we're like, hey, are those nuggets coming? Nah, sure, guys. Okay, Tristan, I'll send them your way. We'll do it. Well, let's see if we can pick some winners today. McDonald's rewards are not on the Diamond Guardians at the Orioles. Orioles minus 115. Guardians are minus 105. Your total is 8. Tanner Bybee going for the Guardians. Cade Povich will get the baseball for the Orioles. I don't know what to do here, Chelsea, so I'm just going to follow your lead. What are we doing?
Oh, you made me mad by that little tidbit. Will you be using the McDonald's rewards today? No, I won't. Just give me my food. I hate when they do that. Anyways, back to the Orioles and the Guardians. Looking at this one, the house rules for me. We don't fade the Orioles here. And I was looking for like a weakness for the Orioles. And I'm saying, okay, Chelsea, you got to get off this. The O's, got to be faded in some situations. But if you look at them in every single situation, I said to myself, okay, maybe they're a team that hasn't been as good this month because they did just get swept by the Astros. But if you look over the last month, guess who has the best WRC plus in all of baseball? That would be the Baltimore Orioles. Guess who has the best OPS in all of baseball? That would be the Baltimore Orioles. And maybe you look at the starter here and you say, okay, Cade Povich, who's that guy? Well, he's actually been pretty good over his last 2 starts. So he is a young guy, but we've seen this story before. What did the Orioles do all last year? They had a bunch of young starters who put up really mediocre numbers, but yet this was still one of the best teams in the American League. So the Guardians certainly deserve their flowers and their respect here, but still, I cannot fade a Orioles team that's won me so much money, so I won't.
Okay, I don't want to pick a side here. I actually lean towards the under. I won't play this because of the bats involved. I don't like playing unders when you have two talented lineups like this. However, you mentioned the arms, the starters in this game, and they've been very good. And also, when blowing in today at Camden Yards, Guardians have a great bullpen. Got used a little bit yesterday, but I would lean under 8.5. Under 9 is minus 150, but I just play under 8.5. Phillies at the Tigers. Phillies minus 175 on the money line. Tigers are plus 145. Your total is 8. It is Aaron Nola going for Philly and Casey Mize going for the boys from Motown, Chelsea. Are we on the Phillies first 5 or Phillies run line here?
Yeah, can I interest you in the Phillies first 5 on the money line for minus 145? Feels like a very palatable price for the number 1 run-scoring offense in the first 5 innings of play. Aaron Nola maybe statistically is not their best starter, but still, he is one of their workhorses. And if you take that bad start against the Red Sox out, he's still smooth sailing. Like his ERA for May was 2.84. His ERA for April was 2.06. I know it's looking kind of wonky after that start against the Red Sox where he gave up 8, but still, that was an anomaly. Most of his starts have been quality starts like he did against the Padres. By definition, a quality start. 6 innings, only 3 earned runs. Plus, he gets the Tigers here, who are bottom 10 in most statistical categories. The better offense here is clearly the Phillies, and the better pitcher clearly is Aaron Nola. So I'll take the Phillies on the first 5 money line, minus 145.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That will definitely be on the card for me. Casey Mize, ERA of 6 over his past 6. And I'll tell you something, when Aaron Nola starts, the Phillies just show up. He has taken them out 15 times this season. Phillies have won 12 of those starts, 12 of their last 14 as well. So I will be on that. Also, we're going to skip Blue Jays Red Sox unless you have a play, just because we have Tanner Huck going for the Red Sox. We did have Chris Bassett going for the Blue Jays right now. That is TBD. So we're still wondering who's going to get the call for the Blue Jays. Red Sox at some spots, your early favorite at minus 142, total set at 8.5. How about the Rangers and the Brewers, Chelsea? We have Brewers minus 160 in Milwaukee. The Rangers are plus 165. Your total is 8, slightly juiced to the under at minus 115. So will you be playing this and putting this in the card today?
I will not. I hate playing the Brewers. I feel like they're one of those teams that always confounds me. Maybe the Rangers have a little bit of extra juice since they got their ace back, and Max Scherzer yesterday went 5 shutout innings, looked almost unhittable. I think he didn't give up a hit till the 5th inning. But still, this is a different game, and it's Michael Lorenzen going. Maybe you could make a case for the under. Like, that's the only thing I'm, kind of looking at. Freddie Peralta has been pretty solid so far this year for Milwaukee, but nothing spectacular. I don't know. Both these pitchers are kind of meh, so I got no play for you, Jenks. Do you have a play on the Nats game, though? I wanted to talk about that one.
Yeah, let's talk about this. We got some time. Nationals at the Padres. Padres minus 225. Nationals plus 180. Total set at 8.5. Patrick Corbin, 1-7, 5.60 ERA. Towing the rubber for Washington, it is Michael Waldron, 4-6, 3.46 ERA, who will start for the Pods. Here's the thing. I have faded Patrick Corbin 3 times this season. And guess how many wins I have? 0. He has just pitched around my picks each and every single time. I usually fade him in the first 5. But in those instances, he has come through just enough, or I've had an opposing team on the run line and they've been tied. So I'm a little weary here. What are you going to do?
I think it's less of me fading Patrick Corbin because you're right. I know his numbers aren't good and he's kind of the running joke of gambling Twitter, but he's had some good ones. I will say, I think we did actually get a win against the Diamondbacks last time around just because the Diamondbacks were up like 1-0. It's not Patrick Corbin pitched poorly. He ended up, I think the Nationals actually won that game if you played him in the full game. But I think it's more about, you look at Waldron here. And he's been pretty solid for the Padres. He's pitching at home in this one. And if you look at the stats for Patrick Corbin against the San Diego batters, it is not pretty. So if there's ever a time to fade Patrick Corbin and not just for the running joke, it's here. Look at all of their best batters against Patrick Corbin. Manny Machado, a home run in 21 at-bats while hitting .333. You look at Fernando Tatis Jr. in 9 at-bats. He's hitting .556 with an OPS of 1,300. Damn. And Luis Arraez hitting .333 off of Corbin as well. Cronenworth, .750. You go further down the list, and everybody has these great splits against Patrick Corbin. So I think maybe you take the Padres in some sense, just because the numbers are so bad against Corbin here.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to take the Padres on the run line then. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go with a big card today. See if I can keep this losing streak going. Who cares? Coming up next, time to make some new wagers here on the show, and it couldn't come fast enough, at least for me. It is a daily tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Best bets next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Good morning to you. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us. Oh, man. Slurping down this coffee. Going to be a long day, but at least our Monday is off and going. Chelsea, what do you got going on today? Anything exciting that I should know about? Or are you just going to kick back and maybe try and plow through the rest of that movie you were watching?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. After the show, I am going to fix myself some breakfast, and I'm going to watch the last hour of Hitman with Glenn Powell, who's also the spokesman for the Golf Channel. I don't know if you've noticed this, because obviously we watch the Golf Channel constantly in our house. And I was like, that guy looks familiar. Who's talking about like the U.S. Open for women? And it was Glenn Powell talking about women's golf. So my two worlds colliding, my Netflix world and my sports world. And Glenn Powell.
Yeah, he went to Texas, so I'm glad he's a new it guy. We need someone to slowly, at some point, Matthew McConaughey will have to pass the baton.
Because you haven't had somebody before with Matthew McConaughey. Feels so bad for you guys to have two good-looking men as Longhorns.
It's great. It's great. Got to have somebody. Keep Texas in the spotlight. They never got any pubs, so he's the guy. I'm really excited for the Stanley Cup Final tonight. Am I going to stay up late? It's going to be hard for me. I don't like staying up late because I'm an old man, but I think tonight might have to be the exception. I might have to stay up late and see this Game 7. Then I'll chug some coffee tomorrow morning. And actually, I will say, the lovely Catherine would be very happy. I'll be like, hey, I'm going to stay up. We'll hang out. I need to watch some hockey. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I think I just convinced myself on live radio. I'm going to stay up. I'm going to watch this hockey game, hang out with the girl, and then I'll be fine. It's hard for me on today because I have work to do after this, but tomorrow I can just go home and crash. So let's do that.
Yeah, it always depends on if I can nap the next day.
Yes.
Because if you have a nap like on the horizon, then everything's possible. Like that should be crocheted into a pillow. With a nap on the horizon, everything is possible.
You sound like Kevin Garnett. Just a much
everything is possible.
Everything is possible. All right. Well,
with
at least
nap.
we got with the nap. And then he brings it down and says with a nap. Just we got to qualify that. Coming up next on BetQL Daily, Michael Leboff, who covers hockey, soccer, and darts for the Action Network. How about that? He will join the crew and talk about tonight's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. If you missed our conversation about who won the weekend as we handed out our award for Monday's MVP, we make it easy for you to get caught up. Download and subscribe to the Daily Tip wherever you download your pods. Chelsea, it is a new week. Thank God for me because I've been ice cold. So, of course, I'm going to go with a huge card, and you're just going to keep slowly picking winners. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Give us that winner today.
All right, best bet of the day for me is going to be the Phillies on the first 5 money line at -145. If you're thinking to yourself, is this deja vu? Does she pick the Phillies every day in the first 5? Yeah, I've been doing it, and it's been making me some good money. In fact, the Phillies this year are the #1 run-scoring offense in the first 5 innings of play. Now they have June Schwarber going, Trey Turner back in the lineup. So it feels like the time is right to take the Phillies in the first 5, especially going on the road to the Tigers today. If you look at Casey Mize, he's been all right, but he's backed by a terrible Tigers offense who's middle of the pack in just about every statistic. Plus, if you look at him over his last 7 games, he is 0-4. With a 5.46 ERA. And here's the offense that I was talking about. This Tigers team has scored 1 run or fewer in the whole game in 5 of their last 7. Not an offense that frightens me too much when going against the Philly bat. So let's go with Aaron Nola, who's had quality starts in 6 of his last 7. Let's go Phillies in the first 5 on the money line, -145.
Chelsea, I will be on that as well. Just a little warning. I have been so cold. Whatever I say, except for that bet, because that's a good one. Chelsea's on it. Except for that one, do the opposite. I've been ice cold, and you know what? I don't care. It's the summertime. What I'm doing now, you know how in the offseason you hear about quarterbacks and when they're practicing, like, you know what? He threw some picks during training camp or mini camp, but he's trying out some different things. Just wait until the fall. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying out some things. Reds money line, -110, hosting the Pirates. I'm backing who I think is the better pitcher here in Carson Spires, who has successfully made that transition from the pen to the starting role. Hasn't allowed a home run all season long, but really, this is more of a fade of Bailey Falter than anything else. The metrics suggest he is going to give us some negative regression over the latter half of the season. Bullpen, a significant advantage for Cincy, and they're at home, and it's a cheap price. Reds money line, -110 today in Cincinnati.
No, so you might say Bailey might be faltering here
to
put a pun on his name, which still isn't like one of the worst pitcher names. Like, it sucks to have a negative connotation attached to your name, but like, remember when there was Homer Bailey and he was a pitcher? Not the best pitcher name.
Not great.
Not great. All right, time to find out what our friend the 8-Ball has to say about our picks today.
Let us gaze upon the glorious magic 8-Ball. Shall it fade or tail these noble betters?
All right, 8-Ball. What do you have to say today? All right, Phillies first 5 money line over the Tigers. Do we like it? Reply hazy. Try again. Here we go. How about an answer? My sources say no. Thanks. Thanks for nothing, 8-Ball.
Okay.
How about the Reds on the money line over the Pirates today? 8-Ball says yes, definitely.
Oh, well, maybe I'll get a dub. Here's the thing. I'm going to get a dub at some point. I'm playing enough games. But the question is, will I get one or none? We're going to find out. To check out the 8-Ball, to see Chelsea, who actually matches the 8-Ball today. I don't know if that's purposeful. Chelsea, look at this. We got black on black. You can stream each and every show on the BetQL Network. Just go to twitch.tv/BetQL. Do you have any leans or just one and done today?
One and done. It's a Monday. I'm not trying to sweat 5 bets. What are you doing, Jenks?
What am I doing? Working things out. Listen. For every great bettor out there, there's someone who loses. And I'm willing to grab that mantle and say, you know what? I can relate. I've been there. Let's just keep going here. I wouldn't recommend this bet, but I'm going to do it. Royals first 5 run line. It's -160. Hosting the Marlins. Cole Reagan's going up against Roderick Munoz for the Marlins. This is a massive pitching mismatch. Munoz did have one solid performance a couple of games ago against the Mets. But against decent hitting teams, he's gotten hammered. 6 runs to the Cards, 4 runs to the Guardians, 6 runs to the Dodgers in his other 3 most recent performances. Miami also ranks 3rd to last in Major League Baseball in the first 5. There's a reason why you have to look for this number, because every book is offering it -1.5. I had to look for -0.5 run. Found it at BetMGM. Royals first 5 run line -160. I also like the Royals full game run line if you want to reduce the juice in a significant way. Don't mind that either. We were just talking about it. Chelsea handicapped this, and you know what? I liked your handicap. Padres run line -105. Hosting the Nationals. I listened to it. Made perfect sense. I think you're right. You have no day off for the Nats. They're going straight from Colorado to San Diego. You'll have to be a little bit tired. You heard Chelsea talking about the Padres splits against Patrick Corbin, who is definitely worse on the road than at home. And the Washington bullpen, as we know, not the strength of this team. They can give up a couple late. I have bet on or against Patrick Corbin about 3 times this season. I've lost 2, won 1, I think. You mentioned that D-backs game in which we won in the first 5 because the D-backs were on top 1-0. I think we get a full game winner here. Padres run line in San Diego. And tonight, College World Series, Texas A&M taking on Tennessee. Let's go under 10.5, -125. This is like handicapping Game 7 of the World Series, right? You know how it's going to go. These starters are going to be on the mound. They're going to get quick hooks. You've got Xander Sechrist on the mound for the Vols. He has not allowed more than 3 runs in any start this season. Justin Lampkin goes for the Ags. He is rested, has not pitched since last weekend. Wind blowing in today at Omaha. I think runs will be at a premium. The first game went way under. I think this one does too. This total seems way too high. A&M, Tennessee, under 10.5. And let's go Vols. All right, time now for your BetQL 5-star best bet. For trends, analysis, articles, videos, whatever you need, you've got to download the BetQL app, my personal favorite app. Donkster! All right, you've been in here all week, and I know you're dying to talk. It's your time. What do you got?
I hear everyone talking about their favorite places to eat, but no one is mentioning IHOP. I always get the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. You get 2 eggs, 2 bacon strips or 2 pork sausage links, and your choice of toppings on a stack of pancakes. I always get the cinnamon apples.
Well, okay, that's a lot of information, Doctor.
And then when I'm ordering pancakes for my date, I say, Tristan will have the blueberries.
Oh, that was unexpected. Okay, give us your bets, please, Doctor.
Stanley Cup Final. Oilers at Panthers. Florida money line in fading Canada. Also, Guardians at the Oilers. I expect a high-scoring contest. Over 8.5.
Okay. Very good. Wow. Doctor, man, he moves quick. That's why he has that gold chain on. Well, are we having Chris Mack this morning? I don't see Chris Mack. Huh? He said no. He's not going to do it. Okay.
He's too busy celebrating Paul Skeens' latest start.
He is. And like you said in the chat, Chelsea, you're like, nobody believes that you were nominated for an Emmy when you're talking
That's
like
not
that.
what I said. I said from the
I know.
Emmys red carpet to voicing an inflatable doctor. That was the juxtaposition that I was hoping to point out. Did anybody ask you at the Emmys, be like, hey, so we see what you've been doing lately, and we know you've won 9 Emmys, but this current road you're down, wow, what a pivot.
I'm going to be reading highlights to children in about 10 years. You know, that's pretty much what the road I'm going down is on. That's all right, though. All right, good couple picks for the doctor, and no Chris Mack. Normally I have Chris on the show, but yes, Paul Skeens had a great weekend, so he's probably still celebrating that. I like your picks today, Chelsea. I need a dub, too. If you have that crystal in your home, any crystal at all, whatever you believe in, just throw some good luck my way. I need it.
We only have Crystal Burger around here, and you know my feeling on Crystal.
Well,
it ain't good. So no crystals here in Hendersonville, Tennessee, but you have the pink one, which maybe it'll bring you. Maybe you need to go rub it. Maybe you need to start a new ritual where you rub the crystal. Gotta do something, right?
I'm gonna do that. When I get home this afternoon, I'm gonna go into the bedroom, rub the crystal, and I'll see if it works out. And you know what? If I win, then I'm gonna start doing that every day. The old rubbing the crystal. All right, that's it for this edition of the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. That's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. Have a great Monday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
The Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. how does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it!
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In.
On the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Well, look, he's 400.
Some would say he won't look young in the game.
Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it.
It's 21-0.
It's a playoff game. I'm stepping in here. Like that, I give that answer. You don't get to give that answer. Who do you like in the game?
It's one game. Hey, you know who else is thinking about this stuff? Everyone else.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. right now. Come on, put Pickett in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats. Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls three.
You might as well just put this thing up now.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
I'm just all in on betting right now. It's the best, and I'm really happy everything's back.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL. They're just not winning games convincingly.
Welcome to Send It In here on the BetQL Network. I am Kate Constable filling in for PJ all week long while he is on a well-deserved vacation. We've got a great show planned for you. We're going to continue our preview of the Big 12 with Arizona on the docket today. We'll also continue with our NFL previews, the NFC South. We're going to go through those teams throughout the week. And today we're talking New Orleans Saints. That's coming up on Gridiron Glass. We will then jump into Big League Peach and go through today's MLB slate. Lucy Burge is going to join us for Model Making Money. We'll see if she's got any home run props for us today. And then we'll wrap things up with our best bets. We want to hear from you, though, throughout the show. Send in your questions, comments, your best bets for today. Put all those in the chat and we'll answer them as we go along. Also, if you missed anything from the show, you want to rewatch it or re-listen to it, you can catch everything on the Send It In podcast that's available wherever you get your podcasts. All right, here we go. Glass is in session. Starting with Gridiron Glass, we're going to preview the Arizona Wildcats this season. A lot of really good things for Wildcats fans to be excited for this season. They were a team that exceeded expectations last year with a 10-3 season. Could have easily also been a, dare I say it, undefeated in conference play last year. They lost to Washington by 7 and then blew a lead to USC to lose that game in triple overtime. Now, a lot of changes for Arizona this offseason. They lost head coach Jed Fish to Washington, and they're now moving over into the Big 12, but still plenty to look forward to. They bring in a very good head coach, Brent Brennan from San Diego. You also add former Syracuse head coach Dino Babers as the offensive coordinator, and he adopts one of the top quarterback wide receiver duos in all of college football, with Noah Fifita returning under center and Tataroa McMillan, who's arguably one of the top receivers in the game. Those two not only played together last season, but they went to high school together, so the chemistry has been there for years now. Offensive line was terrific at times. Did give up 26 sacks, so pass protection is going to have to be better. And defensively, the line lost quite a few players, but its secondary is great. Returns Davis at cornerback. He's coming off a big year with 15 pass breakups. Wildcats are also loaded at safety. Dalton Johnson and Gunnar Maldonado combined for 167 tackles. So plenty of good stuff for Arizona this year. If you look at their schedule, their win total set at 7.5. I think they go way over this. Over is juiced just a little bit, minus 115 compared to the under at minus 105. But you have New Mexico week 1, Northern Arizona week 2, both of those at home. Things get tricky week 3. I think this is one of the trickiest stretch of the season for Arizona. They go to Kansas State. Kansas State's been good over the last couple of seasons. They've made bowl games in 4 of their last 5 seasons, if you throw out the weird 2020 season, and 4 seasons with A+ wins under head coach Chris Kleiman. So going to Kansas State to play, that's tricky. And then they have Utah, and they play at Utah in week 5. But what I like about this is that they get the bye in between those 2 games. So even though it's early in the season, if there's any injuries, they're banged up at all coming off that Kansas State game, they get a chance to rest, recover, and then have an extra week to game plan for Utah, because going into Utah, playing there, the Utes have one of the best home field advantages in the league. And so playing at Utah is always tricky. Cam Rising is back for his 27th season this year. We'll see what he looks like under center. But those are the only 2 games, really, if I look at this schedule, and I won't go through every single game, but Colorado could be tricky, but you get them at home. UCF, you have a bye going into Houston. TCU, I don't expect a whole lot from this season. So getting over the 7.5 win mark, I think, is huge. Even if you lose to Kansas State and Utah, you're sitting at 10 wins on the season. That gives you room for a hiccup or 2 throughout the year. So I love the over here. I wouldn't necessarily take Arizona to make the college football playoff at 7-1. Instead, if you think they do make the playoff, I would just take them to win the Big 12, because I don't think the Big 12 is getting multiple teams into the college football playoff this season. Stay away from the national championship. Arizona's not winning that this year, but a long shot that I do like. I think Noah Fifita could be a Heisman dark horse this year. 40-1. I think that's a great price. You don't need to put the house on it, just sprinkle a little bit, but I think Fifita is in for another big season. He took over for Jaden Delora after week 3 or 4 of last season, and he was just dynamite throughout the year. So he's primed for another top season. And I think Arizona, again, a lot to look forward to, but my favorite bet here is for their wins to go over 7.5 on that win total. All right, moving on to the NFL. We'll take a look at the New Orleans Saints here in the NFC South. I'm not high on the Saints this year. We'll just throw that out there. I might seem a little negative talking about the Saints right now, but I just am not a believer in Derek Carr. His teams have only made the playoffs in 2 of his last 10 seasons, but I'm also not willing to lay minus 210 on the no to make the playoffs for the Saints this year. Their regular season wins is sitting at 7.5. I'm going to take the under on that. I don't think they win 8 games this year. You're getting the under at even money. I would not take them to win the NFC South at 4-1. I would not take them to win the NFC at 35-1, and certainly not the Super Bowl. Looking at their schedule here, week 1 against Carolina. That should be a win, right? Off the bat, 1-0 to start the season for the Saints. But then it gets really, really tricky. You go to Dallas, you play Philly, you go to Atlanta for your second division game of the season, and then you have Kansas City. And the Kansas City week 5 through week 7 is interesting, because you play at the Chiefs, you have Tampa Bay, a division game, and then you have Denver. Those are 3 games within a 10-day stretch. So even though you see Tampa Bay on the schedule, that maybe not the toughest team in the division, similar to the Saints in terms of talent, that's still going to be a tough game coming off of Kansas City. Then you have Denver, and okay. What does Denver bring in? Well, Sean Payton, for the first time, is returning to the Superdome since leaving the Saints. So that's going to be a massive game, but that's your 3rd game in 10 days. I think that one's going to be extremely tricky. I would like to say they can go ahead and win that game, But again, with that being their third game in 10 days, that gets tough. You go through the rest of the schedule. I think they can beat Carolina. Again, I'm not high on the Panthers this year. I have a loss to Atlanta in week 10, a loss to Cleveland in week 11, Rams loss, Giants, sure. They can beat the Giants. They could maybe beat the Commanders. You're going to Green Bay at the end of December. That's going to be a cold game. Derek Carr, not an outdoorsy quarterback. He's much better indoors in a dome. And then Tampa Bay, week 18 to finish things off. I just am not high on the Saints this year. Yeah, they have some talent. Chris Olave would be a player that I would look at some of his overs for, but really it's the defense that carried this team last year, and I think the defense that's going to carry this team this year. They add Chase Young to that defensive end as a pass rusher. Certainly needs someone there, but overall the offense is going to kind of go as far as Derek Carr is going to take them. And what has Derek Carr shown? Can he take teams all that far? I really don't think so. I think Clint Kubiak coming over as the offensive coordinator could change a little bit of that, but still you're relying on Derek Carr, and I'm just not a believer in Derek Carr. So we're not going to be betting the Saints to go over their win total. We're going to take under 7.5 wins. I would take them if you can bet the outright to finish third in the NFC South. I think you can get that for plus 160 at various places. I think the Falcons finish first, the Bucks finish second, and then the Panthers round out the fourth spot, and the Saints fall into that third spot. So if you can get the Saints for an exact spot at plus 160 to finish third, I think that's the way to go here. Otherwise, maybe this is a team you just kind of stay away from this year and bet game to game. Again, that week 5 through week 7, 3 games in 10 days, that's going to be a lot of fading of the Saints throughout that stretch for me. But favorite play, taking the under on 7.5 wins at even money. All right, we're moving on over to Gridiron Glass. We just finished Gridiron Glasser. We're moving over to Big League Peach. And as we do, send in any bets, any questions or comments that you have. We'd love to hear from you. Throw those in the chat and we will get to those as the show moves on. Starting off in Miami, the Diamondbacks visiting the Marlins. D-backs are minus 210 on the money line. Total in this one is 8. I'm going to actually back the Diamondbacks, but I'm not taking them on the money line. I'm taking them on the run line. After a run in which Arizona won 9 of 10 games, they just got swept by the Rays over the weekend. They now head to Miami, where Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for Arizona. He's given up 3 or fewer runs in 3 of his last 5 starts, and there isn't a starting pitcher decided for Miami right now. So this could be a bullpen game for the Marlins, and I think the Diamondbacks are going to be a little upset that they just got swept. So I expect a big game from them, especially because they've only lost 1 series all month. The Marlins have lost 6 of their last 8 home games, and 5 of the last 6 losses for the Marlins have been by 2 or more runs. So I think you can take the Diamondbacks on the run line. We got a comment from B Mills. How does Kate like Seth Lugo to record a win today at plus 150? B Mills, we are going to get there. We'll talk about Seth Lugo in just a few moments, so stick with me here. Reds and Blue Jays. Reds plus 140, Blue Jays minus 165. I don't have any bet in this game. There isn't anything that I feel super strongly about, so this is just going to be a stay away one for me. Kevin Gausman is going for Toronto. No pitcher decided quite yet for the Reds. On one hand, Toronto really struggles to score, but on the other, with the pitching unclear for Cincinnati, I really can't make a play yet. Maybe you look at a Reds player to hit a home run. Kevin Gausman's given up 19 homers on the season. That's tied for the most with Kikuchi of all pitchers going today. So maybe you look at Ellie De La Cruz, someone like that, to hit a home run. But overall, this game is just a stay away for me. Mets and Orioles. This is going to be a fun one today. This line's been moving in favor of the Mets as the day goes on. I grabbed this at minus 130 on the Mets money line earlier today. It's up to minus 145. I still think it's worth paying a little bit extra juice here. Baltimore, New York, they both have lefties on the bump. Trevor Rogers starting for the O's, David Peterson for the Mets. The Orioles have actually, this is the one, sabotage factor for my Mets bet, but the Orioles have been better lately against left-handed pitching. They ranked 9th in OPS heading into today compared to the Mets that are 22nd. But I'm going to back the better pitcher here tonight, and that's Peterson. He's 7-1 on the season. The Mets have won 10 of his last 12 starts, and over his last 2 starts, Peterson has a 1.56 ERA. The same cannot be said for Rodgers. He's given up at least 6 hits in all 3 of his starts since being acquired by Baltimore. So I'm going to back the Mets on the money line, a little extra juice at minus 145. Pirates and Rangers. Rangers are the favorite at home, minus 130. The total is sitting at 9. I'm going to take the dog here. We have a lot of games today with pitchers undecided. And Texas is one of those. So whoever pitches for Texas today is going up against Luis Ortiz. I think the Pirates have the starting pitching advantage. Ortiz has been strong away from home. He has a 2.80 ERA. And he's especially going to be great against this Rangers team whose offense is struggling right now. Rangers have seen quite a bit of offensive decline. They're averaging just 4.5 runs, or under 4.5 runs rather, this season. That's 18th in Major League Baseball. And the Rangers' arms have also struggled this month. A combined ERA of 5.54. They have a weak bullpen. So their pitching is going to be unreliable. I will back the Pirates on the money line. Going over to Angels and Royals. Here you go, B Mills. Seth Lugo. I am going to take the Royals minus 1.5 today. So at plus 115, I do like Seth Lugo to record a win. I think that's a great way to play this one. The Royals entered this series red hot. They've won 4 straight games, sweeping the Reds over the weekend. They scored 26 runs in those 3 games, only allowed 3 runs to Cincinnati over that time. 26-3? Yeah, that's not bad. Like I mentioned, Lugo is on the mound for the Royals. He's coming off a bad outing against the Twins, but I like him even more in this spot now, coming off that bad outing, because this is a great bounce back spot for him against a bad Angels lineup. Lugo has 17 quality starts this season, a whip just under 1, and Angels starter Carson Fulmer, he really doesn't concern me at all, being they've lost 3. The Angels have lost 3 of his last 5 starts. These teams have also played 4 times this year. Royals have won 3. I think they get the win tonight, and Royals are minus 200 on the money line. I'm not going to lay that. I will just take them on the run line, or as B Mills suggested, you could take Seth Lugo to record the win today at plus 115. All right, Red Sox and Astros. Red Sox are the dog today, plus 115. Astros minus 135 on the money line. We have Tanner Houck going for the Sox against Kikuchi for Houston. I'm going to take the dog here. I like the Red Sox on the money line. They've had one of the best offenses over the last month, top 3 in just about every statistical category. Houck starting for the Sox. He went 6 innings with only 1 ERA the last time he faced the Astros. And Kikuchi really has been good since getting traded from Toronto to Houston. You can't take that away from him. He's been playing great. He's gone deep into games, but hasn't given up a ton of runs. But he did struggle last time he faced Boston earlier this season. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 7 hits, and the Red Sox are really good against left-handed pitchers. They rank 4th in OPS against lefties right now. So that's one of the main reasons that I'm going to back the Sox today as a dog, taking them plus 115 on the money line. Twins and Padres. Zebby Matthews is starting for the Twins tonight, who are plus 135 on the money line. The total in this game is 7. The lowest total we have on the board throughout all games today. Zebby Matthews is making his first road start of his MLB career today. He has 1 start under his belt. That was at home, but I think this is kind of a tough spot for a rookie, especially going up against a good pitcher in Michael King. However, I'm not willing to fade Zebby quite yet after what I saw from him in his first start. So I'm going to play the under here. This line is 7 for a reason. King has only allowed 2 or more runs once in his last 7 starts. Both bullpens are solid. And Petco is a really pitcher-friendly park. Again, this total is low for a reason, so I would take the under 7. Just a few more games to wrap up here. Rays and A's. This is one of my favorite bets today. I'm going to take Taj Bradley, who's starting for the Rays, over 6.5 Ks. He's gone over this number in 8 of his 17 games this season, facing an A's team that has the 3rd most strikeouts against righties this season. Overall, the A's have a strikeout rate of just pretty much 25%, 24.9. Can't get much closer there. The Rays bullpen has also pitched a lot lately, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bradley gets stretched a little here. Maybe goes deep into the 6th inning, 7th if we get lucky, but I like Bradley over 6.5 Ks. White Sox and Giants. Not playing anything in this game. If anything, I would just take the Giants on the run line, and that's strictly just a fade of the White Sox. I'm not laying minus 250 on the Giants money line, so you'd have to play it a different way. I think if you want to take anything in this game, that's the way to look, but I am staying away from this one altogether. Mariners and Dodgers wrapping things up here on our MLB slate. Brian Wu is going for the Mariners. I like his over 16.5 recorded outs. This guy throws nothing but strikes. The Dodgers are just league average in strikeouts per game. Wu went 7 innings in 2 of his last 3 games and 6 2/3 in the other game. So he's going deep into games, which will help us get over that outs recorded number. I also lean Marlins on the money line. Gavin Stone's going for the Dodgers. He's due for some regression. He's got a 420 xFIP. He has a high strand rate. My only concern there, and the only sabotage factor really, is the Mariners' bats that have not been great all season long. But with Brian Wu on the mound, I think the Mariners could get the win. Again, favorite bet is Wu over 16.5 recorded outs, but I do lean towards the Mariners on the money line. All right, time for Model Making Money. We are bringing in Lucy Burge. Lucy, thanks for joining us today on this wonderful Monday. Good to see your face. What's the BetQL 5-star play for today?
Yes, hello, Kate. Always wonderful to see your face. 5-star play for today from the BetQL model. Mariners Dodgers over 8 runs. The Dodgers have gone over this in 4 of their last 6 games. The Mariners just hit this over against the Pirates in their 10-3 win over them. And over his last 3 starts, Gavin Stone has allowed 9 runs. So the BetQL model loves the over of 8 runs here for Mariners Dodgers tonight.
All right, I can get behind that, even though because I just gave out I like the Mariners. That means their bats do get going a little if we're getting over this 8 runs. And Stone hasn't been great, like you just said. So love that one, Lucy. What is your best bet for today?
Yes, so I have 3 of them, Kate, and 2 of them are home run bets. One of them we spoke of this morning on the BetQL Daily Boost. It's the first one, Masataka Yoshida to hit a home run. He has 1 home run in his last 3 games, 2 in his last 9 games, and 8 home runs this season. He also has 6 hits in his last 3 games, so he's been pretty hot lately. And against Yusei Kikuchi, he is batting .500 with a single and a home run. He's done it before. I think he can do it again. I have another home run bet in the same game, Tyler O'Neill to hit a home run. He is finally back, and he has 2 hits in his last 2 games and 3 hits in August in the 3 games that he played in, and in his last 10 total games, which span July and then a little bit of a blip, and then into August, he has 4 home runs. And against Yusei Kikuchi, he has 2 home runs in 2 at-bats. So he's batting 1,000 against Yusei Kikuchi. Home runs only for Tyler O'Neill against him, and I think he can continue that. And then I have Shohei Ohtani over 1.5 total bases. I do have a bet on Ohtani, and it's not a home run. The one bet on not a home run is Shohei Ohtani, but he's hit this in his last 2 games with a home run in each of those. But I'm still hesitant to bet on Ohtani to hit a home run because lately, whenever I do, he doesn't do it, and he has a bad night, and he goes into a slump. But he's hit this in 5 of his last 8 games, 4 total bases in 4 of those. So with the success he has found when it comes to total bases at the plate the last couple games, I think he can go over this against Brian Wu and the Mariners tonight.
I mean, Lucy, they don't call you Lucy Longball for nothing.
This is
couple
true.
home run picks. I love it. And Lucy, co-host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips. She will have more MLB stuff later this afternoon on that show. But Lucy, we got to talk a little Patriots. They Thursday Night Football played the Eagles, just lost narrowly, lost by 1 in their second preseason game. Drake May led the Patriots on 2 of their 3 scoring drives. Are you buying into Drake May as the Patriots started this season?
Yes, so I am as of now, and I am so much that I think he should start week 1. However, I don't think he will start week 1. I think it will be Jacoby Brissett and then maybe Drake May week 2. And they have Drake May start at home and not on the road. But I don't think he will start. I don't think it's an overreaction to be in on Drake May. I saw people say, oh, it's an overreaction right now to be in on Drake May. What else do you have? I mean, of the 2 evils of Jacoby Brissett and Drake May, we can put Bailey Zappi out of the picture. Joe Milton, I'm sorry, but put him out of the picture as well. I'd rather have Drake May because it's a fresh face. It's energizing. It's a new guy. Jacoby Brissett, fine. But I don't see how is he that much better than Drake May at this point. I think why not? It's mostly a why not. Start Drake May. So I'm in on him because what else do you have really? How much further lower can you really get when your win total is what it is? So Drake May. I'm in on him.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well give the guy some experience. Your expectations aren't very high this season anyway. So get him in, get him comfortable. Let's see what he can do. Speaking of that win total, Lucy, Patriots win total. Set it 4.5. Are you taking the over or are you taking the under?
Oh, Kate, this has been painful to try to decide, but I am going with the under because I just don't know what this team is. I have no clue. New head coach for the first time in 2 decades, a new quarterback, and that's saying something. They've had new quarterbacks in the past few years, and that hasn't gone so great. So I don't see anything about this team that would make me want to take the over right now, but I'm not opposed to taking the over and going against that. And, I don't know when, but as of right now, I would take the under because it's gone down. It was 5.5. Now it's 4.5. Nobody's in on this team. So I would take the under as of right now because I just don't see any reason to take the over right now.
Yeah, this is one of the win totals that's moved down since opening, and
quite a bit.
One that's been bet on a lot. Lucy, I'm just going to throw this at you. I have not prepared you for this by any means, but is there any team that's going to lose more than the Patriots this year? Or would you bet the Patriots to win the fewest games? I think you can get that at like plus 300 something.
Yeah, we discussed this on Back to the Futures last night, as a matter of fact, Kate, and I said the Patriots could have the worst record in the NFL this season, and it's tough to say another team like the Saints, maybe, but I don't see why the Patriots have the longest odds to win the Super Bowl right now, so that says something as well. So right now, I can't really think of another team that has this many questions and this many unknowns coming into the season, so by default, I'd go Patriots.
I think you're probably right on that one. Yeah, I think I would go Patriots too, especially after trading Matthew Judon. Like, what does the defense have to look forward to? There just isn't a whole lot.
Offensive line?
Yeah, offensive. Yes, you make a great point. Offensive line, position players, plus the quarterback situation is still up in the air. And we could probably see a couple different quarterbacks starting for the Patriots at some time throughout this season. Thank you, Lucy. We appreciate you joining us. You can all join her. What time, Lucy?
2 p.m. Eastern.
2 p.m. Eastern. Bet slips and bat flips. Lucy Burge will be talking a ton of MLB then. Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you, Kate. Talk to you soon.
We are moving on now from the gridiron to the diamond to the hardwood. The WNBA is back, and there's no games today, so we can just pause on any games today. But we're going to look at the futures market here because there's only 15 games, if at that, 14 for a lot of teams left in the regular season. And the top of the board for the outright winners for the WNBA champion is fairly close up at the top. You have the New York Liberty that have actually just jumped the Aces in the standings. Liberty, or at least on the odds board, Liberty are plus 140 to win the title. And that was after they beat the Aces just the other night. But I'm hesitant to think that, okay, just because they beat the Aces the other night, they should be the favorite to win. That was the Aces' first game back from the Olympic break, and the Aces had 6 players playing in the Olympics. So maybe some tired legs in that game. I wouldn't put too much stock in that win, New York beating Las Vegas last week. But Liberty are the favorite at plus 140. Aces are plus 170. If you like Las Vegas, this is a great number. You probably will not be getting a much better number throughout the rest of the season, especially because there's just a small portion of the season left. I don't think you're going to get a much better number on that for the Aces at plus 170. If you like Las Vegas, I think you take that. My favorite to win the title, and this is also just kind of thinking about the value in these odds, is the Lynx at plus 950. They have the best defense in the league. They have all season long. They have Nafisa Collier, who was on the U.S. women's Olympic team, who's one of the best players in the league. They have a ton of outside shooters, Bridget Carlton, that can knock down shots. And they have a head coach in Cheryl Reeves that's won plenty of WNBA titles. The Lynx were a dynasty for a little while, just back a couple of years ago. So they are a team that, with that head coach, they know how to win. If she can position them into the playoffs, I think that they will be just fine going forward. And it's hard for a team to not only repeat, but three-peat. So the Aces, even though I did just say that's the best price you're going to get them at, I still think it's going to be tough for the Las Vegas Aces to three-peat. So that would be my little bit of a long shot Minnesota Lynx to win the WNBA title. In terms of the MVP market, Asia Wilson has that wrapped up. She's minus 3,000. Same with the Rookie of the Year market. Caitlin Clark has that wrapped at minus 3,000 as well. All right, time for our best bets, PJ's plays for this week. We're still going to keep the theme of all these being PJ's things because this is PJ's show. But starting off with going streaking. Picking a player to record a hit today. I'm going Vlad Guerrero Jr. He's batting .342 at home, 315 against right-handed pitchers. This looks like it could be a bullpen day for the Reds because a pitcher has not been announced yet. So he could be facing plenty of different arms. I would venture to guess a few of those are right-handed pitchers. He also has at least one hit in 22 of his last 25 games. So I like Vlad Guerrero to get a hit today as we continue going streaking. All right, prop lock. I'm going Taj Bradley over 6.5 Ks. I mentioned this earlier. Bradley's gone over in 8 of his 17 games this season, facing an A's team today that strikes out a ton. Third most strikeouts against right-handed pitchers this season. K rate of 25%. Ray's bullpen has also pitched a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bradley gets stretched a little bit, goes 6-7 innings possibly. Dog of the day. I'm going Red Sox on the money line. The Sox have been one of the best offenses over the last month, top 3 in just about every statistical category. Kikuchi's been good since getting traded from Toronto to Houston, but he's struggled against Boston earlier this year. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 7 hits. I'm going with the Red Sox. Sean, what is your best bet for today?
Yeah, Kate, I'm going to one of my White Sox division rivals. I'm going to take Bobby Witt Jr. over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's gone over this in 5 of his last 7 games, and actually he is killing it at home. Compared to his splits home and away, he's batting .299 on the road. He's batting .403 at home. So, what's going on in Kansas City? That's a conversation for another day. But and also he's going up against White Sox legend Carson Fulmer, who is the kids might call barbecue chicken because he is terrible. So yeah, I think Bobby Witt's going to have another monster day. He's kind of just as Tim Anderson used to say, he gets the party started but instead of the White Sox for the Royals. So I think it's going to be pretty easy for him today.
Yeah, Sean, I was debating between Bobby Witt Jr. and Vlad Guerrero Jr. for my going streaking today because he's someone who comes up big.
It's automatic.
Yes, yeah. Yes, automatic. And I love that you're giving that away while wearing the White Sox hat. That's fantastic because we are, as a White Sox fan myself, I'm also in the fade the White Sox any possible way you can this season. So love that. My best bet for today is Mets money line. Both Baltimore and New York, they have lefties on the bump. Trevor Rogers starting for the O's, David Peterson for the Mets. Orioles have been better against left-handed pitchers. However, I'm going to back the better pitcher tonight, and that's Peterson, 7-1 on the year. The Mets have won 10 of his last 12 starts. He has a 1.56 ERA over his last 2 starts. Rogers has not been great, given up at least 6 hits in all 3 of his starts since being traded to Baltimore. So I'm backing the Mets on the money line. That's going to do it for us here on Send It In. I will be joining you for the rest of the week as PJ is out, and we'll continue all of our college and NFL football previews going forward. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Baseball player turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 480.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team.
It's convincing. Welcome to Send It In here on the BetQL Network. I am Kate Constable filling in for PJ all week long while he is on a well-deserved vacation. We've got a great show planned for you. We're going to continue our preview of the Big 12 with Arizona
on the docket today. We'll also continue with our NFL previews, the NFC South. We're going to go through those teams throughout the week. And today we're talking New Orleans Saints. That's coming up on Gridiron Glass. We will then jump into Big League Peach and go through today's MLB slate. Lucy Burge is going to join us for Model Making Money. We'll see if she's got any home run props for us today. And then we'll wrap things up with our best bets. We want to hear from you, though, throughout the show. Send in your questions, comments, your best bets for today. Put all those in the chat and we'll answer them as we go along. Also, if you missed anything from the show, you want to rewatch it or re-listen to it, you can catch everything on the Send It In podcast that's available wherever you get your podcasts. All right, here we go. Glass is in session. Starting with Gridiron Glass, we're going to preview the Arizona Wildcats this season. A lot of really good things for Wildcats fans to be excited for this season. They were a team that exceeded expectations last year with a 10-3 season. Could have easily also been a, dare I say it, undefeated in conference play last year. They lost to Washington by 7 and then blew a lead to USC to lose that game in triple overtime. Now, a lot of changes for Arizona this offseason. They lost head coach Jed Fish to Washington, and they're now moving over into the Big 12, but still plenty to look forward to. They bring in a very good head coach, Brent Brennan from San Diego. You also add former Syracuse head coach Dino Babers as the offensive coordinator, and he adopts one of the top quarterback wide receiver duos in all of college football with Noah Fifita returning under center and Tataroa McMillan, who's arguably one of the top receivers in the game. Those two not only played together last season, but they went to high school together. So the chemistry has been there for years now. Offensive line was terrific at times. Did give up 26 sacks, so pass protection is going to have to be better. And defensively, the line lost quite a few players, but its secondary is great. Returns Davis at cornerback. He's coming off a big year with 15 pass breakups. Wildcats are also loaded at safety. Dalton Johnson and Gunnar Maldonado combined for 167 tackles. So plenty of good stuff for Arizona this year. If you look at their schedule, their win total set at 7.5. I think they go way over this. Over is juiced just a little bit, minus 115 compared to the under at minus 105. But you have New Mexico week 1, Northern Arizona week 2, both of those at home. Things get tricky week 3. I think this is one of the trickiest stretch of the season for Arizona. They go to Kansas State. Kansas State's been good over the last couple of seasons. They've made bowl games in 4 of their last 5 seasons, if you throw out the weird 2020 season, and 4 seasons with A+ wins under head coach Chris Kleiman. So going to Kansas State to play, that's tricky. And then they have Utah, and they play at Utah in week 5. But what I like about this is that they get the bye in between those 2 games. So even though it's early in the season, if there's any injuries, they're banged up at all coming off that Kansas State game, they get a chance to rest, recover, and then have an extra week to game plan for Utah, because going in to Utah, playing there, the Utes have one of the best home field advantages in the league. And so playing at Utah is always tricky. Cam Rising is back for his 27th season this year. We'll see what he looks like under center. But those are the only 2 games, really, if I look at this schedule, and I won't go through every single game, but Colorado could be tricky, but you get them at home. UCF, you have a bye going into Houston. TCU, I don't expect a whole lot from this season. So getting over the 7.5 win mark, I think, is huge. Even if you lose to Kansas State and Utah, you're sitting at 10 wins on the season. That gives you room for a hiccup or 2 throughout the year. So I love the over here. I wouldn't necessarily take Arizona to make the college football playoff at 7-1. Instead, if you think they do make the playoff, I would just take them to win the Big 12, because I don't think the Big 12 is getting multiple teams into the college football playoff this season. Stay away from the national championship. Arizona's not winning that this year, but a long shot that I do like. I think Noah Fifita could be a Heisman dark horse this year. 40-1. I think that's a great price. You know, you don't need to put the house on it, just sprinkle a little bit, but I think Fifita is in for another big season. He took over for Jaden DeLora after week 3 or 4 of last season, and he was just dynamite throughout the year. So he's primed for another top season. And I think Arizona, again, a lot to look forward to, but my favorite bet here is for their wins to go over 7.5 on that win total. All right, moving on to the NFL. We'll take a look at the New Orleans Saints here in the NFC South. I'm not high on the Saints this year. We'll just throw that out there. I might seem a little negative talking about the Saints right now, but I just am not a believer in Derek Carr. His teams have only made the playoffs in 2 of his last 10 seasons, but I'm also not willing to lay minus 210 on the no to make the playoffs for the Saints this year. Their regular season wins is sitting at 7.5. I'm going to take the under on that. I don't think they win 8 games this year. You're getting the under at even money. I would not take them to win the NFC South at 4-1. I would not take them to win the NFC at 35-1, and certainly not the Super Bowl. Looking at their schedule here, week 1 against Carolina. That should be a win, right? Off the bat, 1-0 to start the season for the Saints. But then it gets really, really tricky. You go to Dallas, you play Philly, you go to Atlanta for your second division game of the season, and then you have Kansas City. And the Kansas City week 5 through week 7 is interesting because you play at the Chiefs, you have Tampa Bay, a division game, and then you have Denver. Those are 3 games within a 10-day stretch. So even though you see Tampa Bay on the schedule that, maybe not the toughest team in the division, similar to the Saints in terms of talent, that's still going to be a tough game coming off of Kansas City. Then you have Denver, and what does Denver bring in? Well, Sean Payton, for the first time, is returning to the Superdome since leaving the Saints. So that's going to be a massive game, but that's your 3rd game in 10 days. I think that one's going to be extremely tricky. I would like to say they can go ahead and win that game, but again, with that being their 3rd game in 10 days, that gets tough. You go through the rest of the schedule. I think they can beat Carolina. Again, I'm not high on the Panthers this year. I have a loss to Atlanta in week 10, a loss to Cleveland in week 11, Rams loss, Giants, sure. They can beat the Giants. They could maybe beat the Commanders. You're going to Green Bay at the end of December. That's going to be a cold game. Derek Carr, not an outdoorsy quarterback. He's much better indoors in a dome. And then Tampa Bay, week 18 to finish things off. I just am not high on the Saints this year. Yeah, they have some talent. Chris Olave would be a player that I would look at some of his overs for, but really it's the defense that carried this team last year, and I think the defense that's going to carry this team this year. They add Chase Young to that defensive end as a pass rusher. Certainly needs someone there, but overall the offense is going to kind of go as far as Derek Carr is going to take them. And what has Derek Carr shown? Can he take teams all that far? I really don't think so. I think Clint Kubiak coming over as the offensive coordinator could change a little bit of that, but still you're relying on Derek Carr, and I'm just not a believer in Derek Carr. So we're not going to be betting the Saints to go over their win total. We're going to take under 7.5 wins. I would take them if you can bet the outright to finish 3rd in the NFC South. I think you can get that for plus 160 at various places. I think the Falcons finish 1st, the Bucks finish 2nd, and then the Panthers round out the 4th spot, and the Saints fall into that 3rd spot. So if you can get the Saints for an exact spot at plus 160 to finish 3rd, I think that's the way to go here. Otherwise, maybe this is a team you just kind of stay away from this year and bet game to game. Again, that week 5 through week 7, 3 games in 10 days, that's going to be a lot of fading of the Saints throughout that stretch for me. But favorite play, taking the under on 7.5 wins at even money. All right, we're moving on over to Gridiron Glass. We just finished Gridiron Glasser. We're moving over to Big League Peach. And as we do, send in any bets, any questions or comments that you have. We'd love to hear from you. Throw those in the chat, and we will get to those as the show moves on. Starting off in Miami, the Diamondbacks visiting the Marlins. D-backs are minus 210 on the money line. Total in this one is 8. I'm going to actually back the Diamondbacks, but I'm not taking them on the money line. I'm taking them on the run line. After a run in which Arizona won 9 of 10 games, they just got swept by the Rays over the weekend. They now head to Miami, where Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for Arizona. He's given up 3 or fewer runs in 3 of his last 5 starts, and there isn't a starting pitcher decided for Miami right now. So this could be a bullpen game for the Marlins, and I think the Diamondbacks are going to be a little upset that they just got swept. So I expect a big game from them, especially because they've only lost 1 series all month. The Marlins have lost 6 of their last 8 home games, and 5 of the last 6 losses for the Marlins have been by 2 or more runs. So I think you can take the Diamondbacks on the run line. We got a comment from B Mills. How does Kate like Seth Lugo to record a win today at plus 150? B Mills, we are going to get there. We'll talk about Seth Lugo in just a few moments, so stick with me here. Reds and Blue Jays. Reds plus 140, Blue Jays minus 165. I don't have any bet in this game. There isn't anything that I feel super strongly about, so this is just going to be a stay away one for me. Kevin Gausman is going for Toronto. No pitcher decided quite yet for the Reds. On one hand, Toronto really struggles to score, but on the other, with the pitching unclear for Cincinnati, I really can't make a play yet. Maybe you look at a Reds player to hit a home run. Kevin Gausman's given up 19 homers on the season. That's tied for the most with Kikuchi of all pitchers going today. So maybe you look at Ellie De La Cruz, someone like that, to hit a home run. But overall, this game is just a stay away for me. Mets and Orioles. This is going to be a fun one today. This line's been moving in favor of the Mets as the day goes on. I grabbed this at minus 130 on the Mets money line earlier today. It's up to minus 145. I still think it's worth paying a little bit extra juice here. Baltimore, New York, they both have lefties on the bump. Trevor Rogers starting for the O's, David Peterson for the Mets. The Orioles have actually, this is the one, sabotage factor for my Mets bet, but the Orioles have been better lately against left-handed pitching. They ranked 9th in OPS heading into today compared to the Mets that are 22nd. But I'm going to back the better pitcher here tonight, and that's Peterson. He's 7-1 on the season. The Mets have won 10 of his last 12 starts, and over his last 2 starts, Peterson has a 1.56 ERA. The same cannot be said for Rogers. He's given up at least 6 hits in all 3 of his starts since being acquired by Baltimore. So I'm going to back the Mets on the money line, a little extra juice at minus 145. Pirates and Rangers. Rangers are the favorite at home, minus 130. The total is sitting at 9. I'm going to take the dog here. We have a lot of games today with pitchers undecided. And Texas is one of those. So whoever pitches for Texas today is going up against Luis Ortiz. I think the Pirates have the starting pitching advantage. Ortiz has been strong away from home. He has a 2.80 ERA. And he's especially going to be great against this Rangers team whose offense is struggling right now. Rangers have seen quite a bit of offensive decline. They're averaging just 4.5 runs, or under 4.5 runs rather, this season. That's 18th in Major League Baseball. And the Rangers' arms have also struggled this month. A combined ERA of 5.54. They have a weak bullpen, so their pitching is going to be unreliable. I will back the Pirates on the money line. Going over to Angels and Royals. Here you go, B Mills. Seth Lugo. I am going to take the Royals minus 1.5 today. So at plus 115, I do like Seth Lugo to record a win. I think that's a great way to play this one. The Royals entered this series red hot. They've won 4 straight games, sweeping the Reds over the weekend. They scored 26 runs in those 3 games, only allowed 3 runs to Cincinnati over that time. 26-3? Yeah, that's not bad. Like I mentioned, Lugo is on the mound for the Royals. He's coming off a bad outing against the Twins, but I like him even more in this spot now, coming off that bad outing, because this is a great bounce back spot for him against a bad Angels lineup. Lugo has 17 quality starts this season, a whip just under 1, and Angels starter Carson Fulmer, he really doesn't concern me at all, being they've lost 3. The Angels have lost 3 of his last 5 starts. These teams have also played 4 times this year. Royals have won 3. I think they get the win tonight, and Royals are minus 200 on the money line. I'm not going to lay that. I will just take them on the run line, or as B Mills suggested, you could take Seth Lugo to record the win today at plus 115. All right, Red Sox and Astros. Red Sox are the dog today, plus 115. Astros minus 135 on the money line. We have Tanner Houck going for the Sox against Kikuchi for Houston. I'm going to take the dog here. I like the Red Sox on the money line. They've had one of the best offenses over the last month, top 3 in just about every statistical category. Houck starting for the Sox. He went 6 innings with only 1 ERA the last time he faced the Astros. And Kikuchi really has been good since getting traded from Toronto to Houston. You can't take that away from him. He's been playing great. He's gone deep into games, but hasn't given up a ton of runs. But he did struggle last time he faced Boston earlier this season. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 7 hits, and the Red Sox are really good against left-handed pitchers. They rank 4th in OPS against lefties right now. So that's one of the main reasons that I'm going to back the Sox today as a dog, taking them plus 115 on the money line. Twins and Padres. Zebby Matthews is starting for the Twins tonight, who are plus 135 on the money line. The total in this game is 7. The lowest total we have on the board throughout all games today. Zebby Matthews is making his first road start of his MLB career today. He has 1 start under his belt. That was at home, but I think this is kind of a tough spot for a rookie, especially going up against a good pitcher in Michael King. However, I'm not willing to fade Zebby quite yet after what I saw from him in his first start. So I'm going to play the under here. This line is 7 for a reason. King has only allowed 2 or more runs once in his last 7 starts. Both bullpens are solid. And Petco is a really pitcher-friendly park. Again, this total is low for a reason, so I would take the under 7. Just a few more games to wrap up here. Rays and A's. This is one of my favorite bets today. I'm going to take Taj Bradley, who's starting for the Rays, over 6.5 Ks. He's gone over this number in 8 of his 17 games this season, facing an A's team that has the 3rd most strikeouts against righties this season. Overall, the A's have a strikeout rate of just pretty much 25%, 24.9. Can't get much closer there. The Rays bullpen has also pitched a lot lately, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bradley gets stretched a little here, maybe goes deep into the 6th inning, 7th if we get lucky, but I like Bradley over 6.5 Ks. White Sox and Giants. Not playing anything in this game. If anything, I would just take the Giants on the run line, and that's strictly just a fade of the White Sox. I'm not laying minus 250 on the Giants money line, so you'd have to play it a different way. I think if you want to take anything in this game, that's the way to look, but I am staying away from this one altogether. Mariners and Dodgers wrapping things up here on our MLB slate. Brian Wu is going for the Mariners. I like his over 16.5 recorded outs. This guy throws nothing but strikes. The Dodgers are just league average in strikeouts per game. Wu went 7 innings in 2 of his last 3 games and 6 2/3 in the other game. So he's going deep into games, which will help us get over that outs recorded number. I also lean Marlins on the money line. Gavin Stone's going for the Dodgers. He's due for some regression. He's got a 420 xFIP. He has a high strand rate. My only concern there, and the only sabotage factor really, is the Mariners' bats that have not been great all season long. But with Brian Wu on the mound, I think the Mariners could get the win. Again, favorite bet is Wu over 16.5 recorded outs, but I do lean towards the Mariners on the money line. All right, time for Model Making Money. We are bringing in Lucy Burge. Lucy, thanks for joining us today on this wonderful Monday. Good to see your face. What's the BetQL 5-star play for today?
Yes, hello, Kate. Always wonderful to see your face. 5-star play for today from the BetQL model. Mariners Dodgers over 8 runs. The Dodgers have gone over this in 4 of their last 6 games. The Mariners just hit this over against the Pirates in their 10-3 win over them. And over his last 3 starts, Gavin Stone has allowed 9 runs. So the BetQL model loves the over of 8 runs here for Mariners Dodgers tonight.
All right, I can get behind that, even though because I just gave out I like the Mariners. That means their bats do get going a little if we're getting over this 8 runs. And Stone hasn't been great, like you just said. So love that one, Lucy. What is your best bet for today?
Yes, so I have 3 of them, Kate, and 2 of them are home run bets. One of them we spoke of this morning on the BetQL Daily Boost. It's the first one, Masataka Yoshida, to hit a home run. He has 1 home run in his last 3 games, 2 in his last 9 games, and 8 home runs this season. He also has 6 hits in his last 3 games, so he's been pretty hot lately. And against Yusei Kikuchi, he is batting .500 with a single and a home run. He's done it before. I think he can do it again. I have another home run bet in the same game, Tyler O'Neill to hit a home run. He is finally back, and he has 2 hits in his last 2 games and 3 hits in August in the 3 games that he played in, and in his last 10 total games, which span July and then a little bit of a blip, and then into August, he has 4 home runs. And against Yusei Kikuchi, he has 2 home runs in 2 at-bats. So he's batting 1,000 against Yusei Kikuchi. Home runs only for Tyler O'Neill against him, and I think he can continue that. And then I have Shohei Ohtani over 1.5 total bases. I do have a bet on Ohtani, and it's not a home run. The one bet on not a home run is Shohei Ohtani, but he's hit this in his last 2 games with a home run in each of those. But I'm still hesitant to bet on Ohtani to hit a home run because lately, whenever I do, he doesn't do it, and he has a bad night, and he goes into a slump. But he's hit this in 5 of his last 8 games, 4 total bases in 4 of those. So with the success he has found when it comes to total bases at the plate the last couple games, I think he can go over this against Brian Wu and the Mariners tonight.
I mean, Lucy, they don't call you Lucy Longball for nothing.
This is
couple
true.
home run picks. I love it. And Lucy, co-host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, she will have more MLB stuff later this afternoon on that show. But Lucy, we got to talk a little Patriots. They Thursday Night Football played the Eagles, just lost narrowly, lost by 1 in their second preseason game. Drake May led the Patriots on 2 of their 3 scoring drives. Are you buying into Drake May as the Patriots started this season?
Yes. So I am as of now. And I am so much that I think he should start week 1. However, I don't think he will start week 1. I think it will be Jacoby Brissett and then maybe Drake May week 2. And they have Drake May start at home and not on the road. But I don't think he will start. I don't think it's an overreaction to be in on Drake May. I saw people say, oh, it's an overreaction right now to be in on Drake May. What else do you have? I mean, of the two evils of Jacoby Brissett and Drake May, we can put Bailey Zappi out of the picture. Joe Milton, I'm sorry, but put him out of the picture as well. I'd rather have Drake May because it's a fresh face. It's energizing. It's a new guy. Jacoby Brissett, fine. But I don't see how is he that much better than Drake May at this point. I think why not? It's mostly a why not. Start Drake May. So I'm in on him because what else do you have really? How much further lower can you really get when your win total is what it is? So Drake May. I'm in on him.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well give the guy some experience. Your expectations aren't very high this season anyway. So get him in, get him comfortable. Let's see what he can do. Speaking of that win total, Lucy, Patriots win total. Set it 4.5. Are you taking the over or are you taking the under?
Oh, Kate, this has been painful to try to decide, but I am going with the under because I just don't know what this team is. I have no clue. New head coach for the first time in 2 decades, a new quarterback, and that's saying something. They've had new quarterbacks in the past few years, and that hasn't gone so great. So I don't see anything about this team that would make me want to take the over right now, but I'm not opposed to taking the over and going against that. And, I don't know when, but as of right now, I would take the under because it's gone down. It was 5.5. Now it's 4.5. Nobody's in on this team. So I would take the under as of right now because I just don't see any reason to take the over right now.
Yeah, this is one of the win totals that's moved down since opening and
quite a bit.
One that's been bet on a lot. Lucy, I'm just going to throw this at you. I have not prepared you for this by any means, but is there any team that's going to lose more than the Patriots this year? Or would you bet the Patriots to win the fewest games? I think you can get that at like plus 300 something.
Yeah, we discussed this on Back to the Futures last night, as a matter of fact, Kate. And I said the Patriots could have the worst record in the NFL this season. And it's tough to say another team like the Saints, maybe, but I don't see why the Patriots have the longest odds to win the Super Bowl right now. So that says something as well. So right now, I can't really think of another team that has this many questions and this many unknowns coming into the season. So by default, I'd go Patriots.
I think you're probably right on that one. Yeah, I think I would go Patriots too, especially after trading Matthew Judon. Like, what does the defense have to look forward to? There just isn't a whole lot.
Offensive line?
Yeah, offensive. Yes, you make a great point. Offensive line, position players, plus the quarterback situation is still up in the air. And we could probably see a couple different quarterbacks starting for the Patriots at some time throughout this season. Thank you, Lucy. We appreciate you joining us. You can all join her. What time, Lucy?
2 p.m. Eastern.
2 p.m. Eastern. Bet slips and bat flips. Lucy Burge will be talking a ton of MLB then. Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you, Kate. Talk to you soon.
We are moving on now from the gridiron to the diamond to the hardwood. The WNBA is back, and there's no games today, so we can just pause on any games today. But we're going to look at the futures market here because there's only 15 games, if at that, 14 for a lot of teams left in the regular season. And the top of the board for the outright winners for the WNBA champion is fairly close up at the top. You have the New York Liberty that have actually just jumped the Aces in the standings. Liberty, or at least on the odds board, Liberty are plus 140 to win the title. And that was after they beat the Aces just the other night. But I'm hesitant to think that, okay, just because they beat the Aces the other night, they should be the favorite to win. That was the Aces' first game back from the Olympic break, and the Aces had 6 players playing in the Olympics. So maybe some tired legs in that game. I wouldn't put too much stock in that win, New York beating Las Vegas last week. But Liberty are the favorite at plus 140. Aces are plus 170. If you like Las Vegas, this is a great number. You probably will not be getting a much better number throughout the rest of the season, especially because there's just a small portion of the season left. I don't think you're going to get a much better number on that for the Aces at plus 170. If you like Las Vegas, I think you take that. My favorite to win the title. And this is also just kind of thinking about the value in these odds is the Lynx at plus 950. They have the best defense in the league. They have all season long. They have Nafisa Collier, who was on the U.S. women's Olympic team, who's one of the best players in the league. They have a ton of outside shooters, Bridget Carlton, that can knock down shots. And they have a head coach in Cheryl Reeves that's won plenty of WNBA titles. The Lynx were a dynasty for a little while, just back a couple of years ago. So they are a team that, with that head coach, they know how to win. If she can position them into the playoffs, I think that they will be just fine going forward. And it's hard for a team to not only repeat, but three-peat. So the Aces, even though I did just say that's the best price you're going to get them at, I still think it's going to be tough for the Las Vegas Aces to three-peat. So that would be my little bit of a long shot Minnesota Lynx to win the WNBA title. In terms of the MVP market, Asia Wilson has that wrapped up. She's minus 3,000. Same with the Rookie of the Year market. Caitlin Clark has that wrapped at minus 3,000 as well. All right, time for our best bets, PJ's plays for this week. We're still going to keep the theme of all these being PJ's things because this is PJ's show. But starting off with going streaking. Picking a player to record a hit today. I'm going Vlad Guerrero Jr. He's batting .342 at home, .315 against right-handed pitchers. This looks like it could be a bullpen day for the Reds because a pitcher has not been announced yet. So he could be facing plenty of different arms. I would venture to guess a few of those are right-handed pitchers. He also has at least one hit in 22 of his last 25 games. So I like Vlad Guerrero to get a hit today as we continue going streaking. All right, prop lock. I'm going Taj Bradley over 6.5 Ks. I mentioned this earlier. Bradley's gone over in 8 of his 17 games this season. Facing an A's team today that strikes out a ton. Third most strikeouts against right-handed pitchers this season. K rate of 25%. Ray's bullpen has also pitched a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bradley gets stretched a little bit, goes 6-7 innings possibly. Dog of the day. I'm going Red Sox on the money line. The Sox have been one of the best offenses over the last month, top 3 in just about every statistical category. Kikuchi's been good since getting traded from Toronto to Houston, but he struggled against Boston earlier this year. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 7 hits. I'm going with the Red Sox. Sean, what is your best bet for today?
Yeah, Kate, I'm going to one of my White Sox division rivals. I'm going to take Bobby Witt Jr. over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's gone over this in 5 of his last 7 games, and actually he is killing it at home. Compared to his splits home and away, he's batting .299 on the road. He's batting .403 at home. So, like, what's going on in Kansas City? That's the conversation for another day. But and also he's going up against White Sox legend Carson Fulmer, who is the kids might call barbecue chicken because he is terrible. So yeah, I think Bobby Witt's going to have another monster day. He's kind of just as Tim Anderson used to say, he gets the party started but instead of the White Sox for the Royals. So I think it's going to be pretty easy for him today.
Yeah, Sean, I was debating between Bobby Witt Jr. and Vlad Guerrero Jr. for my going streaking today because he's someone who comes up big.
It's automatic.
Yes, yeah. Yes, automatic. And I love that you're giving that away while wearing the White Sox hat. That's fantastic because we are, as a White Sox fan myself, I'm also in the fade the White Sox any possible way you can this season. So love that. My best bet for today is Mets money line. Both Baltimore and New York, they have lefties on the bump. Trevor Rogers starting for the O's, David Peterson for the Mets. Orioles have been better against left-handed pitchers. However, I'm going to back the better pitcher tonight, and that's Peterson, 7-1 on the year. The Mets have won 10 of his last 12 starts. He has a 1.56 ERA over his last 2 starts. Rogers has not been great, given up at least 6 hits in all 3 of his starts since being traded to Baltimore. So I'm backing the Mets on the money line. That's going to do it for us here on Send It In. I will be joining you for the rest of the week as PJ is out, and we'll continue all of our college and NFL football previews going forward. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
this is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With Lucy Burge.
I don't know if we are eventually going to have Aaron Judge conspiracy theories a la Kate Middleton.
And Jake Hassan.
This is just going to be the biggest bloodbath, and I mean that in a great way.
Betting K's and debating your plays.
This is a great spot for the kid. He gets the opening day start, baby Pedro. He's like 15 years old.
Play ball.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into Bet Slips and Bat Flips presented by BetMGM. I am Lucy Burge alongside my fantastic co-host Jake Hassan. We are here with you to talk some baseball because baseball is, of course, the best. Jake, how are you doing today? How was your weekend?
Good weekend. Spent a lot of time resting the back. Tweaked the back at kickball last week. So just doing a lot of rest, doing a lot of R&R for the back. Trying to get ready for this playoff game on Thursday. Got to be right. Got to have the body right. So did that. Smashed a box of Uncrustables Friday night. That was pretty great. That was mostly the highlight, honestly, because we talked about Uncrustables last week. And I am somebody who, once it was in my brain, I had to follow through. And you know what? I might do it again because Uncrustables are such an elite snack. And I think somebody was listening to the show because I forget. I think like there's certain people who have a show on ESPN around this time who host a show maybe based in Indianapolis that maybe listen to the show because they tweeted about Uncrustables over the weekend. And I don't think that's coincidence. I don't know. Coincidence? I don't think that's coincidence, brother. So just saying.
Yeah, that's a really good point. This is a great point. And I was hoping that maybe you got your hands on some Uncrustables because we did talk about them and you did have it in your brain to get them. And I had seen just perusing the aisles at Target because it's like sometimes it feels like going to a museum because usually I go to Trader Joe's and it's a great store, but they don't really have a ton of your mainstream products. So when I go to a grocery store, it's this feeling of like, oh, this is the good stuff. Like this is hard stuff. Like this is what I'm talking about. Yes. So like, this is what I'm talking about. So, I sometimes I go down the freezer aisle. I'm like, what am I missing? What's new in frozen food products? So you see the Uncrustables now have is it like a Nutella version of them? Yep. Oh, buddy.
I thought about it, Lucy.
Really good.
So Friday after we talked about it, I went to the grocery store. There's one right by the office here. I walked to that grocery store and I looked at the Nutella Uncrustables long and hard. And I was like, okay, we have to make a decision. Do we just go with the regular? And I ended up going with the regular. I didn't, but I've been thinking about the Nutella ones all weekend. And now this is making me think that tonight I'm going to have to make another stop because also I have no self-control. So I ate one Uncrustable when I got back home from the show on Friday, got to my apartment, immediately ate one. And then I made like an actual meal. And then after the actual meal, I waited like 30, 45 minutes. And then I had the other three. I don't know why I didn't get all three out of the freezer at once either. I got one out. I just kept going back for one at a time. I should have just gotten over it and gotten the whole box out because we knew where this train was going. And lo and behold, I ate the whole box.
Yeah, but I understand that. I get this completely because you don't want to think, oh, I'm going to eat the whole box. And it feels better to just do it one at a time because it doesn't feel like that's not the
between
plan.
The couch and the freezer then too.
There's that as well. And so it feels better to do it one by one. So it doesn't feel like the plan going in is one whole box because that's too much. You're like, well, I'm not, my hopes are not going to
plan to eat a whole box of Uncrustables, but sometimes these things just happen.
You do. So I will say I would have also gone with the regular version with the peanut butter. Nutella isn't something I go nuts over, so to speak. No pun intended. Yeah, nice. It's not like something that I'm obsessed with or love. I know some people do and they are, but I'm not. So I would go with the peanut butter as well. I do like peanut butter better. So I feel you. And there's both, or there's also, you could go strawberry jelly, you could go grape, you could go.
Strawberry jelly underrated, by the way. I feel like strawberry jelly does not get the credit that it deserves.
I think it's the best one. I also think there is a market for when I look at the Uncrustables, I think there is so much more they could do with this. There are so many things you could do like kind of a pot pie situation where you do, actually, I think they do savory Uncrustables. Don't they do like ham and cheese?
Lucy, that's just called a Hot Pocket.
This is true.
It's just called a Hot Pocket.
They could call it a Hot Pocket. You know what? I think I just invented something. No, yeah. And you know what? When you put it in the oven, it's always going to burn the roof of your mouth. You know, that's what this invention will do, just to warn everybody. Maybe that is already a thing. But in any event, Uncrustables, if you haven't added Uncrustable in a long time, yeah, you're probably going to be. We Always Sunny and Uncrustables. That is what we do here. And we also do baseball. We flip some bets and we make some cash. And you can follow us wherever you get your podcast and live every day from 2 to 2:30 on twitch.tv/BetQL and also on the Odyssey Sports YouTube page. Send in your questions, comments, bets, thoughts, your favorite Uncrustable, your favorite thing that you have in your fridge or freezer or cabinet, and you keep going back for more and more and more, because that's a real thing and I relate to it 100%. With all of that being said, it is time to play ball! It is time to play ball, and we love when you join us here on the BetQL Network, and you can catch us all season long starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. So get in here, get your bets ready, send them to us, and together we will all find some winners. So we'll start by recapping how we did on our bets on Friday, if we must, in my case. But Jake, how did your bets go for you?
Yeah, I mean, overall, the weekend was fine in general. It went okay. And honestly, it just had a couple of other bets over the weekend too, but mostly going into the weekend, it was mostly about like rookie of the year watch for me, just because we had Skeens and Merrill. We talked about that game on Friday. Austin Wells and Colton Cowser continue to be in kind of a grudge match rock fight for AL rookie of the year too. And maybe we could talk about that a little bit today as well. But that was the biggest thing for me. The bets overall, yeah, whatever, who cares? But I mean, for me, like big futures weekend. So a lot that we'll talk about, a lot to discuss too, especially with Skeens, which I know we'll talk about, but overall, decent little weekend.
Yeah, big futures weekend for me, NL Cy Young. I look at Chris Sale, another 10 strikeouts. So he looks to be the guy right now for NL Cy Young. But yeah, on Friday, Jake Berger over 1.5 total bases was the only bet that hit for me, and he hit a home run doing that. So I could have just bet him 10. Whatever. We move forward. We move on. Today is a new day. Moving on. We also still need from all of you 5,000 5-star reviews. Wherever you get your podcast, please leave us a 5-star review. We were talking before the show about the mouse that I still have in my home that I now have video of, or picture still photos from my camera that I set up because of this thing that is driving me out of my mind. And I want the mouse before I destroy it, because I want it now to be I want it to explode. And I want to, I want its head, I want to mount its head above.
A mouse explosion would be tough.
Would I rather live in the fear of it walking all around outside of my bedroom, which it was doing last night, or I would rather clean up that mess. I would do it all day because I want this out of my life. But we were discussing it, and I think before that happens today, which is supposed to possibly be today that it happens, we need it to write a 5-star review, God willing. God bless us all, and I guess the mouse, to write a 5-star review, because it doesn't have to say that it likes us, because I will be the cause of its demise. But I just 5 stars, like you don't even have to write words. Just put. I don't think mice can write words, but they can scroll across. I'm gonna take his little hand. I'm gonna scroll across 5 stars before it goes away, and so. All we need is just 5,000 5-star views. Or because this is the point of it, is that we have been promised that if we get 5,000, we can take this show on the road and we can do a show at every ballpark in America. And we will go to your local hometown major league ballpark, or minor league, or just every ballpark in America. And we'll do a show there. Come see us do the show. Come see Tuesday and Foodie Friday, and we'll try all the food. We'll just do it all. But if we get 500, we can go to Winter Weekend. So we would just 500 5-star reviews. We are well on our way to it as well. Last I checked, we had 70 or something like that. So I think I'm rounding up. I think so. We're very, very excited about this. So we've already packed. So it would be great to get that many 5-star reviews, so that we can actually use the things that we packed in the capacity we packed them for. So please leave a 5-star review, and our dreams will come true, and so will yours, is basically the moral of the story. Thank you in advance for your 5-star reviews. Let us now dive into the one game that we absolutely love today. Jake, what was the first game that caught your eye?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but it was a game that involves the Chicago White Sox. And no, I will not be betting the White Sox on the money line. It was just mostly the pitchers here. Kyle Harrison has been pitching really well for the San Francisco Giants. And Jonathan Cannon for the White Sox, he was the pitcher in their last win. He's actually been one of their more solid options. So here with a bad White Sox offense and Jonathan Cannon, who I think has a little bit of upside, I'm on the first 5 under in this game. It's going to be interesting. We'll never bet on the White Sox on the money line as they are famously on the list, trademarked, but I will go with the first 5 under here, fading their offense and a Giants team that has kind of still been hanging around, but is mostly starting to fade.
Yeah, they are on the list. So this is very interesting. I like this very much. The game that I am looking at is Red Sox Astros. Red Sox plus 115, bit of an underdog here. Astros minus 135. Totals at 8. This is Tanner Houck versus Yusei Kikuchi, and I have 2 home run bets in this game, which is why it caught my eye, because right off the bat, these 2 stuck out to me. Masataka Yoshida to hit a home run. This was plus 900 at BetMGM this morning. He has 1 home run in his last 3 games. He's got 2 in his last 9 games. 8 home runs this season. So 2 of his 8 home runs have come in his last 9 games. So more recently, he also has 6 hits in his last 3 games. So he's been hotter at the plate lately. Against Kikuchi, he is batting .500 with a single and a home run. So he's done this before against Kikuchi. I think he can do it again. And then I have Tyler O'Neill also to hit a home run. Tyler O'Neill finally back. He has 2 hits in his last 2 games. He's got 3 hits in August in the games that he has played in. And in his last 10 total games in the span of this summer of the games he has played, he's got 4 home runs. And against Yusei Kikuchi, he's batting 1,000. He has 2 hits, both of those hits, home runs. It is home runs only for Tyler O'Neill against Kikuchi. I think he can continue that this evening with yet another home run, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 5 or 10. So, but at least 1, just 1 home run for Tyler O'Neill, please. So those are my bets for this game, both home runs. So I'm very much looking forward to that game. It is time now to touch them all. We're going to get to some injury news and some lineup updates. We had a few things happen this weekend. Tarik Skubal will have his workload managed. Yesterday was probably his last start on regular rest, is what was said. He is minus 2,500 to win AL Cy Young right now. So an interesting development with this big of a favorite to win AL Cy Young.
It would be more interesting, at least to me. I don't know if other people feel differently, if you or whoever, anyone in the bettors box feels differently about this, but I think it doesn't really matter that much because we are so close to the end. And I think Tarik Skubal has built himself enough runway where it just doesn't matter. As long as he's making starts, even if it's once a week or once every, and, they skip a start in the rotation to manage his workload. I think that's fine. I think the price is still right. I don't think you have to run and bet Corbin Burns right now as he's the next closest at 9-1. Then it's a drop off at 35-1 for Logan Gilbert and Seth Lugo. I think Corbin Burns has been good this year, but he's been unspectacular. You're not getting the 11, 12, 13, 14K games that you used to see from Corbin Burns in Milwaukee. He's been good, but he hasn't been like awesome. He hasn't been Tarik Skubal awesome. So I think this is a nothing for now, unless they shut him down completely, which it doesn't seem like they will. So I don't think there's a bet to be made here just because Skubal has built himself so much runway, but it's still worth monitoring because if he does get hurt or if they do shut him down, then maybe it is worth a bet on Burns. But as of like right now, this day, August 19th, I think you're fine. If you have Skubal tickets, I don't think you need to sweat very much.
Yeah, and there is a pretty good chunk of season left when you look at it. There's a couple weeks and he still has, as you said, that runway. So even if they do shut him down, has he built up enough to make that case and to not worry so much about it? I think it's going to be his award to lose. So just something to keep an eye on, as we will do. Also, the parity in Major League Baseball is quite impressive. No team is on pace for 100 or more wins for the first time since 2014. If you do your math correctly, that was 10 years ago. No team is on pace for a run differential of plus 231, which is the lowest since 2014. That is the year I graduated from college. And now this is the first time since then that this has happened, which really just for me, at least, puts it into perspective, which is insane. But yeah, this is an interesting year for Major League Baseball.
It's surprising, especially when you consider you had super teams, quote unquote, like the Dodgers here. We all expected them to win 1 million games. The Orioles, everybody was really high on. Very interesting, kind of leads to the fact that, as far as record wise goes, the no 100 wins teams, like kind of seems wide open for World Series. Obviously, we have the favorites with the Dodgers and the Phillies, Yankees, and Orioles, but feels like this is maybe more wide open than we thought. And as far as run differential, like, yeah, this just speaks to what pitchers are now. Like, pitching is so good, and these pitchers, these ace caliber guys, are so awesome, and you have so much stuff that helps them out during the game that pitching is back on the rise. And I feel like, though, we're still getting where nobody is really thinking like, oh, offense is dead. Like, I feel like there's been a good balance between pitching and offense still.
Yeah, exactly. And these super teams, it's like when you thought about the Dodgers to win the World Series before the season, that's why I took the Orioles, is because it was too easy. And sometimes these teams, like the Padres a couple years ago, are too good to be true, and they still, the run differential still isn't there. So that is a very interesting aspect of this season as well. Connor Norby will be recalled by the Marlins. The top prospect is headed to the show.
Yeah, let's hope that 3 weeks in AAA really helped him. Yeah, good job, Marlins. Needed that extra bit of seasoning, even though he'd already been in the majors in Baltimore. Sure, whatever. I don't know. At this team, just, God, headaches. They give me headaches.
Yep, tension headaches all around for this team. But Jason Tatum and Matthew Tkachuk reunited this weekend to throw out first pitches at the Cardinals-Dodgers game. The high school teammates reunited with their championship trophies. Again, they are both champions now, to throw out the first pitch. They threw synchronized first pitch. So it's one pitch, but it was two guys, two balls. So maybe two pitches. But look at that synchronization. Beautiful. That's Olympic gold right there, Jason Tatum, and synchronized pitches. So they also recreated that childhood photo they have that went around during their championship runs because they grew up together. This is very, very cool. I think this is fantastic. They're both from St. Louis. So that was really, really cool to see. And good pitches too.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that you would hope that world-class athletes, though, could at least throw a ball like in front of the mound to a catcher. But yeah, I mean, dudes rock. Dudes, like, best friend moment. Love it as well. I just wish they weren't wearing those ugly City Connect St. Louis jerseys because those are still atrocious. But, beggars can't be choosers.
This is true. If you could pick the jersey, yeah, sure, that would be very nice. But we have been told that they do call it the Lou there, which I did not know. I'm
still skeptical.
I don't know if I lived there, would I be able to? It's like Beantown or the Chai. I don't the Chai. I don't know that I could do that. So I wonder. I do wonder if someone was pretending, if they were trolling us. Also, Austin Riley leaves the game after being hit by a pitch. He was hit on the right hand in the first inning of yesterday's win. X-rays and CAT scans were inconclusive, but more tests are scheduled for today. It's just a tough go right now.
Yeah, and we did just get news right before we came on the air that he's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. And I think this Braves team is cooked. I think they're dead in the water. Austin Riley had been starting to play like Austin Riley over the last couple of weeks. We've been talking about this Braves team, how they're vulnerable and how we don't think that they're a true World Series contender. Yeah, Michael Harris II just came back, and Ozzie Albies is going to be coming back soon. But it feels like every time this Braves team gets somebody back from injury or who starts heating up, they lose another person or they lose the person who is playing well. I just think this isn't the year for the Braves. I think they're just cursed. And as such, I think they're just kind of cooked. I think that maybe the Mets or somebody who's on the outside looking in that NL wildcard race might be worth a bet to make the playoffs now. Because I said this a couple weeks ago, I just don't see it with this Braves team.
Yeah, that's what it feels like right now. And coming into this season, there is no way. I love the Mets, but I would not have thought of taking them to make the playoffs over the Braves.
Yeah.
But now here we are. This is where we are now. And it's sad because I thought a lot of the Braves, but it's been a tough go for them, except for Chris Sale, who is their shining star. Also, my favorite pitcher, Hunter Green, is placed on the IL with an elbow injury. Do I hate to see it? I don't know. He's down to plus 3,000 to win NL Cy Young. Hopeful to return at the end of the 15 days. But, I hope for his general well-being. All parts of his body, including his stomach, are well.
Yeah, this takes him out of the NL Cy Young race, complete honesty. Like, we're too close to the end here. He did not have a lot of leeway here. He needed to keep pitching as well as he was to keep this a race. And really, Chris Sale was closing the door on it anyway because he had been pitching so well. Another 12K performance over the weekend. And now I think this is just Chris Sale's. Like, I think this price at minus 350 is wrong. It should be like minus 500. Wheeler is still in it, but I don't think he's likely to win. I think this is most likely to be Chris Sale here. The Hunter Green injury now kind of closes the door even more on that. As long as Chris Sale doesn't get hurt and doesn't have I think he could have a blow up start and still be the favorite here. I think he has a 1-start buffer between him and Zach Wheeler, at least, maybe even more at this point. So it looks like Chris Sale is going to kind of cakewalk to the NL Cy Young here, which was a great call by you before the year. So credit to him. Something insane though. I mean, now all 10 of the pitchers from last year who were top 10 in velocity have now all been on the injured list at one point, if not for extended periods. So something to keep in mind for next year.
Yeah, something to look at in terms of irony, because the one guy who is not injured yet this year, Chris Sale. So just something to think about there.
Some wood here. We still got time.
Well, you know what? I've been saying it. And he's been putting up double-digit strikeouts. So like every start, this guy is incredible. But I did take that before the season with the thought of yes, Chris Sale is going to be great, but I thought it would just be the luck of the Red Sox to let him go, and then this happened.
It was a Red Sox fade.
It really was, because I thought, it's kind of funny. It's just you gotta think about it in terms of misery sometimes, and sometimes that works out for you quite a bit. Also, Livy Dunn impersonates Paul Skeens at the Fanatics Fan Fest. I saw a lot of Fanatics Fan Fest stuff. It was endless. Like, it had everything. The Fanatics Fan Fest had everything. Everybody. Alex Earl was there because her boyfriend is Braxton Berrios of the Miami Dolphins. But Tom Brady was there. Gronk was there. Roger Goodell was there. Everybody was at Fanatics Fan Fest. I'm seeing lots of people dressing up as other people, and that included Livy Dunn as Paul Skeens. And I thought she did actually a pretty good job. And, do we know that that's not Paul Skeens doing gymnastics? I don't know. She looked pretty much like him. But yeah, I thought she did a very good job looking like her boyfriend.
Yeah, I mean, credit to her. Commitment to the bit. I have always said on this show, I love a good commitment to the bit, so I'm all into this. Good for her.
Yeah. One other thing that we saw on Sunday Night Baseball last night, the Little League Classic, before the game, I thought this was kind of cute because it was a kids broadcast. They had the players say, like, who answer questions, like, who is the one person you would want to meet? Jazz Chisholm said, Jay-Z, but I've already met Jay-Z. So I would go Michael Jordan. I was like, okay. So he'd brag there. Jazz Chisholm, why would you even say that? Just to brag. But Aaron Judge, this kind of took the world by, not the world, but I saw a lot of this. And when I saw it live, I was like, oh my God, this is funny. Aaron Judge, his go-to app on your phone, Maps. Yep. Maps. It's electric stuff. Just absolutely electric. He could have said anything. Alex Verdugo said ESPN for UFC. Like, okay, this is what we're dealing with here, Alex Verdugo. But Aaron Judge, Maps. I thought at first, I was like, that is so boring. This guy is so boring. And then I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? That's a very real thing. I always use Maps. Always.
Right.
Like, that's not that bad of an answer. Because they didn't say favorite app. They said your go-to app. So I think that's actually fair.
Yeah, I think he just took it so literally that he was just like, oh, the one that I use the most. Like, I kind of would have done the same thing. Hilarious tweets that came out of that. Like, oh, what'd you want him to say? Like, I don't know. Aaron Judge, what are you hiding? Something to
exactly. I mean, there's lots of fun apps out there. I would say like TikTok, but you know what? I might actually, if I look at my phone, Maps is actually a pretty good answer.
Most used.
Because it does keep you safe. Yeah, as Matt says in the chat, the guy who's allergic to his tattoos and his batting gloves loves ESPN for UFC. Yep, I don't want to say anything. It makes a lot of sense. Allergic to his batting gloves. The photo that they use in this graphic for Alex Verdugo being allergic to his batting gloves and tattoos, he has his 2 full sleeves of tattoos and his batting gloves in the picture. And this, you know what this reminded me of, Jake? I don't want to call out my brother here, but when he was in Little League, he was in a very bad slump. Very bad slump. And my parents had him tested for his eyesight to see if he needed glasses. That's how bad this was. He didn't need glasses. And in fact, he had over 20/20 vision, like better than 20/20 vision.
Oh, good.
And this reminded me of that, because it's like, oh, you're not doing well. It must be your batting gloves and your tattoos. That's probably what it is. Definitely. Allergic to the baseball is really what this seems like. Is this possible?
Yeah. Allergic to being good at baseball. Apparently, I don't know how you live this long and not know you're allergic to whatever is used in your tattoos or tattooing. That's crazy. That is insane. But I mean, whatever. Hey, whatever helps them sleep at night.
Yeah, whatever. Just it's whatever. We ask all of you though. This is not whatever. The Betters Box. It's pretty much the most important thing to us in our lives. The Betters Box. Yep. We want you to step up into it and let us know what is on your mind, where your bets are for today, all of the above. We have a bunch of you already in the Betters Box. Reed Phillips Rad, a still frozen Uncrustable is the GOAT. That is very true. I've even had that. That is really good. Still frozen. You had yours defrosted?
So I like to let them thaw a little bit for like a couple of minutes, like 2 to 3 minutes, let it thaw a little bit, because I don't like when like the breading is too cold still. Like I like a little juxtaposition. I like the bread to be about room temperature, but the inside to still be frozen. Yes, that is a great play.
Yes, the uncruxtaposition is very important when you're eating an Uncrustable. B Mills says, happy Monday, Jake and Lucy. MLB has been all kinds of wacky since the trade deadline. Very true. Got a couple of plays. Over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI for Jake McCarthy, Lindor, and Adolis. And also I have a Lindor bet that is coming up. Also, Taj Bradley under 6.5 strikeouts. I like the Lindor very much because I might be having something on that later on.
Jake McCarthy and Francisco Lindor, both obviously respectively, have been awesome in the second half. They've been really, really good. Adolis Garcia, I mean, you're braver than me. That guy has been brutal all year long. I will be opposite you on Taj Bradley. I actually like his over today.
Ooh, very nice. B Mills says, so Jake is on his White Sox is what I think he's saying. You are claiming them.
Clearly, yes. Famously so.
Famously so. Reed Phillips Rad said, I also looked at Jake's White Sox, bet Luis Robert over 1.5 total bases at plus 155. I don't hate that at all.
Getting a little concerned with this Jake's White Sox thing, okay? Listen, we very much Jake's Diamondbacks and Jake's Royals. I don't know if we need to take the leap to the White Sox here just yet.
Could they be the first to be removed from the list? Could that be possible? Maybe. Probably not. Holt said, could it be Brock? I don't know. If you're Brock Holt, thank you for watching. If you're not, thank you still for watching. Holt said, did Chris Sale win Cy Young over the weekend? Yes, he did. And never mind, you answered. Yep. Yeah. No, I thank you for asking because I always like to talk about that. Very much appreciate that because I think he did. I think this is Chris Sale's year and I can't wait for that to cash. Thank you all for getting into the Betters Box and your comments and keep them coming today and every day because we love you all. It is time now for the warning tracker, the NL Rookie of the Year market. It seems like an easy winner early on in the summer of Skeens. This is undoubtedly the summer of Skeens, but he's faltered a little lately. Is he, the exceptional star that we've seen? Maybe, but he's not perfect. The odds do reflect that as well. Paul Skeens is now minus 200 to win this. Jackson Merrill plus 130. I still kind of really like Jackson Merrill going into this. There's still like tiny bit of value. But we talked about these two last week and the movement from minus 3,000 to minus 160, then back to minus 200 in 10 days is pretty kind of drastic movement here. Jake, where are you when it comes to this race?
We're in banana land here. Like we are crazy. We are firmly in crazy town as far as NL Rookie of the Year goes, which is insane to say because 2 weeks ago, we thought Paul Skeens was just going to win this award unanimously. And now it looks very more open. His start over the weekend, it was fine. 6 innings, a couple runs. He's struggling with walks though. And it was a very pedestrian start. It was not a minus 200 start. Let's put it that way. I think Jackson Merrill is way live for this award. He had another great weekend. He had a triple on Friday. And I'll go even farther to say that I think Tyler Fitzgerald is very alive in this award race as well because he's already a 3-win player. He's only played about 40 games, but he's got another 30, 40 to go here. And he's already only chasing Jackson Merrill by like 0.2 WAR. And so Paul Skeens isn't even the number 1 pitcher by WAR right now. Shota Imanaga has jumped Paul Skeens in WAR. So I think that this is way more open than the odds reflect. I bet Tyler Fitzgerald at a long price over the weekend because I think that price is wrong. I'm perfectly comfortable hanging out with Jackson Merrill and Tyler Fitzgerald tickets. I think that this price is wrong on Skeens. Is he still the most likely winner? Yes, but Jackson Merrill is making this a true race and the price is wrong on Tyler Fitzgerald. And for those reasons, I think there are bets to be made here, especially on Fitzgerald, especially on Merrill if you don't have anything in this award race yet. I think that we're really in a position here where things are going to get weird and we're going to be talking about this every Skeens start now.
I think so. It is definitely Banana Land, and we will keep an eye on that for sure. It is time now for the walk-off. Jake, what are your bets for today?
Keep giving me Corbin Carroll at plus money at over 1.5 total bases. I'm going to keep playing it. It's been awesome for him in the second half, slugging 659 over his last 50 plate appearances. Taj Bradley over 6.5 Ks. Oakland's been better with Ks, but Bradley's just one of those guys where it doesn't matter. I like him over 6.5. I like the 10 plus at 7-1 a little bit too. Mark Vientos over 1.5 total bases. He's been playing really well. White Sox Giants first 5 under 4. Seattle first 5 money line.
This is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With Lucy Burge.
I don't know if we are eventually going to have Aaron Judge conspiracy theories a la Kate Middleton.
And Jake Hassan.
This is just going to be the biggest bloodbath, and I mean that in a great way.
Betting K's and debating your plays.
This is a great spot for the kid. He gets the opening day start, baby Pedro. He's like 15 years old.
Play ball.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into Bet Slips and Bat Flips presented by BetMGM. I am Lucy Burge alongside my fantastic co-host Jake Hassan. We are here with you to talk some baseball because baseball is, of course, the best. Jake, how are you doing today? How was your weekend?
Good weekend. Spent a lot of time resting the back, tweaked the back at kickball last week. So just doing a lot of rest, doing a lot of R&R for the back.
We'll give you an edge to beat the spread and so much more. What do we call that? Wagertainment. It's You Better You Bet from BetQL.
It sure is, and once again, the boys are back. Rob Brown, Pat Boyle, it is us. We are lit and ready to go. The foremost electrifying hours of sports talk entertainment you will find anywhere at any time today. Start right now. Welcome in, kids. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetQL Network. I, of course, am Rob Brown. Somewhere out there in the universe, I don't know where, it's virtual. We look at each other through computer screens all the time. A gentleman I've had the pleasure of working with many times in the past and hopefully will many more in the future. My man, Patty B. Pat Boyle, is in the house. What's up, fella? How we feeling, buddy?
The boys are back. The boys are back, and they're looking for money. What's up, Rob? Last time I saw you, we were getting all giddy and warm and fuzzy inside, talking about a Patriots-Eagles under, and boy, did that puppy hit with ease, clearing by almost a touchdown. That was back on Friday night, no, maybe Thursday night. I'm losing track of the days.
Thursday night last week. By God, how the time flies when you're betting unders, baby.
Yeah, I'm losing track of the days, but I'm not losing track of all the winning that you and I have been doing, especially you, right before we got on the air. And you said you've been betting basically under, and more unders in these NFL preseason games. That's been the strategy from the get-go, baby. So I'm a little upset, honestly. Like, I'm a little sad. I wouldn't mind with getting another fourth week of preseason back on the schedule here, so we can bet at least 2 more weeks of these babies and go under everything. Next week's going to be interesting because, I think the books are kind of onto it now, or at least they should be. And basically nobody's going to play, whereas we've gotten some starters, and that's why we've had at least these over-unders going up into the mid and high 30s. But nonetheless, fun weekend, my man. Excited to do the show today with you, and I believe we're doing it tomorrow as well. So 4 hours today, 4 hours tomorrow. A lot of winners, a lot to catch up on.
You are correct. Certainly, obviously, on the pleasure and privilege of doing the show with you the next couple of days. I will also be here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with Jeremy Kahn. So I am in all week this week. But of course, the first 2 days here with my dude, Patty B. I am looking at the over-under totals on BetMGM, and you are by and large correct, Pat B. At least this one particular book has caught on to it, because last week we had some 38s. We had a couple of 39.5s mixed in there. The highest over-under this week, as of right now that I see, is 36.5 in that Denver-Arizona preseason game coming up this weekend. Just about I was also at 36.5 in Raiders 49ers. Just about every other game is at 35.5 or lower. So if you rode the under wagon with me for the past 3 weeks, like I've been telling you to, or past 2 weeks, like I've been telling you to, you've made some cash, because I believe all but 4 games have cashed the under so far. Might be a little wonky coming up this weekend with the totals coming down, but right now, I'm with you, Pat. I'm thinking we got another weekend of starterless football. I'm thinking we got another weekend where we're not going to see the BMOC out on the football field. And if that is the case, I'm looking at some of these 36.5 numbers. I'm looking at 49ers Raiders. Starters weren't out there around him, but Brock Purdy didn't look great on the field last night without the starters. The Raiders now have their starting quarterback. It is Gardner Minshew, which leads me to believe you won't see much of. And again, follow the beat writers, all right? I'm telling you, preseason NFL betting, it is all about digging out the guys who cover the team intimately and taking the little morsels that they're going to give you. But look, if the Raiders decide we've got our starting 11, we know what it's going to be, QB down, we're not going to play anybody, Niners, Raiders at 36.5 after what we saw out of Brock Purdy last night against New Orleans feels like a play. Panthers, Bills. I already think the Bills' regular scoring total is going to be coming down without Stephon Diggs. And the Panthers, they did not play their starters in week 2. So do we see a little Bryce Young action in week 3? And if we do, is it going to matter for Carolina? That number is set at 33.5. That might be worth a look, right? So we've crushed it on the unders, Pat Boyle. To the point that I told you last Thursday when you texted me, Daddy bought himself a real nice bottle of whiskey with his surplus betting money from the first 2 weeks. Are we riding that wagon one more time again? And the answer for me is yes. I don't expect that we're going to hit it an 80% clip like we did the last 2 weeks. But if I can get 2 games more, because all these numbers are in the minus 110 to minus 115 range, if I can get 2 more unders than I get overs in the final week, Pat B, it might be the best 2-week stretch of betting football I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, same. And I've been live betting unders too. I think I talked with you. I know I mentioned it with our pal Sean Marash yesterday morning on BetQL 5-Star Weekend. And to quote the great Rob Brown, shameless plug, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern every Sunday morning. Only for another 2 weeks, though, and then BetQL flips over to the football schedule. But I believe I did say it to you as well. Live betting unders has been great as well because in a lot of these games, again, if you do your research, if you do your homework, if you follow the beat writers and see what they've been reporting, and again, if you've been watching preseason football for however many years now, you know that even when the starters do play, usually it's for a series or 2, a quarter, a half at most. So that, you saw some high-scoring first quarters and maybe a couple of high-scoring first halves, and you're able to get that under at an even more intriguing, attractive number than you might have gotten at pregame. Not always the case. And I think that's what we said about Thursday night Eagles-Patriots. We knew none of the Eagles' offensive starters were playing. We knew the Eagles' defensive starters were playing. And we know that the Patriots are a miserable team, no matter who they were rolling out there at quarterback. So that is a situation where, you and I both said, let's not even wait. Let's hammer this puppy pregame. But again, you probably won't have that be the case here in preseason week 3, where basically no starters do play. But just going forward, always a thing to remember, and especially over this past weekend, where you saw Pat Mahomes play almost a quarter, where you saw a lot of starters, a lot of top-tier quarterbacks play a quarter or even a half. In the case of Daniel Jones, Giants, Texans, where you did get a really attractive live number at halftime, and if you're able to hammer it, you made some money. So I'm excited. We're going to have 2 games Thursday. We're going to have 3 games Friday. We're going to have a ton of games Saturday. And we're going to have 3 games Sunday. So get me to Thursday and let the preseason football roll on. That is one area where I am not starving for regular season football. I know as asinine as that sounds, but if you put your wallet first, and you don't get blinded by preseason takes and how good a team you think it will be and, the line movements and all this, and you just say, hey, preseason football, I'm going under, then yes, it has most likely been a profitable 2 weeks for you as well.
That is 100% correct, and we'll talk a lot of NFL football today as now we are inside of 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. But Pat Boyle, I don't know if you woke up this morning feeling a little something different in the air. I don't know if you woke up this morning and the grass looked a little greener. The air smelled a little fresher. Mama's apple pie tasted a little sweeter. I don't know how your day's going, bud. But college football starts on Saturday noon. FSU, Georgia Tech. There are games that matter that start this weekend. I don't care if it's a real weak schedule of day games on Saturday. I don't care if I got to stay up till midnight to watch the kickoff between Hawaii and Delaware. I don't care if a bottom feeder in the ACC is up against the top 10 team at noon to start it off. I don't care who it is. We got 4 games of football that's going on the record that matters in the world of college sports. And inject it in my veins, bud. Just pour it into the depths of my soul. Football season's here, my man.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. This is the last Monday for how many more weeks? 23, 24 weeks where we will not have football and games that matter on the weekend. So if you got the Monday blues, it's the last Monday blues you should feel. And it's going to be a phenomenal ride. I am ready for it. I can't wait to talk about some of the big quarterback decisions we've had in the NFL, starting QBs that have been named. And really start to wet the palate on digging deeper than we even did last week into Florida State and Georgia Tech. And I cannot wait to become at least somewhat familiar with Montana State and New Mexico and SMU and Nevada. And like you said, Delaware State, Hawaii. It is going to be a glorious Saturday coming up.
It is going to be a glorious Saturday coming up. I can't wait. I know most of you guys can't either. It is going to be a phenomenal Saturday. And I look at it. Pat, as it's like it's like if you're real hungry and you go sit down at the table and the waiter comes by. He's got that big jug and he fills up your water bowl, and then he turns around and he sits into the middle of the plate, just a big old bowl of freshly baked hot bread. Now, is that necessarily what you came for? No, not at all. Is that necessarily what you want to fill up on at the dinner table? No, not at all. But when he sits that bread down and you're hungry and you ain't had nothing to eat since breakfast, and it's got that nice little lump of butter sitting next to it, and you see that steak knife ready to cut one of those rolls fresh open. I'm going to tell you, I don't know about you, big dog. I immediately just, the drool starts up. The mouth gets all wet, and you're staring at that bread, and you're just like, give it. It's all, I want that bread more than I want a steak right now. It looks so good. That's this weekend for me, right? Is it the meal? No. Is it my main sustenance? No. Is it the best thing I could eat at this moment in time? No. But it's been so long since I've chowed down, Pat Boyle, that appetizer looks mighty damn tasty right about now at noon on Saturday with the Knowles and the Ramblin' Wreck kicking us off.
I agree with you 1,000% there. And in terms, it's like we're like Pavlov's dog when we see that bread get placed down. I don't know about you. Sometimes I do come for the bread. No, not entirely, but like great chain restaurant, Longhorn Steakhouse. I don't know how about you feel about them. Love the steak. That's what I'm coming for. I'm coming for the Texas Tunyon. I'm coming for the firecracker chicken wraps. But I know that when I get there and I sit down and I go ahead and take my big napkin and I put it in my lap and tuck a little bit into my shirt there so I look like a classy gentleman that I am, I know that bread's coming. And I know that I'm going to have that Pavlov's dog reaction. I am going to start salivating. I am going to go for that butter, and I am going to break it open. So, yes, as much as it's not the main course, we got a top 10 football team playing at noon Eastern on Saturday. Just give it to me. Enough talking. It's time for action.
That is entirely it, and we do have action this weekend. We've got Florida State, Georgia Tech kicking us off at noon. We got a 4-game schedule on Saturday that culminates Saturday night at an 11:59 p.m. East Coast kickoff for Hawaii hosting down. Are you the type of psychopath, Pat Boyle, like me, that on week 0, maybe not so much in week 7, 8, 9, where we're kind of in the heart of the season, but that week 0 slate, when we haven't seen competitive football in a hot minute, no disrespect to UFL, when we haven't seen football in a hot minute, you the guy that's staying up for a midnight kickoff, Hawaii, Delaware, Pat Boyle, or are you going to silently judge losers like me from your sleep?
No, I mean, I'm going to have it on as I'm winding down on a Saturday night. And, again, with the BetQL Sunday morning show, 5-star weekend that I got to be up for, I usually like to wake up at 7:30, have my breakfast, have my coffee, get a little last prep going on before that show. I don't think I'll make it past the first quarter, if I'm being honest. But I will have it on no matter where I'm at, whether it's last call at a bar or if it's back at the apartment and I'm getting ready to wind down. I will have it on. I can't tell you I'm going to be eager to bet Delaware State with the 38.5. I can't tell you that I'll be dying to bet the over the over under 57.5 in that one. But I will have it on. I will be alert. I will be somewhat attentive to the first couple of drives between the Rainbow Warriors and the Hornets.
All right, we're going to get some college football in here in depth. Patty B and I maybe give you some conference championship winners later on in the show. Maybe give you some playoff contenders later in the show. Maybe a Heisman pick or 3 in the show. We're going to talk some NFL as we are now inside of 2 weeks away from week 1 of that particular season. Going to be football heavy. We'll get a little baseball in here. We'll sprinkle it in there somewhere. I know Jake Hassan's beautiful face is in the background. We'll get Jake up in here to talk some hardball with us. It is going to be a fantastic 4 hours of radio. I hope you'll stick around for it. He's Pat Boyle. I am Rob Brown. You're listening to You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Number 4, he might only get a drive or 2. I'm okay with that because he's taken, I think he's had 1 preseason pass attempt in the last 3 years, and it was literally 3 years ago. Joe Burrow, Joey Burr, I want to see him actually get out there. And again, it doesn't have to be more than a drive or 2. I want to see Joe Burrow get out there and shake some of the rust off, because he hasn't done that the last couple of preseasons. We have talked about, since whether it was due to injury or otherwise, we have seen Cincinnati be slow to get started. And I think Cincinnati's got an opportunity this year to get out of the gate quick. And if it's because Burrow is ready to go and he's already got everything fine-tuned, ready to go with Chase, Higgins, you mentioned the running back situation there, then I think Cincy can get off to a really strong start. They've got New England early. They've got Washington early, Carolina, Giants in week 6. I mean, by the time they get to week 7, 4-2 is a strong start, given you've got Baltimore and a trip to Kansas City on the schedule. 4-2 puts you in position, if you're Cincinnati, to be doing really well. Steal one of those 2 big games against Kansas City or Baltimore, and you're 5-1 to start the year if Joey Burrow is looking good. I want to see him get some snaps in the preseason to help knock that rust off.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Rob Brown, Pat Boyle with you for the next, let's call it 3 hours and 39 minutes of your life. You're welcome, America. We're just here to make your lives better. And I got to tell you, I kind of think we're nailing it. We're talking some football out of the gate here, starting off in the National Football League as we roll through the preseason so far. Couple of storylines that aren't storylines yet that I'd like to get to. Let's start with a guy that, Pat Boyle, I am stupid excited about. I called this guy last year to win the Heisman. I nailed that. I've called this guy to be the best quarterback in this draft class. That is yet to be seen. But one thing that we now do see is that Jayden Daniels has officially been named the starting quarterback week 1 for the Washington Commanders. That is official per Dan Quinn. He said after the game last night, this Saturday, a game in which my guy, Jayden Daniels, did the one thing I need him to learn not to do, which was run into contact. Those boys in the NFL are very, very big, Jayden Daniels. Please slide. I'm begging you for the sake of your future and my ego. Please slide, okay? Dan Quinn said that after Jayden Daniels took a couple of shots unnecessarily, that he was on double secret probation. But apparently the double secret probation reward is that you get to be QB1 when the season rolls around here in just a couple of weeks. I don't know where the hell else you were going to go. I mean, your backup is Marcus Mariota, and respect to Marcus Mariota for as long as he's been able to carve out a career as a journeyman backup quarterback. Respect to him for that ability. At the end of the day, there was no other option here, Pat Boyle, but to go with Jayden Daniels. Give him a couple of weeks to let that settle in, let that settle down. Didn't do much in the preseason. I don't think he had to. 12 of 15 for $123 across 2 games so far. No touchdown passes, but did score on a 3-yard run against the Jets on a beautifully executed zone read back in week 1 of the preseason. The 2023 Heisman Trophy winner, going to be QB1 in New York. Any thoughts on futures here? Washington's win total sitting at 6.5 with a -125 to the under and a +105 on the over. I do think here, Pat Boyle, that the Washington Commanders are going to surprise some people. I think there's a couple of wins coming down the pipe that folks aren't counting on because of Jayden Daniels. But that 6.5 number, maybe a game higher than I thought it might be. Where are you landing on Washington right now?
Yeah, they are a tough team to figure out. Let me just start with Jayden Daniels, and he has been as good as advertised so far. You know, again, only saw him for about a drive in that preseason opener against the Jets. You mentioned the 3-yard touchdown run. He had that bomb hookup with De'Ami Brown, which, by the way, was improv. That was off script, which head coach Dan Quinn let us know about after that game. And then Dan Quinn let us know again using the Animal House reference that he was on double secret probation after, not learning how to slide. You got to slide, Jayden Daniels, because that is the one thing that could wreck this season for Washington, is if he thinks he can go toe-to-toe with a 240-pound middle linebacker and he gets his bell rung and he gets crunched, dare I say it, gets hurt, that would be the worst thing possible for the Commanders this season. But man, again, 6.5, it's a tough number for me. I'm ultimately probably going to stay away from it when I do calculate and punch together my over-under bets in about a week and a half from now, once we get through the final week of preseason. But this was the no-brainer, right? And it was a matter of when, not if, Jayden Daniels was going to be announced the starting quarterback. And he's got the weapons around him, right? We know how good Scary T, Terry McLaurin, is. Zach Ertz, at the twilight of his career, but still, flashed a little bit last year at times for Arizona, very minimally before their tight end took over and blew everybody's nips off. And that is, of course, Trey McBride. But, Jahan Dotson, if he could take a step forward, and I've said it before with you, if they can get even just a shred of what Austin Eckler was in his prime with the Chargers, I mean, there is your third down there's your third down running back as another passing option for Jaden Daniels to use. And yes, we know he can use his legs. He's the modern day quarterback, man, a guy that can sling it and use his legs. He's not going to be Lamar Jackson, but we've seen him run it at LSU. We saw him running in for that touchdown against the Jets. So I think there's a lot of upside with this offense. Again, not the sexy thing to talk about here, but it's this offensive line that I have a lot of concerns about. They did make some upgrades in the offseason, adding Tyler Biadasz, who was a great center the last couple of years for the Cowboys, but it's an offensive line still that's kind of ranked in the bottom in terms of sacks allowed the last couple of years. Sam Howell, when he did have time to throw last year, he was slinging it down the field. It's the defense, a defensive line that was supposed to be a huge four-headed monster in the NFC East for years to come, and it just did not pan out. I mean, they have Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen as the two holdovers, with Montez Sweat and Chase Young exiting stage left over the last year and a half here. So I have questions about their defense being able to get to the quarterback and the secondary as well. Secondary that I'm very excited to watch. Rookie corner Mike Sainristil, who was phenomenal at Michigan, an absolute dog. But they're a young secondary. So I think it's my concerns and my worries about the defense that ultimately will stray me away from betting either the over or the under on the Commanders. Right now, BetMGM, like you said, over 6.5 is the graphic we're seeing is minus 120. So it's a little juiced to the over. So as much as the NFC East seems like it could be up for grabs, with the Cowboys having an abysmal offseason and Jerry Jones basically saying, okay, Dak, CD, Micah, why don't you go ahead and play for your contracts because we're not going to give you one. And the Eagles, the disaster that they were the last 7 weeks of the season, the Commanders feel like they're the third best team, or at least that's what BetMGM is telling us, that the Giants are going to finish in the basement. I still think the Giants are going to be slightly better than a lot of people think. So all of those things combined, I don't think I want to, put any action on the Commanders preseason. But man, like you said, Jaden Daniels, for me, he might be worth $20 on AP Offensive Rookie of the Year because he's looked freaking good, man, and he's got the weapons around him. This offense, I think, has the highest upside, especially if Cliff Kingsbury can work his magic with him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree entirely. I could absolutely throw a little, just a little change at Jaden Daniels for Rookie of the Year. I think he's certainly got the talent. The only thing that keeps me from doing that is Caleb Williams, both because that cat's looked good in the preseason so far, A, and B, because he's just surrounded by better weaponry, right? Like we've talked about some of the guys that, I know we talked about it a little bit last week, some of the guys that were intrigued for different awards futures markets out there. And the fact that when we look at Bears players for different markets, there's no Chicago Bear offensive player that's going to win anything if Caleb Williams is available for that award. Because if that guy has that good of a season that puts him in that mix, that means Caleb Williams had a good season. And if he has a good season, the hype machine keeps on chugging along. He's getting whatever that award is. When it comes to Jaden Daniels, if this Washington Commander team goes over that 6.5 and hits that minus money, if this team, and Alex is telling us plus 275, yes, to make the playoffs, minus 350. No, if this team finds a way to maybe sneak in there as that last wild card team, Jaden Daniels is going to be in that mix. So I don't think it's not worth a couple of dimes. I probably wouldn't go with like a hammer bet on it, right? It would definitely be a sprinkle, but we'll find out. Speaking of starting quarterbacks, Gardner Minshew is now officially locked in as the starter for the Las Vegas Raiders. Gardner Minshew gets the nod over Aiden O'Connell as QB1. What are we making of this Raiders team? Because you've got Devontae, who wants the new contract. There's a market out right now on if Devontae even finishes the year as a Raider. Obviously, you've had some guys that have been unhappy there and left the last couple of years. Defensively, I think this team's going to be an absolute juggernaut of a program. But does Gardner Minshew inspire anything for you surrounding the Las Vegas Raiders?
Says a couple of different things. Three things to me. One, it's surprise. I was honestly stunned when I found out the news yesterday. Stunned at first on the surface because Antonio Pierce comes in here yesterday. He resurrects this team. He saves this team. He imprints his culture and his toughness on them immediately. They finished the year strong to the point where they had a chance to get into the playoffs in the final 2 weeks of the season if they were to win out. Ultimately, it didn't happen. But Aiden O'Connell was the guy that was leading the charge for them under center for the end of the season. O'Connell, who basically played from week 9 on, and, at times was really, really good. I'll never forget the 63-21 beatdown they laid on the Chargers where he threw for 4 touchdowns and again, made all the right throws, threw for 300 yards and 2 tutties against Indianapolis in week 17. So I was honestly a bit surprised because I thought Antonio Pierce would say, all right, this was our guy last year, and not much has changed unless him and Gardner Minshew both really, they look pretty uninspiring in preseason. So I thought at that point they would cancel each other out and O'Connell would get the starting job. 2, it tells me though now that if Antonio Pierce thinks Gardner Minshew is the best choice, and I would agree with that ultimately, although I did think Antonio Pierce was going to go with Aiden O'Connell. Minshew was great last year with the Colts, nearly took them to the playoffs after Anthony Richardson went down. And although I did kind of see the dynamic as, okay, they'll go with Aiden O'Connell. If he's not great, Minshew's in the perfect spot, the backup where everybody rallies around, right? They try to save their season if they get off to a slow start. But I think Antonio Pierce is saying, you know what, screw it. The best guy is going to play. Gardner Minshew gives us the best chance pound for pound to win football games. That's who I'm going with. I don't care. And the third thing, and this is probably the loudest thing that it tells me in regards to the future of this team, I don't know if Davante Adams is going to finish the year on the team. Davante Adams, who, by the way, basically said, I think it was in June or July, right before camp, that this is Aiden O'Connell's job to lose. And he almost basically advocated for O'Connell to be the quarterback. And then Antonio Pierce picks Gardner Minshew. I don't know. I haven't heard if Davante Adams has said anything regarding it yet. But I can't imagine that makes Davante Adams feel all that great about himself and his position as a leader on this team and a future face of this team, is if the guy that he basically advocated for months ago, Antonio Pierce, says, sorry, it's Gardner Minshew. That tells me that maybe they don't see Davante Adams in their plans going forward, that they will trade him if they get a good offer from a team like the Jets or anybody else, either at the deadline or especially this offseason.
I agree. I'm already of the spot in the belief that Davante Adams will not be a Raiders when this season comes to its conclusion. And I'm glad you brought that up because I had forgotten that comment from Davante about Aiden O'Connell. I had put that into the memory hole. So that's really interesting. I will say, I think Antonio Pierce, Pat Boyle, is the coach that this team's been waiting for, looking for, right? Like he got up last year, got the opportunity, and this team got juiced around him. They jumped on board. And I do think there's a time and a place where you've got to allow the ego of a superstar to go elsewhere. And under a brand new head coach, sometimes that's the right call. Now, I don't know. I haven't really heard anything from Davante the last couple of weeks, right? Like he's been pretty much out of the limelight. There hasn't really been a lot of info from him or his camp. And you would know because it would be front page headline news the minute he pushed tweet, without a doubt, if he said something that could cause a little drama. So I don't know what direction they go there. I will say this about Gardner Minshew. Statistically speaking, Gardner Minshew is remarkably consistent. Is he wildly flashy? No. Is he somebody that inspires you and you go, no. But he is a guy that throughout the course of the career, I looked his stats up at one point. He had the 2022 season in Philly, and he only played 5 games where he threw for 58%. Other than that, his rookie year, 61%. His second year, 66% completion percentage. His third year, 68%. And in Indy last year, 62.2% completion, 3,300 yards through 17 games. Again, he's not going to blow you off the page, and he's going to turn the ball over every here and there, Pat Boyle. But Minshew is a guy that you go, all right, he's good enough let's go win with the defensive side of the football. And I kind of think that's what the Raiders are gunning for this year.
How do you think Aiden O'Connell's mustache feels about this? Do you think he keeps that ugly thing, or do you think he shaves it off now? Because that is a disaster to look at.
It's not a great look. And the problem you have is not just that you're not QB1, and that's a QB1 vibe, but you also have Gardner Minshew, who is. You can't out mustache the Minshew mania. All right, Aiden O'Connell, not only did you lose the starting QB rule, you lost the starting stash rule as well. It's not a good vibe. I feel bad for Aiden O'Connell today because, he put a lot of work into that bush. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. A few more NFL headlines. We'll talk about how they might impact our futures markets moving forward. We'll get some college baseball. A couple of guests coming up. Pat Boyle, Rob Brown, you better, you bet on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Well, you got to go with Steph Curry. And all of these performances were something else. But, man, what we saw from Steph yesterday in that moment in a gold medal game, and this game was close, by the way. The U.S. and France were going back and forth, back and forth. I don't know if you saw that one shot where Steph is finishing his follow-through and Wemby is stretched out with his crazy wingspan. And that was just one of the shots that went in. 4 straight threes in 2 minutes, 11 seconds in a gold medal game in that moment. Don't take away from what the Olympics mean and what the Olympics mean to these players. And that was the one thing when you look at Steph Curry's resume, and he has done everything under the sun. You name it, Steph has done it. He had not won a gold medal. And he was quiet early in the Olympics. LeBron was just fantastic, setting the table, really keeping tempo, keeping pace for the Americans. But Steph Curry over the last 2 games, and particularly yesterday, put on one of the greatest shows of his career. And that last three-pointer where he goes to his right, it looks like he's falling away. I was watching that. I went, no way, Steph. And, of course, he hits because he's Steph Curry, the greatest shooter to ever play the game of basketball. MVP, Steph Curry.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
This comeback song is what I think the kids would describe as a vibe at Pat Boy. You know, it's just a little feel good music on a Monday afternoon, man. The work day's dragging on. We're all ready to go home and take an afternoon nap and go to bed. And then you hear that bop, and it's like, how are you not in a good mood after that? Little 8-bit music never hits bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it's like one of the alternate levels on Super Mario. And like 10-year-old me is hopped up on high C and mac and cheese. And I'm jumping and hopping and running with Mario. I'm trying to avoid the fireballs. I'm trying to avoid Bowser throwing his barrels at me and DK throwing his barrels at me. And I feel like that could be right out of Super Mario. A lot of these songs I feel like could on this show. It is a very unique vibe.
It is a vibe, without a doubt. All right, let's keep going with some NFL thoughts. We gave you some storylines that are official. Let's give you some storylines that aren't. Let's start with the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix has been so far, and you know, just to keep it a buck, because I think accountability from your host is always important. Bo Nix was my pick as disappointment of this class. I really didn't expect a whole lot out of a guy that I referred to at Oregon as Captain Checkdown. I mean, as much college experience, well, actually more college experience than anybody ever played, 64 games at the college level. I know Bo Nix has got the experience. From a guy that spent the majority of the time in Dan Lanning's offense checking down, and I want to give him credit for not having the wide receivers that Michael Penix Jr. had, not having the wide receivers that Jalen Milroe had, et cetera, et cetera. Bo Nix has actually been really kind of to me anyway, the pleasant surprise of this preseason. The Denver Broncos, as it stands right now, over under net set at 5.5 with a -105 to the over, a -115 to the under. So Vegas thinks this team's getting 4 or 5 wins. I'll put it this way, Pat Boyle, and I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I've been told by a couple of people it is, and a couple of people it's not. I think Sean Payton's washed. I think in 2024, the innovative manipulator that Sean Payton was in 2009 when he won a Lombardi, not the same guy. That was a decade and a half ago that Sean Payton's offense was innovative. I just don't think he's that same guy anymore. I think the Broncos overpaid to get him out of New Orleans. I think that a lot of the issues last year that people want to blame on Russ Wilson, I honestly place on the Broncos as an organization. I just don't see good things for that team in the future under their current management, but maybe they got the Bo Nix pick correct, Pat Boyle. Has he earned the starting role for you? Sean Payton said as late as yesterday afternoon that competition between he and Jarrett Stidham, because Stidham hasn't looked bad either, is still up in the air. Where are you falling on the Broncos situation right now?
Yeah, I mean, let me start off. I totally agree with you on Sean Payton. I feel like I've said this with you before here. It's hard to keep my bias out of it when talking about Sean Payton because there's not many more coaches / athletes. He might be right at the top of the list that I would like to see fail more than Sean Payton. So he's right up there at the top. And I said about a week and a half ago, after the first preseason game, it felt like he was dying to announce Bo Nix as his starting quarterback. And I feel like that's coming down the pike here in the next 24 to 48 hours. I mean, he had him basically take all the first team reps with their joint practices with the Packers. He has him start. That being said, Bo Nix, again, looks pretty good. And it's the same system. It's going to be the same system that Sean Payton has run for most of his coaching career. The same one with New Orleans that made Drew Brees a Hall of Famer. He sees Bo Nix as his next Drew Brees. I can guarantee you that's the plan. That is the goal. That is what Sean Payton sees every night when he shuts his eyelids and when he wakes him up in the morning and opens him up. That's what he is hoping is going to come true here, that Bo Nix can be captain check down, that he can throw it 4 or 5 yards past the line of scrimmage at most and have a receiving crew that is not talented, like Cortland Sutton, who's the best of the bunch and had a very, very good season last year, but Tim Patrick, who caught a touchdown pass over the weekend, last night. Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims. They're hoping they can kind of resurrect his career. So that is the plan for Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton. I would be, stunned at this point if Jarrett Stidham gets named the starting quarterback. I feel bad for Stidham, though, because he's thrown 2 interceptions this preseason, and both of them have been on batted or tipped passes. Like, other than that, he's played well. And I said Jarrett Stidham really hasn't gotten a chance in the NFL the last couple of years. He played the last 2 games of each of the last 2 seasons and looked pretty good in both of those. So 4 games across 2 years, the guy doesn't look bad. And Sean Payton comes in, and I feel like he was pushing for George Payton, the GM, to draft Bo Nix the entire way. He had this plan. He had this vision. So Jarrett Stidham just kind of got squeezed out before things ever really began. And as long as Bo Nix didn't fail in the preseason, he was going to get the starting job. And I still think that is the case. I look at a Denver offensive line that's terrible. I look at a Denver defense. Again, they got 70 hung on them by the Dolphins. And I know they played better at the end of the year, but they lost Justin Simmons. They've lost a lot of their studs that they were having from their defense that won a Super Bowl many years ago, and even a couple of years ago when their defense was respectable. I mean, it's basically, I don't want to disrespect anybody else on that defense, but for me, it's like Pat Surtain and Cody Barton and then a bunch of other guys that, again, really shouldn't be starting on half of NFL defenses in the league. So I still think the defense is going to be a major, major deficit for them. And there's just not enough talent around Bo Nix, let alone the offensive line, for him to have really any real legitimate success. So you combine that with the fact that they're in the Chiefs division, and the Chargers and the Raiders, although not great, I think are certainly much better than them. It's hard to envision the Broncos hitting their over. It's hard to see them getting to 5 wins. Even if Bo Nix, even if they did get the pick right, he needs more talent. He needs more talent around him, like he had at Oregon, and he needs a better offensive line in order to thrive. And he just does not have that this year. So they're throwing him out there in the fire. I believe he's going to be the starting quarterback. He's going to have a couple of games where he looks pretty good, where he's able to show what he can do. But again, he can't really drive the ball down the field. Didn't do it at Oregon. Didn't do it for most of his collegiate career. And this team is not really going to afford him the opportunity to do so. So it's going to be kid gloves on him for most of the year, just like it was the handcuffs were on Russell Wilson. And I've said it before, Russ's numbers on the surface didn't look bad last year. But then if you watch Denver games, not just on Red Zone, the couple of times they were in prime time, the offense has a major issue of moving the ball consistently and aggressively.
The Sean Payton thing, and I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one, because I've gotten beat up for that opinion, pardon me, a couple of times, and I don't care, because I don't see 2024 Sean Payton the same way I saw 2009 Sean Payton. Now listen, I don't care about the Bounty Gate stuff, and I don't care about the prescription drug stuff. None of that, whatever. It is what it is. I suspect they weren't the only team that's ever done it, and Sean Payton's not the only guy in the NFL that's had a post-game party out of the medicine cabinet or two. All right, it is what it is. Is it a great look? No. Okay, whatever. I'm just looking from a football perspective, and from a football perspective, last year, and I know that there was a lot going on with the Russell Wilson drama, right? Sean comes in and goes, hey, yeah, he doesn't get to have his own office in the locker room. He doesn't get to have his own coaching staff off on the side. If he's a part of this team, he's a part of this team. And listen, I never held having those things against Russell Wilson. I think we got into this last week, but, I like everybody in my office. And I don't put myself above anybody else at my radio station, Pat Boyle. But if my PD comes to me tomorrow and goes, hey, we want to move you into the corner office on the top floor, the one with the beautiful view of downtown, I'm going. I'll see y'all. Absolutely, I'm taking that. Are you kidding me? Yes. Sorry, it sucks to be everybody else. But yeah, I'm doing that. Does that make me a bad teammate? I don't know. View it how you want to view it. But I think most of us in that situation, if we had an organization that we worked for that gave us a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, a little treatment every now and then, we take it. So that's not even the issue. I just looked at the Broncos playing football last year and didn't get it. I didn't understand. It wasn't innovative. And isn't that why you bring Sean Payton in, to be an innovative offensive mind? He's not. He's not. My man's been in the game for 20 years now. You're not getting any more innovation there. And he certainly doesn't have that same young, hype, aggressive, energetic vibe that he brought to New Orleans when he was coaching that team to a Super Bowl, again, 15 years ago. So, I don't know. I don't believe in this team all that much. All right, let's get one or two more in here before we take a break. The Atlanta Falcons have decided they're going to sit Michael Penix Jr. for their preseason finale. No real shock there. Penix has looked fine in the preseason. You don't want to wear out the 26-year-old rookie when you don't know if Kirk Cousins is going to be able to make it a full season or not. Pat Boyle, I'm good with this because I want that guy as rested and refreshed as I can have him, just in case Kirk's Achilles decides it wants to pop again.
Yeah, and I think that is very telling. The concerns that Terry Fontenot and the GM and Raheem Morris, the head coach of the Falcons, have about Kirk Cousins, and I think it's the best thing for Michael Penix that he didn't play over the weekend and that he's not going to play again this preseason. I think they saw what they needed to see in the one game he played. I think they know that's why they drafted him 8th overall. I mean, who are we kidding, right? They didn't just draft him 8th overall to stash him on the bench, even though a lot of people think that. And ultimately, again, if everything goes according to plan, Kirk Cousins stays healthy, the Falcons win the AFC South, they're playing a playoff game at home, and there you go. And then you've got another year for Michael Penix to learn and develop under a really, really good veteran quarterback like Kirk Cousins. But if things don't go according to plan, like you said, if Kirk gets hurt again, or if he just falls off a cliff this year and the Falcons are staring at 4-6 and at week 11 and the division's up for grabs like it seems like it is every year in the NFC South, and maybe it's go time for Michael Penix. And I think the fact that he is not playing the rest of this preseason should only get you more excited about his future if it comes calling a lot sooner than we expected.
That's it. All right, we'll talk some more NFL later in the show. Hour number 2, my guy Pat Boyle steps in to the pilot's chair. I don't know what we're going to talk about. I'm just excited as you are, kids. Let's have a little fun. Hour 2 of 4 starts here in just a couple of minutes. He's Pat Boyle. I'm Rob Brown. It's You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
I think it comes down to Anthony Richardson at plus 600 and then your guy Jaden Daniels at plus 700.
Please no.
I know, but Jaden's a rookie, Denton. And like we just know, I mean, his best asset, what makes him so dynamic, the reason he went number 2 is his speed. So you got to be able to use that. And then Anthony Richardson, like that's why you hire Shane Steichen. That's why you build the offense the way you do, is because of Richardson's running ability. Now, he is a guy right now, the stigma around Anthony Richardson, anytime we talk about the Colts or we talk him in the futures market or we're talking about where to draft him in fantasy football, it's kind of like what we were doing with Tua. It's like, I like the Colts, but how many games do we think Richardson's playing? And, you know, the Colts are obviously having that same conversation, so maybe they dial it back a little bit. If I had to make a bet, though, it'd be one of those two guys. It'd be Richardson or it'd be Jaden Daniels. Denton, I've said this a bunch. I went to watch Bama LSU last season. I've seen Lamar Jackson probably play in person like 10 times. Jaden Daniels is faster than Lamar is. Like, it's insane how fast Jaden Daniels is. So the Commanders are going to use that. I mean, Lamar, his first full year as a starter, won unanimous MVP. When you have a talent like that, You don't just like stop him from doing one thing, especially when he's a rookie. It's one thing when you're in year 5, 6, 7 like Lamar is, but as a rookie, I think you got to let Jaden be Jaden. You got to let the things he did win him a Heisman Trophy in year 1. So I think he makes a lot of sense.
Time for You Better You Bet. We'll give you an edge to beat the spread and so much more. What do we call that? Wagertainment. It's You Better You Bet from BetQL.
That's right, and a happy Monday afternoon to you, North America, and wherever you're listening around the globe, which you can do on the Odyssey app. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Rob Brown. Happy to fill in today and tomorrow. Rob will be here the entire week. If you're watching us, twitch.tv/BetQL, YouTube as well. And we want to welcome in the Stadium crew here for the next 2 hours. We are streaming live. WatchStadium.com. A very first fun football-filled hour. 3 more to go here. Rob and I got into the big preseason headlines and takeaways over the weekend. We're going to be talking plenty of football throughout the show. Let's switch gears a little bit. We will still talk NFL in this segment. But a big college football buff going to join us now here to start hour number 2. You can check out his work at thegamingjuice.com. That is Ben Wittenstein. You can find him on Twitter at Ben Wittenstein. I don't call it X. Sue me, Elon Musk. Ben, it's Pat Boyle, Rob Brown. Good to have you with us, man.
Yeah, good to be with you guys. I also don't call it X, so I will also be in that lawsuit with you. Happy to do that. And I woke up today. It was like 64, 65 degrees, which is the official start of college football season in my view. So I'm really ready to go.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we said in the first hour, this is the final Monday for basically the next 23, 24 weeks where we won't have actual football games to react to. That, of course, starting with week 0 this Saturday, the number 10 Florida State Seminoles kicking things off in Dublin with Georgia Tech. But let's not bury the lead here, Ben. I want to give you the platform, the pulpit here to fire off the bets that we have for you, over-unders, a couple of futures awards, week 1 NFL game. But the lead here is that you think Oregon is going to win the Big Ten, which is plus 200 right now on BetMGM. Why are you so high on the Ducks.
Guys, I was telling you a little bit about my love of Oregon before we went on air, but I just, for whatever reason, I love the Ducks. I've loved them the past couple of years. I think I just really have a love affair with Dan Lanning. I really like the programs that he runs. I really like the offenses and defenses that he puts out, and the players that he gets recruiting is unbelievable. So I'm in love with Dan Lanning. I'm in love with the Ducks. I come from a Michigan family, so I don't think morally I can put any money on the Ohio State Buckeyes. And honestly, they really haven't shown any reason to believe in them for the past couple of years. Ryan Day has been up and down when he has to coach against some really good teams. So Oregon's going to be the pick for me. You can get them at a pretty good number, a little bit better number than Ohio State. And I really think it's, neck and neck between these two teams. So I'll take the team with the better number with Oregon. They have a very favorable schedule. When you look at it, they don't leave the Western United States until like mid-October. They get Ohio State, Washington, both at home. So you get a really easy schedule to start out their Big Ten tenure. Also, losing Bo Nix, yes, that's tough. I will give that to anyone who's an Oregon hater, but they bring in arguably the best quarterback transfer in Dylan Gabriel, who should be able to slide into the offense and have a pretty seamless transition to playing in that Oregon offense. I just think that this Oregon team, defensively, they're going to be really good as well. They have just a lot of the pieces, a lot of the veteran players. They have the coach. And I know they're coming into a new conference, a tougher conference than they were in before. But I think they have all the tools in the coaching and the favorable schedule to get things done and really assert themselves as one of the Big Ten, if not the best team in the Big Ten this season.
You are not alone in that theory. I know Trista Crick feels that way. I know I feel that way. There's a handful of us out here that think the Ducks are primed to make some noise in week number 1. Let's stay in the Big Ten for just a minute. You brought up Ohio State there for just a second. This is a team that, and you brought it up, there have been some tough games. They've struggled to get by Michigan. What is it, 3 L's in a row to Big Blue at this point. And it's not like the road's getting any easier with the teams that have just jumped in and, waiting on Penn State to take that corner as well. And maybe they can compete. But Ohio State's going to be good. There's no arguing that. But you brought up the juice and you brought up the gas. And I like this Ohio State team. I'm going to be very artsy-fartsy here. They don't inspire me, Ben. They don't inspire me.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing on that team that you look at and you're like, oh, this is going to be the key piece for them. This is going to be the reason that they beat teams maybe that they hadn't in the past. I think that Ohio State-Michigan game is going to be as close as they always are. Harbaugh's gone, but that team still has a lot of really good players and a lot of really good schemers on that team. So I think even that game is not a guarantee. And you look at everyone thinking about Harbaugh leaving Michigan and leaves the conference open to Ohio State and Ryan Day. I just don't think that's the case. Defensively, they're still going to have a lot of questions. Like, are they going to still be terrible in their secondaries? Their defense going to lose them games? I know they've had a little bit of a rebuff and they've been able to get some new players in there, but to me, defensively, there's going to be a lot of questions. I think there's a little bit offensively, but for the most part, we know where they're going to be. But defensively, to me, is going to be their biggest question mark. Are they going to be able to close down games defensively? Because there was a lot of moments last year where they just could not shut the door on opponents because their defense just kept giving up touchdowns. So to me, Ohio State, which we're used to them coming into the season and being like they're the powerhouse in the Big Ten, to me, that's just not the case anymore, especially with Oregon coming in, especially with Michigan reloading and still having a lot of talent, especially with Penn State just taking that extra little bit of step. I would not count Ohio State in by any means.
Ben Wittenstein joining us here. Pat Boyle, Rob Brown on You Better You Bet here on the BetQL Network, talking college football, talking a little NFL as well in a couple of minutes. All right, so let's stick with the Big Ten here. A lot of folks maybe think they're going to be buried at the bottom of the standings again, but I saw you tweet this out at Ben Wittenstein on Twitter. And again, you can find his work at thegamingjuice.com. You like Indiana. Hoosiers over 5.5. Take us for a lot of people that are only paying attention to the top teams here. Tell us why you're high on the Hoosiers.
Yeah, guys, cigarettes might be like the most popular thing sold in Bloomington this season because Coach Kurt Signetti, he's going to be bringing the team back. Coach Sigs, everyone loves him. He's coming and kind of rejuvenated this Indiana football program. I think he comes in bringing some talent from JMU as well, quarterback talent, defensive talent. 5.5 is their win total. I think they can win 6. I think they can get to a bowl game in his first season at the helm in Bloomington. I think this team is good enough. They have the talent offensively and on the defensive side of the ball. Their schedule comes with 3 pretty much built-in wins: Charlotte, Western Illinois, FIU. And then I think the rest of their schedule, they're not in divisions anymore. So they don't have to play teams like Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State every year. So I think they're pretty happy about that. They spread their wings a little bit. They have to go to Northwestern, makeshift stadium over there on the lake in Evanston. I think they can win that one. I think they can go to Michigan State and beat a rebuilding Michigan State team. They can beat Purdue. I'm never going to say Indiana's going to lose to Purdue. And then I think they can possibly even knock off UCLA on the road. Nebraska, they get at home. Maybe they can sneak in a win there. There are so many avenues for this Indiana team to get that 6-win mark that I think they hit. And I think you can get over 5.5 wins at a pretty good mark. They've really improved on the offensive side of the ball. They have a good defensive side of the ball as well. The new head coach just brings a lot of life. There's going to be a lot of energy. The fans aren't, speaking for myself, they're not going to leave right after the tailgate ends and go to the bars. I think they're going to go to the stadium. They're going to bring energy. It's going to be a fun time at IU this season. So I think they get to a bowl.
I'll take you down, if you don't mind, Ben, to the Atlantic Coast Conference. There are two heavy favorites. That's Clemson and Florida State, but there's also a pair of teams right there in the back pocket I'm very interested in. You brought up Dylan Gabriel to go to Oregon. If he's not the best quarterback transfer in the class, it's because Cam Ward is going down to play with Mario Cristobal. I'm concerned. I'm at the point now where I don't think Mario Cristobal's the guy. I think he's out of his depth. I think leaving Oregon was a bit of a jump too far for Mario Cristobal, but he's got maybe the most talented Miami team since Jimmy Johnson coached there. They've got, I believe, 5 all-ACC selections just on the offensive side of the football. If Miami can't get it done this year, I don't think Mario Cristobal's the guy. What's your read on the top 4 teams in the ACC this year? Because I've heard a lot of people saying Florida State coming back is a layup unless Cade Klubnik goes all pro at Clemson. There's not really one of those 4 teams that makes me go, that's it, they're the guys.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't know if you're reading my notes or not, but my first little bullet point for taking the Miami under 9 wins is I don't trust Mario Cristobal. You can give him the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, and I still would not trust that team to get over their win total because they're being coached by Mario Cristobal. He just does not inspire anything in me other than a lot of weariness. We saw his debacle, the kneeling debacle last season that basically did cost them the game, if we're being honest. So even though he's got a lot of talent, he's got a lot of returners, they've got somewhat of a favorable schedule, I don't trust him. I'm going to say under 9 wins for Miami. Cam Ward, he might be the answer. It's definitely possible. He has to go across the country in his transfer. We'll see how he's able to perform in the ACC. But to me, this Miami team just inspires no confidence. I see 3 losses out of the gate for them. Florida, FSU, and probably Louisville as well they can lose to. So that's 3 losses. You can't really afford any more with this number. Maybe they lose at Syracuse at the end of the season. They have to go to Syracuse. They have to play a Syracuse team that's been building all season long. Maybe that's a loss. They have a couple other spots where they can lose that 4th game. So to me, if I have to trust or not trust Mario Cristobal in Miami, I'm going to very hard not trust that team. And I would love to go under 9 wins is a huge bet for me for Miami this season.
Ben Wittenstein with us here for about 4 or 5 more minutes. Check out his work on thegamingjuice.com. So keep it here with the ACC. You're down on Miami. We talked about those 4 teams in the ACC. The 4th shortest odds, North Carolina State Wolfpack. You're a little bit higher on them, on Dave Doran's squad, who have alternated, by the way, in the last 4 years, 8 and 9 wins. Most recently, 9 wins last year. That number, their win total sitting at 8.5. You think the Wolfpack get to at least 9 this year? Why would that be?
Yeah, honestly, Dave Doran's coaching life at NC State's kind of like one of those epic adventures where he's just always searching for that 10-win season. He keeps coming so close to it. He's got players, he's got talent, he's got schedule every so often, and he just cannot get to that 10-win season. I think they come close, if not hit that 10-win mark for them this season. Their number is over 8.5, so I love that. This is one of my favorite bets for a win total in college football. I think this is a team that is better than their 9-win team that they had last season. They had Brennan Armstrong in at quarterback last year, who at times was good, but other times average to below average. They bring in Grayson McCall, Coastal Carolina legend. I think this guy is going to really take this team a step up in the offensive category. They keep 4 of 5 offensive linemen. This NC State Wolfpack team may have one of the better offenses in the country to go along with a pretty favorable schedule. They avoid Florida State, Louisville, Miami. They don't leave the Carolinas guys until October 19th. They have to go and play Cal at Cal, which luckily for a road game should be pretty easy for them. But they don't leave the Carolinas. They don't leave twice in their schedule this season. So they really have a favorable schedule. They stay in their area. They stay in South North Carolina for most of the season. I think this is a team that not only can win 9 games, but I think this is a double-digit win kind of team. Their offense, as we said, bring a lot of people back. Defensively, they're going to have to switch some people in and out, but they got some good transfers, and Tony Gibson at the D coordinator spot is one of the best in the country, so I have no doubt that that defense is going to step up and play really well. So to me, NC State over 8.5 wins when I think they can get 10. I hopped all over that bet. I'm already on over 8.5. You can get them at pretty decent numbers at different places, but I do love the Wolfpack, and I think Dave Dorn kind of bookends his story here and maybe gets 10 wins this season.
I love that pick. I love that pick. I love that thought. Let's jump over to the Southeastern Conference. I'll give you a team that I'm real high on, and I know I'm going out on a very thin branch when I say this, Ben. I don't think Alabama's going anywhere. I think Alabama's going to be right back in the think of the hunt. Kalen DeBoer is a guy who has, and I know that this is a cliche, but it's true, dominated everywhere else he's been. And yes, I know that it's the SEC, and if it's a different breed of cat, that's all well and good. Nick Saban didn't exactly leave the cupboard bare when he took off from Tuscaloosa. There's still some beef-fed boys down there in the Yellowhammer State. I love Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. I love the over number. This team's going back to the playoffs this year. Ben, your thoughts?
Yeah, and I even wrote about this on the Gaming Juice. I kind of like Alabama to win the SEC. Everyone loves Georgia. Georgia's going to be really good. No one's denying that. But I think Alabama, people are somehow overlooking them. And if you told me back, 10 years ago, if picking Alabama to win the SEC was kind of a weird off-the-wall kind of pick, no one would have believed you. But here we are. It's 2024. People love Georgia. But I think Alabama, like you said, he did not leave the cupboard bare. He has a lot of talent. Kalen DeBoer has a lot of talent coming in. He's bringing in some of his own coaches, his own guys who he knows. And they get a lot of talent to work with. And it's a guy who has a history of bringing programs back from the dead. So when he gets this kind of talent in a program that's nowhere near dead, I would love to see how he coaches against some of these SEC schools. So I really do love, I think you can get him at like 8-1 at some places. Give me 8-1 for Alabama to win the SEC. I'm going to hop all over that number. I'm 100% with you. Crimson Tide are kind of that sneaky team no one's been talking about because everyone loves Georgia. Saban's left. People think Alabama's done for. They're going to come back and surprise a lot of people, I think.
You just really hope something good happens for Alabama one day. You know what I mean? It's been a tough ride for the Tide.
They've had it too bad for too long.
7-1 here on BetMGM for Bama to win the SEC. Last question, Ben Wittenstein. Find him on Twitter at Ben Wittenstein. Check out his work at thegamingjuice.com. If you can, in 30 seconds or less, either why you like Caleb Williams to win Rookie of the Year with such short odds, plus 130, or why you like the Vikings, who are basically a pick 'em on the money line against the Giants in week 1. I'll let you take it wherever direction you want. In 30 seconds, if you could.
Yeah, let's do Caleb Williams. Why not? I think I may have been drinking too much Chicago tap water, and they maybe put a little bit something in there to make me believe in the Bears this season. But you watch their preseason games a couple times, he just looks good. He's like Justin Fields 2.0, where he actually looks to pass instead of looks to run. He seems to see the field really well. And this team has a lot of trust and a lot of emphasis on him. So he's going to get a lot of snaps. He's going to get a lot of passing opportunities. I think Caleb Williams is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year just simply because of that. And I also think the Bears are going to be pretty darn good. He's got a good defense behind him. So all of that shaped into one with a great wide receiving core should help him. He's going to be the next superstar in the NFL, guys. I love Caleb Williams.
All right, Ben Wittenstein. Appreciate the time, my man. We will talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We're going to talk some more NFL on the other side here. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Oof. I am very, very low on the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll tell you why on the other side of the break. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Rob Brown. We roll on next. It's You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Kikuchi. People are surprised that he's pitched well, and the Astros were criticized at the time for giving up too much at the deadline. He's done well for them, and it's a team that's playing well. Minus 135 on the money line. Kikuchi's been awful against this Red Sox lineup. They have torched him throughout his career. So taking Boston as a dog here in this spot, that's pretty appealing.
That's not a bad look with Kikuchi's numbers. That's a really good point. That might be. And the Red Sox still fighting in that American League wildcard picture as well. You go back over, I want to say, the last month or so, and you've got a Red Sox team that, despite everybody else in the American League seemingly trying to pull away, they are sitting there fighting, hanging with the Yankees, the Orioles, the Guardians, who all continue to win a good number of games after the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm. The Astros, they're going to be there again. I don't know if they're going to win tonight, but in the end, they're going to be there. They're going to win the division. They're up by 4 games. Texas Rangers are 11 games.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
That's right. Hour number 2 of this 4-hour extravaganza here on this Monday afternoon rolls on. I'm Pat Boyle. He is Rob Brown. A big thanks again to Ben Wittenstein. Fantastic stuff breaking down why he likes Oregon to win the Big Ten, why he likes North Carolina State over 8.5 wins, Miami under their win total, and big Indiana football fan. The Hoosiers, look out for them this year. Okay, I wasn't really watching out for Indiana before that, but now I might. I'll tell you what, though, and he said it, right? I mean, he's drinking too much Chicago tap water. Caleb Williams, he might win the Offensive Rookie of the Year award. He might be the undisputed number 1 pick for a reason. He might look as good in the games as he's looked on the couple of highlights that maybe a lot of people saw over the weekend. The 45-yard dime to Roma Dunze, the scrambling around in the pocket, which, by the way, Justin Fields basically did for the last 3 years anyway in Chicago. And Zach Wilson made that exact same throw on his pro day in BYU and then stunk up the joint for the last couple of years. And the odds are as short as you probably will find for a long time for Offensive Rookie of the Year award. But I get it. Bears fans are happy they finally have a quarterback that looks like he can play the part. So there we go. I think they're over him painting his nails and crying in his mom's arms. So we will see. But Ben is really high on Caleb Williams, and a lot of people are. I am going to either thrive or die on the hill that I think Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. So there we go. You know what? Another team that I am going to either thrive on the hill or die on the hill this year. I think the years of Mike Tomlin finishing at worst 500, which are no longer possible now that they play a 17-game stretch, unless they tie a game, which is entirely possible with that offense that they possess. But the years of Mike Tomlin not having a losing season are going to come to a close this year for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I can't find it more difficult to see a team that is seen as a fringe playoff team and say, you know what, I can buy into them like I do with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think they are going to be atrocious on the offensive side of the football, and that is a team that fired offensive coordinator Matt Canada last year. You couldn't have been worse in the play calling. You couldn't have a 6-year-old with a box of crayons could have had more creativity and inventiveness than Matt Canada did last year calling the plays for the Steelers. And who do they bring in? Arthur Smith, who I feel like has kind of been buried in the weeds, like he's kind of flown under the radar after last year. You know, we watched him not give the ball to Bijan Robinson, not give the ball to Kyle Pitts, not give the ball to Drake London in the goal line or in the red zone, and then tell us all why he's smarter than all of us. So that's the guy calling the plays this year for an offensive line that now most likely just lost its starting center, Nate Herbig, to a torn rotator cuff, a running back room with Najee Harris, who, yes, had a nice finish, nice second half of the season last year, kind of found his legs after it looked like, you know, he was moving in molasses for the first 8 weeks of the season. Now Jaylen Warren's got a hamstring injury. Status for week 1, TBD. Maybe it seems a little better than it did over the weekend when it looks like he was going to miss multiple weeks. Now it doesn't seem like that bad of a hamstring injury. Producer Alex Fasano letting us know that according to Jerry Dulac, typical hamstring injury. Couple weeks recovery, could be ready for the season opener. Either way, we know it's the same old story for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the same old story. The defense is great. The defense is championship caliber. With Patrick Queen joining the crew now and TJ Watt coming off his injury last year, they are going to be fantastic. They added a little bit to the secondary, getting Cameron Sutton. Who knows whether or not, how long he's going to be available in the NFL this year after the offseason trouble he got in off the field. He's suspended 8 games, so who knows if he's going to be able to make an impact when he steps on the field. But for all intents and purposes, the defense will keep them in games that the offense tries to lose. And I said it a couple of weeks ago, and I've kind of maintained that. I thought they maybe had a shot to get into the playoffs if they went with Justin Fields. But Mike Tomlin, who is one of the best coaches of all time, Rob Brown, preparing week in and week out, motivating his team, finding a way to drag a stalwart offense, which in the years past have drafted Kenny Pickett, have employed Mitch Trubisky, have employed some of the biggest collection of stiffs we've seen throw a football in the last half a decade. It feels like they're going to screw this up and they're going to let Russell Wilson lead this team. It seemed like a foregone conclusion a couple of weeks ago. Now it feels like it's an actual true 50-50 quarterback competition, which is one of the most exciting things to look at here over the next week. But Russell Wilson looks as uninspiring as he did for most of last year in Denver. Justin Fields botches 2 snaps in his first game. Looks pretty good, injected a little bit of life into the Steelers' offense over the weekend against Buffalo, which, by the way, I mean, how many points were scored in that game? 12 freaking points. So Pittsburgh scores a big whopping field goal. And I'm supposed to think that this team, with this offense, who lost Deontay Johnson, is going to make the playoffs this year in an AFC North that, includes the Baltimore Ravens, includes the Cincinnati Bengals with Joe Burrow coming back from injury. And not that I'm high on the Cleveland Browns either. They're going to be the worst team in this division. And no matter how good this defense is going to be this year, with Alex Highsmith strip-sacking quarterbacks and TJ Watt game-wrecking every single drive, this offense is going to stink. The offensive coordinator is uninventive. He is uninspiring. And they continue to prove that, sure, they can torture their fans for 16, 17 weeks of the season, maybe sneak into a playoff spot, but they are never going to be considered true championship contenders. as long as Omar Khan is making the decisions in terms of who's playing quarterback here, or who's drafting the offensive line, or who's assembling the wide receiver room outside of George Pickens. So I see a win total for the Steelers this year at 8.5, and it is juiced to the over. And Rob Brown, I appreciate you letting me go on that diatribe there and getting some feelings and venting out about the Pittsburgh Steelers. But give me one reason that I shouldn't be taking the under 8.5 on BetMGM at plus 116 when the offense is as bad or will be worse than it was last year, which is hard to say.
So I will give you this. There's a difference between I'm going to give you the reason and I believe the reason. First off, I felt that coming from Pat Boyle's chest, all that. I felt that coming from the heart, all right? So I'm going to play devil's advocate here. And this is not necessarily that I believe it is true, but that I could see it being true. And we talked about it a little earlier in the show when we were talking about Bo Nix and Denver and the issues out there. I genuinely believe when Sean Payton got to Denver, Sean Payton needed a way to flex a little bit. Sean Payton needed a way to put on display that he was the HC and there would be no further questions. And I think that came at the expense of Russell Wilson. Now, I will bookend that, Pat Boyle, by saying, I think Russell Wilson's fake. I think he's plastic. I think his entire image is manufactured, okay? I think he's a guy that understands the concept of building a brand. There's a group of celebrities like this. Taylor Swift is one of them. As much as I have loved Tay-Tay throughout her career, Russell Wilson is the football version of an individual who is more concerned about having the brand be valid than being their true, authentic selves, right? And I put Russell Wilson in there. That being said, I also think the Denver Broncos are a toxic organization right now. I think the Denver Broncos got a lot going on wrong behind the scenes that I don't think Sean Payton is the guy to fix. And I think that to some degree, Russell Wilson was turned into a bit of a sacrificial lamb for that team last year. Do we expect a guy playing with backups in his first action, his first football game in a year and how long? I'm not sure, since the last time, because Russell got benched towards the back half of last season, to come out and look like an absolute stud muffin in game number one. I don't. All right. You all day long, you can simulate full speed defense at practice, but until you're on a field wearing the unis and there's refs and fans, you can't simulate what it is going up against a real life full speed NFL defense. So I think perhaps the expectations may have been set a little high on Russell Wilson in preseason game number one. And I think if you set the bar with, I expect Russell Wilson to look like a franchise savior in the very first preseason game when he hasn't played in 8, 9, 10 months, whatever it's been, I think maybe you gotta have a little grace period there. So the only thing that would scare me off, and I'm likely willing to follow you down the path on the under there, but the one thing that gives me pause here is what if Russell Wilson is him? What if he does, God, I hate the expression, cook? What if he does find his rhythm and his routine and he very clearly outpaces Justin Fields to be QB1 all season long? All they've got to do is stumble and be the same team that they were last year. Have they gotten worse? I mean, some people are going to argue, yes, I'm not. I think they're the same team, but this team hit the over last year. So I'm not one of these guys that goes, oh, I'll bet on Mike Tomlin until he doesn't do it, because he's going to not do it, and I want to be ahead of that curve. The thing that gives me that gives me pause here, what gives me pause here is, what if Russell Wilson really wasn't the problem in Denver? What if Denver was? And what if he just needed some time to shake the cobwebs and get going again? And if the answer is that is what's happening and that is the truth, then I'm afraid you're going to find yourself in a little deeper than you wanted to be with that prediction. That's my thought.
Okay, and that's fair, and that's entirely fair. And again, I think they have a better chance of going over and actually, again, finding their way into a wild card spot if Justin Fields is the quarterback, because I do think he's better than Russell Wilson. Again, their offensive line's atrocious. They want to run the football. They don't have an offensive line that can run block. They want to be able to protect the quarterback. Well, the offensive line also doesn't pass block very well. So that's why I think if there is a quarterback that makes sense for this team with a piecemeal sieve offensive line, again, that you just lost your center for most likely the year, you're going to have to start a rookie center now there, and you've already had trouble at the center position. You got to go with Justin Fields because you got to go with the guy that offers you a little bit more mobility. Because, again, let's be honest. Who's getting separation outside of George Pickens? Van Jefferson? No shot. Roman Wilson? Maybe. I mean, maybe if they land a diamond in the rough, if Roman Wilson, again, who we saw at Michigan, wasn't one of the best receivers in college football, as a part of a very good system. Maybe things click for him and he finds a way to be the next Wes Welker or a great slot wide receiver that can get open and get yards after the catch here. I don't see it happening. Pat Freiermuth is a very solid, steady tight end, but I mean, come on, there's limited weapons and there's a limited offensive line. So you need a quarterback that can overcome that. And Justin Fields, I think, at least offers you the biggest upside for that. But again, if you put even a halfway decent offense to pair with this championship caliber defense, man, I could get excited about the Steelers. But it just, like you said, you don't want to be behind the curve when Tomlin finally does go under 500. I didn't touch their over-under last year. I am almost certainly taking the under this year. I don't see a way how this offense can move the ball effectively enough. And again, I'm not saying that the Steelers' defense is volatile in the terms of the turnovers they create, because if you get to the quarterback and you got guys like T.J. Watt and you got guys like Alex Highsmith, the football is going to get knocked loose, right? You're going to get turnovers. But at the same time, they had to generate in abundance. They had to be right near the top of the league and turnovers forced and defensive touchdowns in order to keep themselves in or win games. I don't see that happening. The little bit of variability that I don't see it happening this year for them.
Yeah, listen, I think it's a fair play. I think it's a fair approach. Again, we've talked about, you and I talked last week about how we evaluate trends that we're going to bet and not bet. And I've always said it is not so much catching the trend and riding the trend so much as catching the numbers before they adjust to the trend. Right way, wrong way, positive, negative, right? Like if you saw the run that Scotty Scheffler went on at the beginning of this PGA season and you started betting Scotty Scheffler week by week, there was about a 4-week stretch there where Scotty Scheffler was a massive value before Vegas saw the trend and adjusted for it. I think Mike Tomlin gets a lot of credit on these numbers because of the trend. What you want to do is grab that number to the under bet when it's got that value to it. And I think this year is as fair of a play as you can make to try to break that trend and grab that value. Because look, when he has that 8-9 season, those value numbers go away the next year, right? Because the streak's over, the trend's over, they go away. So get them while you can. I don't disagree with anything you've said. And on top of all of that, even if everything I've said about Russell Wilson is right, my man's also old. He doesn't have the legs under him that he had under when he was at Seattle, right? Like he's not the same guy. And defenses get a tenth of a second faster every season. So he's not going to be able to make things happen quite as easily as he did in Seattle. And then you mentioned the fact that it is behind a bad offensive line. If all these things are accurate, Russell Wilson's going to have a stellar year, and they still could end up at 8-9 because they just don't have the bullets in the chamber, so to speak. So I'm iffy, like I'm a little gun shy to pull the trigger with you, Pat Boyle, but I'm not in any way, shape, or form going to tell you you're wrong for doing it.
Okay, we've got some news, I guess you could call it breaking news, some exciting news out of Chargers practice, plus some updates on the Bills players' multitude of injuries that they are dealing with. Plus, we'll look at, we'll start getting into week one thoughts on the NFL slate, some awards breakdowns in college football as well. It's Pat Boyle, Rob Brown. You better, you bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
40-1 to lead the league in passing yards, 40-1 to lead the league in passing touchdowns. I wouldn't touch any of those right now. I wouldn't touch the MVP at 125-1. It's there, but let's be honest with ourselves. That's just a way to give your money back to whatever sports book, hopefully BetMGM, that you're giving your money to, and you just continue to go through with that. But I will say there's a couple bets that involve at least Seattle that are interesting. And you could look at plus 750 for Seattle to win the division. Now, that means that San Francisco has a lot of injury issues, which is a possibility given what we saw in the middle of last season when they started off 5-0, then went on a losing streak when they started dealing with Debo and Trent Williams and guys were getting hurt. And then there's also just Seattle just plus 200 to make the playoffs. If I'm going to look at anything out of all of these that are here and you said, hey, Nick, here's a bet, here's a bonus bet. You got to use it. You got to bet something. I'm not touching the passing yards for Geno, even though 3,400 is not really a high number, but we've just talked about the questions that are certainly there. I'd look at probably Seattle to win the division at plus 750 if I had to use a bet, or more importantly, Seattle to make the playoffs. Not great odds, but 2-1 still. I would go probably that direction.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Hey, does anybody know how do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. That's right. Dad jokes galore. It's Pat Boyle. It's Rob Brown here on You Better You Bet. Again, you can watch us 3 different ways. Twitch.tv/BetQL, on YouTube. And again, we are live on Stadium until 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. So watch stadium.com/live. You got a multitude of ways to watch. You got a multitude of ways to listen on your local affiliate on the free Odyssey app. And we thank you for being here. I said right before the break, we're going to start looking at some week 1 games, give some thoughts as we inch closer and closer to not only the final week of preseason, but week 1. We have some news that I think is very interesting to share here. Rob Brown. Justin Herbert, who we know has that foot issue, if you will, the plantar fascia, seen participating in practice Monday. Now, Justin Herbert, things have been all quiet on the Western Front for him. He was in the walking boot, just 2 weeks ago? And now he has shed that walking boot last week. He's on the practice field for the first time in a month. So it remains to be seen whether Herbert will be able to work without restriction and what that foot's going to look like. But this, how does this make you feel about the Chargers, not only going forward this year, but to start the season? We look at week 1 for the LA Chargers, and it is a rematch of that beatdown that they suffered. Of course, they played them twice, but I think everybody remembers 49-0 and the final score 63-21 when the Raiders absolutely dismantled them, took their lunch, and that is what got Brandon Staley fired. Now it's Jimmy Harbaugh, and it's a new receiving room, which doesn't leave a lot of, to be inspired, doesn't, lend a lot of, I would say, positivity and optimism. But if Herbert is working without restriction, if he's near 100% for week 1, I think you have said in the past, Rob Brown, on this show when we have filled in, that you like the Raiders in week 1. That spread is now 4.5. Plus 4.5 the Raiders are. Plus 165 on the money line. We look at the many, many interesting week 1 matchups. This one is right near the top of the list for me. Does this change your thought process at all? Justin Herbert, at least just practicing now here on August 19th, when we are basically 3 weeks away from that first game, Chargers-Raiders. Does this change the way that you want to bet as we get closer and closer to this game, or is it still kind of the same for you?
It does not. I'm in the exact same boat. I think the defense out of the gate for the Raiders is going to cause havoc for the Chargers. I'm glad to see Justin Herbert back. I don't know about you, Pat Boyle. I think Justin Herbert's got every tool to be a great NFL, not a good, a great NFL quarterback, provided he can stay healthy. But as you mentioned, the problem is this team correctly built up the offensive line during the offseason. They went and got Bradley Bozeman, who I covered here in Carolina last year. Good player that they can put at center. In fact, one of the bigger losses for the Panthers is they've got to go with a new center that I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Joe Alt coming up from Notre Dame as their draft pick. Like, they restocked the offensive line, and it's no real shock why. Jim Harbaugh said a number of times, we're going to run the ball this year. We're going to be a running team this year. I expect that the Chargers will eventually transfer away from that and will eventually begin to allow Justin Herbert to open the offense up. The problem is, I don't think it's this year because I don't think they got the horses. They got Josh Palmer, Ladd McConkey, the young man out of Georgia, and DJ Chark as their trio of starting wide receivers. If DJ Chark is a starting wide receiver for you, you didn't put together a great unit. All right, you just didn't. And now that's what you're asking Justin Herbert to work with this year. I don't think Jim Harbaugh was misleading us when he said, we're going to run the ball this year. The thing is, I don't think they're running the ball because they want to. I think they're running the ball because they have to. And while I think that there are some defenses you will be able to run the ball on successfully, maybe even in that division, the Las Vegas Raiders are not one of them. They are scary across the front seven, and I expect that they are going to wreak havoc. I love Gus Edwards a lot. J.K. Dobbins has been wildly confident coming back from his injury. He said he thinks a 1,000-yard season is more than likely if he stays healthy. I like the run game that they've put together. The problem is I don't think it's enough to get by Vegas, especially in week number 1. Yes, I know they named Gardner Minshew their starting QB, and a lot of guys are a little off on that because, yes, Gardner Minshew ain't exactly Patrick Mahomes. Nobody's arguing he is. But he's a guy that can complete 65, 66% of his passes. He's a guy that's given you a 2.5 to 1 touchdown to interception ratio. And that's good enough to win for a team that has put together an excellent defense, especially across the front seven, as the Raiders have behind Max Crosby and the gang. So I am very much leaning on the Raiders to get the outright win in week number 1. And this news, while I am glad to hear it because I am a Justin Herbert guy, I like the guy a lot. I'm pulling for the guy. I don't think he's exactly in the best scenario this year to do anything different.
Yeah, and by the way, just really quickly on the season totals and odds for the Chargers, their win total 8.5 on BetMGM. Over 8.5 is -160. So you're drinking a considerable amount of juice if you think Jim Harbaugh is going to have that championship-winning DNA imprint all over this team, and they immediately go over 500 and are competing for a wild card spot in a very stacked AFC. The under is +135. To make the playoffs, the Chargers, you can get about plus money, +110. To not make the playoffs, -135. I maybe feel a little bit more confident than most do about the total outlook of this team. Like you said, that run game could be scary. If J.K. Dobbins is healthy, I mean, look out. And Gus Edwards ran for 13 touchdowns last year for Baltimore. They drafted Joe Alt, who I saw was an absolute beast, a behemoth of a human. Blocking at Notre Dame on the left side. He gets the block on the right side. So expect a lot of zone read schemes to the outside for Dobbins and Gus Edwards. And then if they do have a successful run game, yes, they don't have Keenan Allen, who, by the way, does not look great in Chicago in preseason so far. It looks like he put on about 50 pounds. Now, maybe I'm reading too much into what I'm seeing on the TV and on the highlights, or the lack of highlights there it is. But they lose Mike Williams as well. And like you said, Josh Palmer, Ladd McConkey, DJ Chark to pair with the tight ends Will Dissly and Hayden Hurst. Not a lot of optimism to be stemmed from that one, but we know that Herbert has a cannon of an arm. He's made guys around him a lot better, but he's also been a perennial 500 quarterback. So for me, a lot of this comes down to the head coach, Jim Harbaugh, and I think just by default, just because of how bad Brandon Staley was and how good of a defensive coach that Jim Harbaugh is as well, we can expect this defense to take a step forward. Just because it's no longer Brandon Staley coaching the team, right? So I think I'm a little bit more optimistic. I don't think I can lay -160 odds on the Chargers to go over 8.5. I think if you think they're going to go over 8.5, you might as well just bet them to make the playoffs, right? Because if there's a chance they can get it at 9, but an extra win puts you at 10, again, I can't stress this enough. If you like the Chargers, I would suggest betting them to make the playoffs at +110 rather than, again, you're putting $160 up to make 100 if they go over the win total. To me, there's too many variables with Justin Herbert's health, but I am fully on board with you, man. Week 1, I love the Raiders because, again, Herbert is practicing for basically the first time today. That gives him 20 days to be ready. And I know preseason doesn't really matter anymore, and it doesn't matter if he was going to play in the preseason or not, but he's stepping on the practice field for basically the first time today. He's got 20 days to get ready for a Raiders pass rush that is going to be tough. And we know the Chargers aren't going to have home field advantage, right? There is no home field advantage when the Raiders, who used to be out in Oakland, when Vegas to LA isn't that far of a trip, it's going to be black and silver, outmanning Chargers, quote unquote, fans in that building in LA. So I still love that bet for you. And I love that bet for myself. Week 1, Raiders +4.5 and a little bit on the money line as well. Pat Boyle, Rob Brown here on You Bet or You Bet. Rob, is there any other game that has really opened your eyes so far in week 1? My big underdog bet, I think, for week 1 is going to be the Titans +4.5 and on the money line as well. Which I know everybody that's getting into the Caleb Williams hype, you're saying, oh, no way, no chance. They're smoking everybody in preseason, backups or not. I'm still sticking with the Titans. A little bit of that Mike Vrabel DNA left over now with their new coach, Brian Callahan. And Will Levis seems like he is the great unknown still at the quarterback position. Any other games you like that have opened your eyes in week 1?
There are. I want to go back if you don't mind, Pat, and I apologize for you turning us back to where we just came from, but I want to ask you specifically a question about the Chargers because you're talking about those numbers that we got just a minute ago, 8.5 over -160. You go from Staley to Harbaugh, and that's an upgrade. All right. Period. End of sentence. That is an upgrade. Nobody's arguing that. But my question here is, do you think that some element of do you believe the Chargers are a 9-win football team this year based on what they've constructed right now? Or is this because, I'm always looking for a spot where maybe the public goes in and I can fade the hell out of them for a profit. Thank you, Colorado Buffaloes, for instance, okay? I'm always looking for a spot where the public buys into a narrative or buys into a name or whatever. And I just can't help but feeling that this team is getting these numbers because of Jim Harbaugh. And in year number 1, it's going to be hard for any coach. And I'm not going to say rookie coach, because obviously he had great success before he left the 49ers and went to Michigan. But is this a spot where maybe that number, or at least the minus 160 juice, is a little bit pumped up because of the name Harbaugh, not necessarily any specific actual football information?
It's a great question. We can get to it on the other side if you'd like. Rob Brown's going to jump back in the captain's chair. A lot more NFL college football to talk about as well. We will get into some baseball here with a busy Monday night slate coming up, but 2 hours down to go. 2 hours in the books. It's Pat Boyle. It's Rob Brown. Don't you move. We're coming right back with bets, with more chatter for you here on the BetQL Network. This is You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.